Welcome everyone to Bank of America Stadium. It's VESL GG. It's a great time in front of us, but please rise as we get ready for the national anthem to be played.
Sunday, the final day of this regional championship of VESL. Let me hear you. No, you can do better than that. One more time, let me hear you. I'm Overlord. I'm here representing the entire hardworking VESL staff that also needs to hear your appreciation for all their hard work leading up to today. One time for the VESL staff, ladies and gentlemen. Now, all at once, I need you to yell out the team that you are rooting for to be a state champion. 1, 2, 3, go! Let me hear it. Indecisive. I'm not sure we're going to have to see. But let me just tell you guys something. To all of the staff, to all of you players who have worked so hard, over 3,000 players from across the state of North Carolina, over 200 high schools have come together in this statewide rollout of VESL, the Varsity Esports and STEM League, to show everyone what you're made of. It's not just esports, which is awesome. It's also STEM. A lot of you have been working hard, and I just have this question for you, especially also the parents who have dedicated so much time to have their kids be at these places, to give them this opportunity. Wouldn't it be great if we celebrated things like this, where nerds can be nerds, but they turn into actual workforce skills and the things they need? Wouldn't it be great if we celebrated things like this the way you're celebrating them more widely? We don't disagree here. So, that brings us to the final day, Sunday of the regional championship. I mentioned how many have participated, plus I can't forget all of the coaches, all the folks who have helped you practice, learning those things that traditional varsity sports also infuse in you. That is the ability to lead, teamwork, sometimes following strategy, hard work. Those are principles that'll stick with you for the rest of your lives. But in VESL, everyone is appreciated, but only one can win. And at the end of today, the regional championship, we will know the 4 teams in Rocket League, in Smash, in Valorant, and in Overwatch that are going to make it to the February 17th, first of its kind statewide state championship of VESL. Who's it going to be again? What team will it be? All right, Charlie, Charlord, the commissioner, any thoughts of what we just heard? Who's it going to be?
I cannot make any predictions as an unbiased commissioner.
Got to be unbiased. Got to be unbiased. Love it. Love it.
Who has the programming notes?
Let's go.
So excited to have you guys here again. My name is Charlie. I'm the league commissioner. For those that are here, if you're not entirely sure, if you haven't heard, this is a simultaneous statewide competition. So we've got gamers in Greensboro, we've got gamers in Wilmington, we've got them here. So your team may or may not be playing a team that's here in Charlotte. So keep that in mind. We will announce this over the PA. If your team is playing a team that is located elsewhere, your players will still be here. but the game will be on this screen located to my left, your right. So we'll make announcements. That's called the secondary screen. We'll make announcements of which games are in which. Other games will be right up here behind us. So we'll just keep you posted throughout the day, but don't be confused if we make those announcements, all right?
Let's hear it for Charlord, the league commissioner. He's only gotten mad at me 4 times today. That's a good quality of a league commissioner. So with that, folks, this is exciting. I cannot wait to see who makes it to that February 17th state championship. But all of you should be really proud of yourselves for getting this far. It takes a lot of dedication, not just on the esports side, but the STEM side as well, where we'll see more about that in the Roboverse. So with that, I'm going to ultimately toss it up in 1 second. I just want you to know, for the folks listening in Greensboro and Wilmington, but particularly Greensboro, I'm going to be jumping in my car right now and heading to the esports arena at UNC Greensboro to spend the rest of the tournament with those folks up there. So whichever city you're in this first of its kind, live multiple venue regional championship, one last loudest scream ever as I toss it up to the professional casters. Let's go!
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey. Didn't see you there.
Oh, my goodness. Welcome in. It's the VESL GG Regional Championships, trying to make it to the state qualifier. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Septilence. And Septilence, we saw a lot of great action yesterday. It was all Rocket League and Super Smash Brothers. Today, we're going to get a small mixed bag. Overwatch might be on the horizon. Valorant is definitely coming.
Yeah.
But we have Super Smash Brothers to start things off. How are you feeling? It's a crazy weekend.
I'm, first of all, very excited to be here. Day 1 was awesome, and day 2 is going to be, I think, better. These are the games that I prefer a bit more, Overwatch and Valorant. But I'm excited in particular for our first Super Smash Brothers Ultimate matchup, because I actually referenced it yesterday. I thought it was happening yesterday. Turns out it's happening today. So that's a little embarrassing on my part, but I'm glad it's happening. Better late than never. We're going to be jumping into the Super Smash Brothers Ultimate matchup to kick off today, and it's Picamera versus Juju, who we talked about a bit yesterday. 2 very talented players.
Yeah, in fact, we have brackets for everyone that had played all yesterday. So let's go ahead and bring them up as we got to see Super Smash Brothers really go deep into much of their play in the round 1s. I think this is actually a round 1 matchup as well. Picamera, they actually came in as one of those big #1 seeds.
Yep.
And so they're playing against Juju, who has to go against I guess one of the best in the entire field. They have to make it through just 2 rounds, and Picamera is a very tough opponent.
Yeah, Picamera is going to be a tough opponent indeed. And speaking of tough opponents, if we jump down to the bottom of that bracket, we do see a familiar name.
Yeah.
Requiem, the Little Mac player that we got to see on stream yesterday, has made it already to the qualifications, is the only player to qualify so far. So even if you win today, you've got to go up against somebody that's playing Little Mac and doing it well.
Yeah.
That's a whole different beast of its own.
Yeah, you're taking 32 out of the field, and then you're just narrowing it down to 8.
Yeah.
Because you have 2 separate brackets that are going up and down the whole time. So that's going to be a tough call. And of course, just like it was said a moment ago, it is happening across not just here in Charlotte at Bank of America Stadium, but also over at UNCG Stadium in Greensboro and as well as Wilmington. So you have this tri-locational LAN that's happening. Some of it is cross-play on LAN, and a lot of it is just right here in the building. So really fun to be able to see everyone going down. We also have Rocket League, where I think we nearly sewed up all of our top 4. I think we're all of 1 that we have to be able to find. And we should bring up that bracket here in just a moment as well. So Super Smash Brothers. I mean, we know that Requiem was really good.
Yeah.
Does he look that he can be able to take the entirety of this stack, or we're just waiting to see what Picamera is?
I think we have to wait to kind of see what's going to be coming off from Picamera, what's coming off from Juju, and of course, a lot of wild cards in the middle that we haven't had the chance to see yet. But as good as Requiem is, I think as a caster, as a non-biased analyst, it's tough to root for a Little Mac in terms of first place.
Yeah.
Little Mac is one of the worst characters in the entire game, statistically speaking. Anybody's tier list, Little Mac is bottom 5. So Requiem coming out kind of tearing through the power play with that Little Mac is exciting, but I think if he does get tossed into some kind of meta matchup, a Joker, or we can't play Steve, so no Steve, but maybe a Pyramithra as well could be very beneficial in taking a Little Mac off stage. The second he's off stage, that's curtains. So it's doable. Requiem proved that to us. Right. They are very talented on the Little Mac, but there will always be a little canary in the back of my head saying, he's still playing Little Mac.
I mean, sometimes Little Mac is the little guy. And
he's
so
a little guy.
He's up against them all. And so we'll get to see what Requiem will be doing, especially at the state championships will be happening about a month or so from now. So if you want to be able to get tickets to that, just keep looking at VESL GG. You can be able to find out what they're all doing, especially on their socials. So VESL GG is the way to be able to go and get them. So we also have Valorant happening today. So we switch it up from more of the sports and fighters into some of that FPS. And this is going to be rough because it's best of one. You get a map of the 7-map field, and that's maybe going to be Ascent.
We've been praised. Yeah, now that you've said it, you've jinxed
I
this
know.
So we've been talking about all day how Ascent is probably going to be the map we're seeing pretty consistently. It's the default map. You know, it's the map we expect to see when we're seeing, especially best of ones. It's the map that's like the most level playing ground, so to speak, which I don't necessarily agree with. But you're looking at maps that are a little bit more niche, that call for certain more unique team comps, insert breeze, insert split. You know, it's a little bit easier for one team to snowball through and dominate. But if you go to a map that I always call the face of Valorant, a map that these players have played hundreds, maybe even thousands of times, you're going to be picking Ascent because that is the map we all know way too well.
Yeah, way too well. It's been reimagined at different times, not based on the structure of it, but just what people want to do. And it's mostly been initiators that have been able to do that. It's either Sova, Fade, or Gecko, and how they can really either get scans or be able to initiate into some of those mid fights. And you know, if that can continue to be reinvented, it's like, what can we do different with the agent field that slowly is expanding?
Yeah, how many times can we rebuild the wheel?
Yeah, but you know, eventually the wheel will still be round.
It'll always end up in a circle.
Yeah,
so always end up in a circle.
As you do see this bracket, though, one of the few things that really kind of pops out to me is that we have 2 teams for Green Hope. Now, this was the biggest field that we brought because of the previous CMS, it was just Mecklenburg, and then expanding to the entire state of North Carolina. Now you have a program that can possibly get 2 to go to that Final Four. And how weird would it be to play against each other in that Final Four if you had to?
It's unbelievably possible. If they both win those, they go into the Final Four. It could be something to watch out for. I believe the game we're watching later today will be Audrey versus Charlotte Virtual, but that is not the game we're starting on yet. We are going to be jumping in just a couple of minutes here for Pokemare versus Juju here in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. They're both fighting for a chance to qualify for states, and they're not even one matchup away. They've got to win this one, and then they've got to win one more matchup.
Oh, man. All right. They better be ready. Picamare, they went 10-0 in their seeding matches.
So scary.
And guess what? They're in Sephiroth. Yeah, you thought? Yeah. Okay, now how does that go against an Inkling? Because you have that versatility to really get fast on the ground, but they have to really persist on the main portion of this stage. And I feel like Sephiroth can really abuse some of that distance that they have to build up to be able to cut down on.
I think that we're going to be seeing a fight for the ledges pretty consistently here. Somebody wants to get somebody off stage, and I think it's going to be difficult because both Sephiroth and Inkling have pretty good recoveries, all things considered. So we're looking toward Juju. You go for center stage control, utilize that paint roller, maybe utilize the occasional triangle bomb, and it looks like they're going to throw one off. Recovery in early, and they're stacking up a lot of damage. Inkling players traditionally go for a pepper damage play style, but when you can't even get close enough because Sephiroth has a 9-foot blade, you really aren't going to be able to play Inkling very well.
He's going to be able to chop it up into a few kitchen knives. You know, be able to
he better turn that squid into sushi. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
A little bit of sashimi on the way. I feel like it fresh cooked because it's right
now.
Here.
You just see me. Now you shut up. Sorry, that was terrible. I'm so sorry.
You're already on. You said this is perfect. But what's not perfect for Juju's, they've already lost their first stock as you get Picamare. They're just keeping down in distance, and really they're just kind of Pokemon. As soon as they're trying to drop any of those hand grenades as well, they're just not landing them, and they're just constantly kind of footing away. And then it's the same exact position. They're playing it big charge as well. Oh, and that massive proximity blast, already up to 111 damage.
Yeah, 111 damage here on this second stock, and I think this is really just the masterclass example of Picamare being an undefeated player through a lot of this matchup. We saw such a talented play from them going undefeated in the main season. They're coming into a matchup that I believe is kind of a +1 matchup for Sephiroth to begin with. Inkling has every move is telegraphed, and that's really hard to play against a character that has very little input lag like Sephiroth. So Picamare is just able to react on the fly, gets out of the way of the roller, gets out of the way of the triangle bombs, and poor Juju can't even farm paint long enough to utilize the majority of their kit.
Yeah, as soon as they start to try and slide along the floor, they just get caught up in it. What an extra combo, already at 168 damage, but that's also allowed them to at least build up some of Picamare's meter, but still no grab, and as they go in for the lunge, they can't get even a single cloth of that jacket. So again, another stock goes down. We can't expect less from Picamare.
No, you really cannot. I mean, this is an undefeated player going into this matchup. We're expecting them to walk away with a victory over Juju, but Juju is really kind of making some fascinating plays. They're going for the slower triangle bomb. They're going for the air dodge in past the recovery, which allows them to get on the stage, which would have been unseeable in that first stock. So the adaptation we're seeing is very quick. It's incredible play. It's incredibly slow from Juju, but I think it has to be because, as I mentioned earlier, all these plays are incredibly telegraphed. There's no immediate move from an Inkling player. You've got to go through with a move that's low and slow. You've got to bide some time off stage, like I predicted toward the beginning of the matchup, and maybe you can find one stock here, but the hop goes up and over the triangle bomb. The forward smash finds no value. Grab it and back throw. The flick will miss, and Sephiroth is back off stage. Can Juju confirm even one stock?
That was some great timing to be able to get beyond the grenade as they dropped it right in front of them, and they're just doing some good edge guarding. And again, it's all about timing. They have to be able to wait on it, but they also go for that side smash just off of that quick combo, and that blade is landing. They're able to get the grab, and that's going to be the slash that finishes off. It is a 3-0, just short of 150%, and that's going to be Pika that takes the first game.
Oh, I forgot my head mic isn't on anymore. I have to use this one over here. Pika is taking that first game as expected, and as I punch it into my notes, that is a 3-stock victory. We only saw one of those yesterday, so Pika coming in and immediately winning with all 3 stocks available does go to show the masterclass power play of this player. Now, there's going to be people watching that saying, of course he's good. He's playing Sephiroth, because Sephiroth is a bit of a hot topic with a lot of people that play this game. I talked about DLC privilege yesterday and how a lot of characters in this game, the DLC in particular, they all got a certain cool special ability that nobody else in the game had. Sephiroth is built almost exclusively out of cool special abilities that nobody else has. He's got his reflector, he's got his one wing, he's got his 9-foot blade, he's got some of the least input lag in the entire game. There's so much to look at Sephiroth and why he's so strong, but Juju playing Inkling, a Smash 4 DLC character, or a Smash 4 announcement character rather, it's really difficult. Inkling is one of those niche characters like a Little Mac, like an Olimar that I talked about yesterday. And if you are playing them, you have to exceed expectations 100 times over, because Inkling is unfortunately just not a very good character.
I mean, we say that, but this is a complete 180 flip from what we had at the beginning of game number 1, as it was Juju that was pressuring Pika, but Pika quickly comes back, and that is just an amount of damage that they can't account for that quickly. And when you go into what I guess could be your most optimal matchup, you wouldn't play with this character. We also know that these players in particular, they're not going to trade out from the character they're most comfortable with. I love that combo church because they'll be able to get so much damage just at the foot level when they're hanging on around that corner.
Yeah, this is going to be a great example of why you cannot play on ledge like that. It's actually going to be really easy for Inkling to collapse in on top of you. You're listening to down air. Wasn't surprised, but it does get that stock and puts Juju kind of back into the fray. They need to get back onto the stage because Sephiroth loves to keep you in the air like this. The short hop back air, we saw a down air. There's the black hole to follow through, but that is not going to get the value they're looking for. I would have loved to see a down air there, but instead they go for the back air. They get cheeky for the stage spike, and it will cost Juju their second stock, unfortunately. They're staring down the barrel of a second loss here in just 90 seconds.
But they at least got to stop. That's something that was missing for the first game. So taking one reminds Pika that they are in fact immortal, but they've been able to keep all that pressure onto the corner, and now suddenly they have him into a kill sphere as they have him at 78, just short of 80%. We've seen the kill confirms a lot more often. Pika, they actually, they mess up on the recovery. They end up underneath the stage. It's 1-1.
Oh, no, it don't matter.
It doesn't matter. Okay,
it don't matter.
For style.
For the fans.
All right, just for the drama, the content, if you will. But that will be Pika taking their second game, and we go into now series points. And as a reminder, this is all single elimination of these best of fives. So, I mean, all weekend long, everyone's just facing having one life. Yeah, he was over there.
I'm taking my notes. My notes are right here, so if I vanish, I'm always here, but I'm taking my notes.
We don't have a table, we have a chair.
Yeah, it's a chair, so never mind. That's not important. What is important, though, is we are now staring Game Point in the face here. And I think that is something to keep in mind, is that this is the expectation of a player, but this is what I was just about to talk about.
Okay.
I think Juju needed to be playing something differently, and I think a projectile-based character, or not projectile-based, but a character with projectile that move a little bit faster, that work a little bit stronger, could be really beneficial here. But a utilization that Pit has, a lot of people don't talk about, is that down special, is that shield that can deflect projectiles, and I'm hoping that Juju's going to utilize it a little bit more. There it was, a perfect example. It's going to make it difficult for Pika to exist in that mid to long range and force Pika to get a lot closer, which allows Juju to get a lot angrier with these plays. This Pit is looking mighty good already.
They're getting pretty juggled, and those shields are pretty heavy when they get down to the ground, but on the recovery, they nearly mess it up, but they're able to get him up to 100%. Now, Pit is also a little bit floatier. Nice. Reflective back to him. That's the third time we've seen a black hole, and this one is going to send right back to Cinder, and yet Pika was ready for it. They recognize what that shield reflection is going to be able to do, but they keep him off the ground and they keep him off the stage, not comfortable enough, still recover, get him with the katana, and 144%. We're still first stock. The firm comes through.
A very valiant effort from Juju here, who found about 80% on Pika last time they lost their first stock. So we're hoping to see a bit of a difference, and I think I'm seeing Juju just be notably more confident here on this pick, getting much more aggressive, getting a little bit cheekier with the plays, utilizing that shield more often, forcing Pika to consider their plays before doing it off rec. I mean, a beautiful stage tech is going to keep Juju into the mix, but unfortunately, when you side special in like that, Sephiroth will react fast enough to take you out of the equation. Juju goes for the spot dodge there, is going to get caught up by that side special, and now with that chasing orb, it's over. Oh boy. You know it's bad when people that don't know Smash in the audience go, oh.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, that was brutal. That was one for the highlight reel. Picamare with the shield break into the black hole combo. That's got to break Juju's mental, but with that side special in, they get right back up on the stage. They go for the arrow out, deflector in, dash attack takes Sephiroth off stage. Oh, it's a boot! Juju said it ain't over, I ain't hear no bell! Picamare gonna be up by 2, but right now, Juju fighting strong.
Huge spike to be able to stay in it, and we've seen the calm before the storm that is Picamare. They have been not having to get really scrappy. They're not having to go for some of these quick combos. They've simply been waiting for their time to shine, and that's been able to put Juju in a corner. But Juju has some of these big shots. They'll be able to especially plant them down in that lower blast zone. What a grab! Try to go for it, and that'll be first set. And hey, the switch up the pits, I think maybe they should have done it a little bit sooner, but the woulda, coulda, shoulda is going to stay in the bin as Picamare will take our first set 3-0.
Picamare taking it 3-0, losing a total of 3 stocks the entire series there. So Picamare really dominating, and I have to agree, Juju on the pit, I think that might be something. Juju, lean into that a little more. That pit was looking nasty out there. So I would like to see a little bit more of that pit in the future, but unfortunately, Juju will be knocked out of that single elimination bracket here. A lot to learn, a great VOD to look back on, and to go toe-to-toe with a beast of a player like Picamare is I think, an honor in its own right.
Picamare trying to get back to the championship that they had last season around. I think that everyone knows that they're going to be just maining Sephiroth the entire time. They really were not stressed whenever they had to have them in that championship, and I think right now they are at their prime just form.
Yep.
And I love what we got out of Juju. It just maybe just you almost kind of wish it was a best of 7, but
Always.
we don't have that.
Always.
So
We don't have those BO7s. Lucky, I feel like we're lucky it's a BO5. You know,
Yeah,
it could have been worse. It's not a Valorant best of 1.
I
so
know.
You get the chance to make some swaps. You get the chance to make some changes. But speaking of changes, we will not be doing that. We're playing the same game. We've got more Super Smash Bros. Ultimate coming up in just a couple of minutes, but I believe we're going to throw it to a super short break. It's going to be Ralix versus the Raz here at VESL in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. It's VESL GG here at Bank of America Stadium. I'm Hale Monkey in the booth alongside Septilence, and you just got to have some Super Smash Brothers. But guess what? There's more Super Smash Brothers.
We said double it and give it to somebody else
Yeah,
because we are jumping right back in.
That's exactly what happened when we went to Cookout.
That's
We were
exactly
like,
what
double it and more food.
No,
Oh, and the old man himself, Mario. Okay, so the Raz will be in Mario, and then Kazuya will be piloted by Relic. So, break it down for me. This is a brawler of a matchup if I've ever seen one.
100%. So they've both got technical projectiles, but neither of them are going to use them as immediate combo utilization. We'll use them to create space if necessary. But overall, this is going to be the battle of the brawlers. The oldest character in the game, Mario, versus one of the newest, Kazuya, but one of the most recognizable fighting characters of all time coming out of Tekken. I actually said Kazuya during our conversation last night, and I did not mean to. I've always got Kazuya on the mind, but 80% already up for the Raz. We're looking at early combos off stage. We're looking for the double up air into forward air off stage into an immediate stock. But with the sign of Relics on Kazuya, we're looking for my personal favorite combo in the entire game. And it's not even that one. It's the one where Kazuya presses A 13 times in a row. And it's actually a combo. I'm not even kidding. But right now, Relics is going to take that first stock in style. The Raz not able to respond accordingly. The hardest part about Kazuya, he's heavy and he hits like a bus.
Yeah, and this is a bus that's just not stopping, especially even when he gets to 146% and then guarding off the edge, he's able to build up that quick. Maybe waiting, able to get that counter. No, gonna miss the headbutt, and that's gonna be a headbutt returned in kind. What a counter play as they get right back to center stage. But that will be a confirm all the way to the top blast zone, but still 43%, a little bit of bonus damage.
Yeah, I got that extra credit online here, 43%. It's going to be a short grab into a jab attack. Back air into 25% grab, most likely into up throw forward air, but instead he's going to get interrupted by that reaction time from Kazuya, who again has that DLC privilege over 100%. He unlocks his Oni form and gets a little bit more aggressive, can recover from a little bit lower, and can do a wee bit more damage. But as we've seen, Kazuya don't need to be doing more damage. This guy's a freak. So right now, Relics is going to be going in, looking for a little bit of elimination onto the Raz once more, and those wings come out. They give Raz a pair of his own.
Oh my goodness. Raz just had to eat the front side shin and the backside calf muscle of Kazuya in a quick succession, and then getting the laser beam from distance as now he wants to play actually tight to that corner. See if he can at least try and get to him, but a nice grab. Be able to throw him off, and this is where much of that pressure that Raz has been missing is existent too, but 108%. You're talking about it getting his Oni form a little bit faster, and now he has to be able to work around that extra damage.
Yeah, so now he's 130% here, so he's definitely entered kill confirm percentage against Mario, but he's also full rage, which means he deals additional damage. But guess what? You don't get to do any of that damage because that is going to be the Raz, taking us down to the third and final stock for both players now.
A little bit slipperier of a character, though they may both be brawlers. Mario's a little bit shorter, a little bit lighter, be able to get just right around him.
Ooh,
oh, but he
what a
catches him
grab.
straight on that big Italian nose and able to just get a fist to the face. And now a quick couple of headbutts, and that's a damaged Plymouth that's starting to spread itself out in favor of Relics.
Come on, Relics, press A 13 times. He doesn't even need to. He goes for the dab, and it is going to miss that projectile that came out from the Raz. But the funny fist will take the Raz straight up into the heavens. Will walk away. Oh, I keep forgetting my mic is over here. And Relics will walk away with that first round victory.
And that one was pretty balanced. Honestly, it was a bit of chasing.
It's the closest we've had.
Yeah.
It's the closest we've had.
I mean, out of two, and Pika Mare was just that good.
Oh, no, including yesterday.
Yeah.
That's the closest matchup we've had where they go all the way down to their third stock each.
Hey, you know what? That's what we're going to want to see because, again, these are single elimination. This is round number 1 of our entire 32-player set, and they're trying to narrow that entire field down to just 8, which is really rough to do.
We did it for Rocket League yesterday.
Yeah, they had 24 teams down to 4, and they're going to do the same thing for, Valorant. They're going to try to do the same thing for Overwatch, and do now for Super Smash Brothers, which always feels, I mean, obviously, it's a melee. It's a pit of players, and you have to be able to work your way in. But, I mean, I don't feel like you change much. It's just simply trying to be able to get around Kazuya and make sure that you don't get grabbed as often.
Yeah, I think the Raz just needs to be warmed up a little bit more. I'd like to see the cape come out a little bit more often, especially when we're seeing those lasers. We're seeing the funny fist coming through. That cape can fully turn your opponent around, which allows the Raz to prevent themselves from taking a little bit more damage, should allow them to get it. Also, shout out the Raz for using the Super Mario Odyssey wedding skin. I'm a big fan of that costume. It's one of my favorites in the game, but right now the Raz has to get in early. It's that distance, it's that range that Kazuya brings to the table that is going to deal 44% in 10 seconds.
Man, looking pretty good just in that thing volley, and now going to keep them off the stage and looking for any of that extra guard. They're going to try and float up from just beyond the corner and just can't quite connect with much. They've been able now to get at least that up A, or now to be able to get back into that clinch, but still so much of this extra damage, they're just forcing the Raz to be a bit more floaty, and they're going to dodge away from that uppercut.
The air dodge out from the Raz was incredibly risky, but it does pay off as they get into center stage. An air dodge from Ralix up there. Oh, and the counter play there. The spot dodge comes through. The up special will find the Raz into that first stock scenario. 80% credit, though. Not bad for the Raz. One decent Mario combo, and they should be able to take this stock early. What a great kick, up and over 100%. Forward smash comes out. I would have loved to see a forward air instead, but the Raz is taking no risks being down a stock. Wants to play it slow, goes for the forward air, will not be able to find it, and a back air will also find the purchase. The second forward air attempt does find it, though, and Ralix a bit scrambling.
Yeah, it's the scorching fist, trying to be a scorching land to have to land upon if you are Ralix, but now getting aggressive into that corner of defense. They go straight for the grab, trying to be able to throw him down. They want to get the stock back as fast as possible because the last time they were down, one stock was about 60 percentile. They don't want to go down that far, especially because they were chasing the entire time in that previous game. They do not want to make this a 2-0 series. They have to catch up to Ralix, get this stock, and be able to start catching up.
And the Raz has been so patient when Ralix falls off stage. It's a dangerous game to play because if you overextend off stage, you lose your stock and it ends up costing you. But if you don't get aggressive, you're allowing your opponent to get back on stage over and over and over. And he's now done 121%. He's done a full extra stock of damage because you won't get aggressive, because you won't jump off that stage and go for that stock early. So now the Raz has to dig themselves out of an even deeper hole.
Mario is such a combo killer if they can be able to get you started floating, but with all that extra damage that's been accumulated by Ralix on the front, and finally the throw is able to land. When you finally get the big turtle or the big Kaza in your hands, you can spin them all the way up, but they're full stock behind, and the combos keep coming. Another big headbutt, another big grab. They're uppercutting them straight, maybe 0 to death.
Possible 0 to death. Okay, it is going to be interrupted by that grab, most likely into a forward grab, but instead it's a bit of jab attack. Forward smash comes out and will be punished by Ralix, who breaks through. Up smash finds some damage. The spin cycle, no value, and Ralix continues to punish that spin cycle move from the Raz. 115, final stock, opens up a combo, forward air, no purchase, and Ralix just 1 or 2 good hits away from being able to walk away with this second round win.
They're using the water gun. At least they'll be able to keep them from distance, and that build-up will not help them any further. They back up, they throw a fireball to be able to just create that separation, but 155%, and now they're just throwing whatever kind of projectile they can get. They just trying to use that cape at the beginning of the game, and now they're using it at the very end, trying to be able to find that counter, and they're going to slam dunk them, and they're going to bounce them like a dodgeball, and they're going to take them right out of the game. That's 2 in a row, and that's going to be now series point here for Ralix.
That's 2 in a row. That's a 2-0, and that's Kazuya Ralix. The odds are definitely increasing here. So we are looking at a DLC character when the first matchup is Sephiroth. The second matchup is going to be possibly won by Kazuya, a DLC character. If you guys needed any more proof that the DLC characters are some of the strongest on the entire roster, I'm not sure what else I could give you other than the fact that Sora is maybe the only bad DLC. But yeah, the rest of them are so goofy strong. One of them is so strong they have been banned from competitive play. So, I mean, the DLC in this game, do not joke around.
See, I also give a lot of credit to people that use Steve, because I'm pretty sure you're talking about Steve.
I am a Steve believer.
I'm just saying.
I am a Steve believer.
There's creativity to people that use that play, or that character. So it's not exactly like they are powerful alone. It's just about there's so much creativity that once you finally get their big form and they just kind of separate and rebuild the entire map, then that's where they
listen. Any character that can build an L for their opponent in the game should never be tournament banned. That's the dirtiest, most awesome thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. And I wish I could see it more, but Steve has been banned because he's got an unbeatable tech that is an insta-kill. So whatever, logistics and whatever. But I do miss my boy Steve every waking moment of every day.
So you got Mario now that with the Raz. It's going to be the same matchup again. They're going to go over, and I got to wonder, they were ahead in game number 1. They weren't able to get really those confirms because you had so much of that catch-up game that is played out of Kazuya, and it just feels like it's so tough to just finish those stops.
Yeah, so it's interesting that the Raz is trying to play a pretty punishing play style where they wait for Ralix to make mistakes or overextend or punish a move that has end lag on it, but Ralix is playing in a way to punish the Raz's punish.
Oh, wow.
So the Raz goes in for a hit, but Ralix is 1 step ahead, so you go in for 10%, he's going to hit you for 30. And I think that is inherently kind of how this matchup falls apart, is Ralix has to hit the Raz 10 or less times for a stock. But when you're looking at the Raz, they have to hit this Kazuya 30 plus times to do enough damage. That was 5 hits. I want everyone to know that was 5 hits onto the Raz, and that stock is gone.
That is absurd. Mario needs to go back to the gym, maybe get a little bit more yolk.
Bulk up a little bit.
Yeah, get an extra mushroom or two, maybe a flower, we get a flame flower as well. But at this point in time, Ralix is currently up 2-0 in the series. The Raz trying to be able to play catch up. They've lost their first stock in the first minutes of 7. And Raz, now they've been able to at least push Ralix to these corners, but immediately finding the 1-2 combo uppercuts, and they even 153%. They feel pretty safe. They've been able to dominate the middle of the stage and really just feel no worries, but that is going to put them into that kill confirm range, and finally they're taken out, but another forehead-to-forehead moment and kick him 1-2.
Gonna hit that 1-2 onto the Raz, who did find that first stock offline, getting a bit of a spin cycle combo into the second. And I think my biggest commentary on the Raz right now is you've got to be less afraid to jump off stage. You've got to get into the mix. You've got to get into the wild wings of the maps this year, of the stages, because right now the Raz is trying to win a center stage gameplay, which is really difficult when your opponent outclasses you and outweighs you.
Oh man, this has what? At least another 80 pounds on him.
Oh, at least.
I mean, but I think Mario's also made of sunshine and air. So.
That's true. That's true.
Down to the final stock. This could be elimination central for the Raz, as Ralix has a safety net of at least one. They've been able to just counter everything that the Raz is floating at them with. And honestly, this is one of the better combos that we've seen out of the Raz. They need to, take some of those greater risks, but they feel like every single time they do, the counter punish game is happening, and now they're being pushed away.
Oh, great recovery goes out. It's going to be high risk, high reward. Back into stage. The Raz down by one stock, but this is unbelievably winnable, especially if they get this stock in this upcoming combo. The forward smash, though, their favorite move gets punished. The end lag is so long, and Ralix knows that. They go in early. They try to read the air dodge. The Raz gets back down on the stage and finally lands that forward smash. 92% differential here. Can the Raz answer back, or can Ralix press A 6 times?
I mean, he's going to try, but he's got also these boots planted to the ground, trying to be able to at least put one flame out there to disrupt his uppercut, and he finds another one now at 141%. The Raz is up against the ropes. He's trying to be able to get a combo. He makes him trip backwards. He can't go for the grab. They're dodging back and forth. The 1-2, be able to put him back to the sky, trying to hit him with the laser beam, and now he's off to the corner. He lands straight back to the stage. The Raz is putting up a fight. He's trying to be able to shield dodge away. Just near a shield break. Long hold back to the corner. He's floating him around. Septilence is just all of one away, 161%. Going for a grab, trying to be able to pressure him off. He's fighting tooth and nail. He's trying to get him out. DLC be damned, but he gets the uppercut. It's over.
Raz fights tooth and nail until the bitter end, but a bitter end it is indeed. What an insane way to close out that series. You gotta respect the Raz for having just a beautiful play style and an unstoppable performance, but unfortunately, he will be taken down by Ralix here on that Kazuya. I gotta say, to play Mario is not easy.
No.
To play Mario that well against a Kazuya is a feat of its own. I mean, that is incredible to go that toe-to-toe with a Kazuya on Mario.
But you know what? Job well done, and congratulations to Ralix. They'll be moving on to the next round. The Raz will have to look on from the sideline and have another try later. And, man, I wish I could play Mario that well.
I could never.
I mean, I just want to play a Yoshi to a Kazuya. I just want to meme on.
Listen, I'm an Olimar player at heart, and I probably will never stop being one. I love that little spaceman so much. But, folks, we're going to go ahead. We're going to throw it to another short break here. We're going to get whatever's coming up next for you guys ready, and we'll see you right back here with some more VESL action in just a couple of minutes.
Guaranteed, so that's at least something.
Well, that's something, and they probably have played against each other, so that's going to be a banger. It's something that usually happens when we have worlds.
Yes.
The players between the regions, they know each other very well, so they play something so good. It's so much different than watching them play against any other, because they know what takes them, what actually they can do.
What their strategies would be too.
Yes,
what their favorite champions or heroes, or depending on the game agents.
And they even play better in the sense like, let me show that I'm the best one in the region. So it's like a pride thing at that moment. So I hope that happens, and the schools just showcase what they can do.
And then the other matches that we have going on as well: North Henderson Team A versus Palisades High School, West Craven versus Sun Valley Team A. There is Research Triangle versus Green Hope, Sun Valley Team B versus NC Cyber Academy, and Central Cabarrus versus Sun Valley Team C. And then Argykel Team B and Providence Team A both are seeded into round 2 because they had probably the best performance throughout the seeding matches. Because again, we did the qualifiers to make it, but we didn't have all these teams play against each other before because they're from different regions. So now we have the seeding matches that were performed before this, so they played against some of these other schools. So they have some experience, depending on who they played, to go into this and kind of research on what's going on for this series.
By the way, so cool that we have, I'm hearing a lot of names of schools that we were hearing yesterday. So these schools have
multiple
very
different teams.
good esports programs.
Yeah,
You know,
they
it's- They've really dedicated to this. You can tell by the way that the players are, the results that the teams are having so far. It's Sun Valley, you mentioned Cabarrus, you mentioned obviously Audrey Carroll as well, Green Hope as well. So these are a lot of teams, schools that we heard yesterday, and they were doing really good. I mean, really solid. I mean, we were talking about how hard it is for a school to actually find really good players, multiple good players between the.
Welcome back, everyone, to VESL GG here at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside the wonderful Septilence as we get ready to move on from Super Smash Brothers. We're going to Valorant, and we're going to 2 of our 8 remaining teams that have to narrow it all down to 4, and it's a best of 1.
So this is a qualifying best of 1. This is a situation in which one of these teams will be the first, at least to our knowledge, to qualify. And I don't know, I'm pretty split on which team it's going to be here, Monkey Man, because these teams, that joke's only funny to us because you guys don't know yet. The map is split for our first map. We're going to be going up, I believe it is Charlotte Mech versus Audrey going head-to-head. And right now, Charlotte Mech, I believe, 3-0 with a forfeit win, so technically 2-0.
Yeah, this is a team that has a little bit more seniority as well. They have 3 seniors sitting on them as well. But on the other side of Audrey, they also have, I think, a freshman. So a lot of pressure, and there's a freshman per side. So they have 1 freshman per side and a few extra seniors on the side of Charlotte Mech. So this is going to be a fun opportunity for them. But it was all 3 played. They went 42-29 to be able to get to this moment. And so we look at splits. We can finally speak about meta. That's crazy.
Yes.
So, all right. Controllers and initiators become a little bit muted on this one. So I think it becomes more about what controller and then what duelist you want to really lean into. And I feel like everyone is playing Raze.
Everyone's playing Raze, which is awesome because that's my girl. I love Raze. I think she's so much fun. But I think something that we've been seeing a lot more on Split recently, who we used to see, one of these agents that when the meta changed, everyone's like, oh, don't play them anymore, even though they didn't change. And then everyone went, wait, hold on. It's my boy Cypher. Yeah, Cypher is making a huge comeback on Bind, on Split. People are playing him on Breeze, which is crazy. I mean, Cypher has been really prominent in the meta as of recently, and I'm hoping to see a bit more of him today.
I mean, maybe that's also because of the cinematic. The
first time
Cypher didn't die in the cinematic, so he stays alive. But there's a lot of good one-ways you can set up. There's also a lot of good tripwire setups that you can be able to make.
Tripwire's on Split, dude.
Yeah.
They're very
You can't see them. It's impossible. You're trying to lead in, you're trying to rush, and especially if you're doing a raise, you're going to catch them like a pinata, and they're going to get popped, and then they're going to get stunned down. So a lot of good one-ways they can be able to set up. I like Viper on this map because they can be able to take down entire lane, shut down Heaven, as well as screens going over to A. You'll be able to have that one-way as well. Not quite a one-way, but over onto B, but you can be able to have that screen lead in instead of having to rely on a Sage. Now, because we did have a patch change, Killjoy no longer has that full 180. They have a 100-degree look with a turret. Do you sit with Sage just trying to hard stop mid, or do you still rely on your German engineer?
I think you Sage. I think on Split in particular, you do Sage because I think she works really well. And I don't say this as a point of offense to high schoolers. I say this as a point of observation. The high schoolers tend to play metas a little bit late.
Right.
So I think they are going to be playing the collegiate meta that we saw a couple of months ago on Split, which is Sage, Sova, Raze, Cypher, Scott.
Yeah.
Is that kind of that weird mesh comp that I'm never going to forget because it's the first time we've seen that composition. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some variation of that from one of these 2 teams.
Yeah, and we also see either a Sky or a Fade. Fade was pretty good. They're pretty nasty, honestly, when it comes to brawling. But I think one initiator that may be forgotten, they don't get intel, but they do get loud, and that is Breach.
Yeah.
Breach is that guy, that Swedish meatball, and as soon as he gains momentum, he can be able to take over mid. He can be able to re-enter sites, especially off of the Rolling Thunder. And I think that is one of the strongest in the game, especially. I love spamming out with the flashpoints and the fault line. You just can't escape that, especially if you're trying to hard enter A orbit.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, we've talked a lot about the agents, but let's talk about the people that are going to be playing it, right? Let's talk about the schools that we're getting the chance to see. It's Audrey versus Charlotte Max, and Audrey I believe the roster coming out with Anime, Illness, Yushi, I don't know how to even say that one, Range perhaps, and the one Theory coming in. So this is a roster of 1 senior, 1 junior, 2 sophomore, and a freshman, and they are coming out. They are hungry for a win. They're not even smiling at the camera. They said, we got to lock in. We got to focus up.
Hey, you know what? They're trying to go to VCT, I guess. But on the other side, we do have Charlotte Mech, as they're going to be trying to take them on, as they have Red. Also, they have Rogue, Sack, Jewel, and Size. So this is going to be a fun squad. This is 3 seniors, 1 junior, and 1 freshman. So this is going to be a fun group to be able to see compete here today. You get 1 map. This is elimination. All of just a split decision to be made, and they have to be able to win it. Otherwise, they're out. But 4 teams moving on. One of these teams will be going to the state championships.
4 of 8, and we are going to watch one of those teams qualify right here, right now, over the next, hypothetically, 13-plus rounds on Split. So for those that are unfamiliar, we're going to be starting with 1 team on offense and 1 team on defense, and then halfway through the game, 12 rounds in, they will swap So things will kind of start over in a way. But it's the first round, or the first team, excuse me, to 13 rounds that wins. There's some overtime logistics, but we'll talk about it if we get there. We don't need to overflow you with information. The goal of these teams is to win 13 rounds by eliminations, by spike plant, or spike defusal.
Yeah, and Audrey Kell, they are used to having to play into overtime.
That's
If
very
they must, they went to a triple overtime, and they were able to win. So this is a team that knows how to play to the 11th hour and to many, many rounds. I mean, that was, what, 30 rounds into one map, which at minimum or maximum, generally, you're going to be having something of like 20. So we go into our agent picks. Now, when we talked about Raze is obviously a versatile player as well as agent to be able to create so much pressure. You also want to be able to complement them if you can, and then also have the agency to be able to get some of that initiator play walking around them.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm excited because you talked about wanting to see the breach, and your wish has been granted. I have talked about wanting to see the Cypher, and my wish might be granted. They haven't locked it in yet, but I mean, there's a lot of versatility here. We got to talk about the amount of flashes that Audrey Kell is getting ready to bring out.
Oh my goodness, Audrey Kell. Yeah, if you're able to get some of those guiding lights, if they really want to, and if they want to be able to get the Rays moving a lot faster. Now, something that I've seen a little bit different is also going double duelist at times. You sometimes have extra initiators, but it's also maybe a controller. You want to be able to change up having your long distance walls. I've seen some Astras as well as some Brims, if you want to be able to play off-site with it, maybe be able to really weaponize your Rays to get even faster. But we will be having that as well, as we'll have a Brim and an Astra on opposite sides. A Sky and Rays will be shared between them, but a Jet coming as the extra duelist, and you have an extra initiator with the big Swedish meatball.
And I gotta say, my immediate respect to Theory, because Astra is easily the hardest character in this game to play. I think the skill floor for Astra is unbelievably low, and I think it's going to be really exciting to see these players try to bring out these really difficult, really impressive characters.
Yeah, Astra is one of those. I think if you want to think of Smokes as more of a dynamic game of checkers versus chess, Astra is playing a lot more of chess because they have to really strategically set up where they want their stars, where they want to be effective to be able to have themselves go. So when you have an Astra that's like, all right, I'm preparing for entry 2A or 2B, then they have to kind of replace them, and then they have that reset. I think it's like 25 seconds before they get their next star to be able to come back. But when you have a Brim that's coming into the equation, you can really stagger the purchase of those Sky Smokes early and often into either the entry from CT or even into Heaven. So you had that Orbital Strike as well as a Molly. So you have good lineups you can play from distance.
Well, and Orbital Strike and Molly on this map in particular are very beneficial, very similar to the reason Raze is. This is a very claustrophobic map.
Yes.
This is a lot of close corridors. This is a lot of close corners, and it's really difficult to get away from things like an Orbital Strike, like a Raze nade. So ideally that Brimstone can get more aggressive than he normally can on other maps because his kit is almost built for this map.
Yeah, if no one ever watched it, G2 actually, they brought Brim into this and they would caterpillar their way into B-site, and then you would see a counter Brim putting a Molly into the smoke, and it's just a huge dust cloud. Where do we go? What do we do? But we're going to be seeing what happens. Oh, you dropped the crown, King. So who's picking up that crown today? Someone has to wear it to make it to the state championships and make that top 4 as well. I think, you're expecting Cypher, especially on this attack. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Yeah, because you can put the tripwires behind, so they're more of an anti-link.
You've got to force a retake from the defending team right now. That is going to be the concept at hand. And with Audrey Kell starting on the offense, we're going to keep a close eye most likely on that Cypher because he's not really going to get full value until they swap sides, until they're on that second half. Dad of Rouge coming in early on here with that Molly. A smoke to catch, but the Molly does not land in time, and Anime finds that first elimination in favor of Audrey Kell.
They don't quite get the trade, but Illness will be able to get rid of Jewel, as the Jewel does at least get rid of that Jet. So you're down to just a single duelist coming into, so they have a lot of that pressure. They will take over B-side if the plan does go through. They kind of existed as a Sentinel that's both anti-lurk as they get flanked, but also just exists as their own lurk because they can just kind of go around the map there. They really don't have a major role except to be able to get some extra information, especially for these post plans.
Oh, shout out the Gaia's Ghost. I have that gun too, and I love it. It's so pretty. Oh, I get it. Was the other one's named Dad of Rogue, and this is Rogue? Is that what's happening? We'll look at it more in a minute here, but it's going to be 2 players traded out early on. Theory drops a double before catching a bullet to the brain. Wallbang shot from Zay makes it really difficult to survive this. The defuse is through. Yushi on the wide swing. You talked about anti-lurk. You talked about anti-defuse, and Yushi has it in the bag. Round 1 in favor of Audrey, which does statistically suggest they should win this second one as well.
And just like we were talking about, the paint shells from Illness are going to be difficult. They can play from the garage, and if you do have Yushi that's already on that Cypher to really keep anyone from coming in from the flank on market, then you're doing good to go. So now they have that first round. They'll be able to get that buy up, and also wallbang headshot with the classic is one of the most rare and difficult things for me to like believe you did on purpose. I don't believe anyone gets that like with purpose behind them. But we go to round number 2. We do have a buy up for Audrey as they want to be able to push some pressure, and it looks like they're going to do it up mid again. This is where they found their first pick.
Yeah, and my favorite thing about this map is it has a mid that actually immediately connects to both A and B side. That's not something we see in a lot of other maps. There's always a mid, but it doesn't always connect as quickly as Split allows these teams to. So we can see some really aggressive, really fast rotations coming through with a triple wide swing. It is going to be a blink and you miss it moment. Charlotte Virtual deleted from this mortal coil, and Audrey up 5-2. It's not over yet, but with a weapons disadvantage, a credits disadvantage, and now a numbers disadvantage, we do expect Charlotte to lose this round.
Yeah, this is usually a very unwinnable kind of position, especially if you don't have that buy.
I mean, with only a classic.
I mean, I've seen it happen before, but that was
John Wick moment.
That was an iron lobby.
Was my lobby? Were you watching me?
Yeah, maybe. But they also just have to struggle to get beyond this nebula. You do get the flash, and they have a spray of that bulldog.
Very
nice. Covered well by Anime. The first 2 going over to Audrey. Pretty much expected. They do it with a flawless as well.
Yeah, a flawless round win there. It is going to be the expectation at the very least, just due to the fact that these players are winning the first round. They have the economy to win the second round, and they've got to be feeling confident about their chances so far. But round 3, statistically, they're supposed to lose this one.
Supposed to. They also got a lot of great players that will go into some of these Vandals. You'll be seeing the buy-up actually happen because that previous one was a save for Charlotte Virtual.
Here.
Whereas Audrey, they're playing for the bonus, which is exactly where they want to build up their credits, because much of this game is depicted based on how good your economy is. That's a big flash, and now they get first pick as Rogue is going to get rid of range as they go get shot down range. First good headshot, they're going to have a lot of pressure. This is actually what you can run off of when you have both arrays as well as 2 initiators. You can combo up with them and create so much space and take that ult orb.
Well, the difficulty of the defense there is you have to make the choice. Do we follow them down? Do we rush down sewers? Do we walk into a 300 style pinch where they're waiting for us on the other side, or do we allow them to rotate back into mid? And it looks like Rogue said, hey, come on, baby, let's hit mid, come on. Secret Charlotte Virtual, we're going to find a Rogue 3K off rip, and immediately Theory will finally put Rogue down, and out that Rogue agent has been eliminated.
Oh, that Anime redemption arc as the Swedish man puts them down. And you do have that judge held in close proximity as Brim is going to be putting them down another Sky Smoke, and that is where you can stagger these Sky Smokes and make it very difficult to have to make these blind swings. Now, where's the spike going to navigate? You either have that continued pressure from out of mid, or they have to be able to navigate to a separate spot. Now, with the first 2 down, you only have 1 that has dropped, and it was a good for 3, especially out of Rogue. Again, we're going to be seeing much of that because they have the great flash points, and so far, they've shown themselves to be very, very smart. But they also have the ultimate online if they really want to make this into a winnable position.
The Cosmic Divide can be really beneficial here. It's a giant wall that covers the entire map. Unfortunately, they're both caught with their util out and their weapons away, and it's a double 2K coming out from 4K Red. Charlotte Virtual feeling mighty fine about that round win. I believe 2 of them survived, so they are going to have to utilize their economy a little bit, but they didn't lose everybody, so a win is a win.
I love that their name is 4K Red, and their name is Red. So,
oh wait, that's so funny! Oh, that's really funny.
Yeah, that's a lot of red going on. So they're seeing red again. But the bonus round not obtained, and they only drop 1 gun in the process. So Charlotte Virtual now will be going hand to hand with Audrey as they'll have their buy up, and this is our first real rifle round of this game. Now remember, it's BO1. Split is the only format they're going to be playing between both these teams, where they go to the state championship, where they maybe get a best of 3, maybe in a best of 5. You do get the nebula. Oh, what a pop by 4K Red!
4K Red feeling good. A little bit of a dancey dance off that headshot, too. Gotta be feeling mighty fine on the side of Charlotte Virtual. You lose the pistol round, so you're gonna lose the second. None of it really matters, but that aftershock, that one's gonna hurt. Theory's gone down. The flash off the corner. Anime gets the trade out here, and with another trade through, Yushi goes for the wide swing too little too late. With only a judge in hand, what can Data Bruce really do here?
Oh, wow! They're gonna hold down Heaven. That's what they're gonna do. They are basically a Herculean task to be able to take, and they actually put him down.
Wow.
Range as it turns into a 1v1. Come on, Range. Oh boy, Jewel
Flashes out.
until they're blue. Guiding light will guide Range in the right direction. They find the crown jewel of Jewel, and they win the 1v1 trade. And that's gonna force Charlotte Virtual possibly into a save. Oh my lord. What a ballsy, what a gutsy moment. They went up ramp, and they knew that they were completely taken aback because they had the sky smoke down, trying to make it from main, and they just were decided, you know what? We're gonna go up to the fight.
Yep.
We're not gonna let this one be for chance.
And this has nothing to do with the game, but I really need to compliment our in-house crowd because you guys are so hype and you guys are so excited and it's so fun. And I love how loud you guys are being. This is so great. But getting back to the game, let's see how long the crowd's really going to get after an incredibly missed shot. But it's still going to be that race for an ultimate that gets in the way. The showstopper takes 2 players off the side of Audrey and now Charlotte Virtual has the numbers once again. Can they make it a 3-2 scenario? The flash is out. The spray is down. The prey is through. And Anime has their plot armor moment. They win the 2v1 with the Spectre in hand. And now Audrey takes those numbers right back.
So insane to see Rogue just drop straight into all the explosions, is unafraid, but Anime is completely coated in that plot armor, and so they just are unafraid to be able to re-engage. But this is Charlotte Virtual acting off of a deficit, and they came with pressure in the same 2 initiator, 1 raise combo to be able to take over main. But now it's a 3v2. You have your Sentinel and Killjoy, and you also have Brim that can be able to give you 1 extra smoke if you want to delay them from being able to make their next choice of where they got to go. You have 1 ultimate online in the form of the Bladestorm, but that's going to be for something later. They still have guns in hand.
Guns in hand and a very expensive knife in Anime's hands. I just want to point that out, Anime. I see that you bought the new knife, and no, I won't tell anybody. Your secret's safe, my friend. Don't worry. Audrey though, they're not going to be using those knives quite yet. 3v2 on the board. The Tasmanian Tiger gets a little bit of information, and unfortunately, I just don't think it's enough to really capitalize on. Rogue isn't there in time. Trying to spray and pray. Goes for a double. The spray transfer available. Range is down. Yushi finds Rogue. And Anime will be caught down in that low ground. It's a 1v1. It's up to Tool to be the hero this team needs. She's been a great KJ so far, but at 51 HP, is she going to be able to answer back fast enough? Yushi simply does not miss. And Yushi from Audrey will make that lead 1 round further.
Strike down the divine sword from heaven and stab it through your foe as 4 out of 5 go over to Audrey. And now Charlotte Virtual, wow, they're going to have to bounce back. They do have an ultimate online in the Rolling Thunder if they want to get this retake. But really, this has been much more Audrey all the time. They are very gutsy and very, very brave going into these 1v1s. They love to be able to have those isolated features. They feel like they're heroes of their own squad.
So I think if we want to see some changes from the side of Charlotte Virtual, I think the most important thing to be doing right now is playing on site a little more consistently. So with the attack cipher, we're seeing very consistently Audrey going into site, claiming it, and then their Cypher is playing basically defense. He's defending the point they have claimed. So I think on the side of Charlotte Virtual, if they play on site a little bit more, they make it harder for that Cypher to get. I mean, of the 5 rounds, I think Yushi has clutched 3 of them. I think the Cypher has been kind of this linchpin for the team. So I think defending the actual site locations a bit more instead of outside of them or instead of mid could benefit Charlotte Virtual.
And poor Jewel has been at the receiving end of both 1v1s.
Yeah,
unfortunate. They came out the lesser of that Sentinel v Sentinel, saying Sentinel diff on the other side for Charlotte Virtual. But it's still also just our first half of the first half. First quarter, if we go 24 rounds.
Also, Jules playing a nerfed character.
Yes.
It's hard.
Yeah, you have that very narrow angle for the sentry turret, but they're able to see it. You can use the Rolling Gunner to take over space and deny at least the crash.
Nice.
Taken down because of it. 4K Red able to make them dead as they get rid of Anime, who has been a very effective duelist. They have the overgrowth to be able to keep everyone good to go. Illness has a judge, and they're spraying them with BBs from distance. Like Yushi on that Cypher, and now they have the Neural Theft online. They're able to see through the smoke.
And right now, Charlotte Virtual, they're trying to get Dead Red's redemption. They want to make sure they can try to win the round, but a wide swing on the corner. A beautiful Neural Theft to boot, and Audrey does not have time. Or sorry, Charlotte Virtual does not have time because Audrey putting some bullets in the brain there. A really well won round.
Man, 6 rounds in. 5 out of 6 have gone over to Audrey. That Neural Theft, a very powerful ultimate after it was given an extra ping after 4 seconds, and you know where someone is creeping around. You don't get a surprise from a Brimstone that's hanging around the tower. So unfortunate for the side of Charlotte Virtual, no hero moments to be had. Also, there's some very kind of cheeky camera placements that you can get around this place, both onto that billboard that you can see right there, as well as just where we have this wall, as you see all the way to heaven.
Yeah, that camera is a really nice one, but I think Cypher's cameras, they kind of have that benefit of they work until the enemy team sees them, and then you kind of got to create a new spot for one. Enemy goes in with that Blade Storm. Illness has a judge, but they want to be the jury, and they won't even be the executioner. It looks like that'll be Zay instead. 5-1 on the board here at Audrey Kell. They're going to be down in the numbers for the first time in a long time. Wide swing from Jewel. She goes in, she sprays, but the spray is not where it needs to be. One elimination from a lockdown. Caught in the back line. The clutch player, Yushi, has been deleted. Could Charlotte Virtual finally answer back?
And the 2 personal difference. Jewel not letting them accept until they're able to get one, and now they're just kind of trapped on side. It's a 1v3. Oh, the strike! Get a corner! You know what? If you have an ultimate and you have one player to get rid of, get a round win. They're probably going to question mark you in the old chat, but that's fine. Get the round win, get your team righted and back in order.
Listen. I'm about to drop some wise words of wisdom. A win is a win, baby. A win is a win, baby. Goes for the orbital strike. It is a cheeky move, to say the very least, but it is a cool one. It was a cool round win for Charlotte Virtual, and now they've separated the gap quite a bit. If Audrey Kell hits 6, the Charlotte Virtual wants to try and tie them at 6 going into the second half, but there is a world where Charlotte Virtual makes this a 7-5. This could be the beginning of a turnaround.
This is also a couple of ultimates on the other side, that you do have a buy difference, because seeing this 2-5, you expect Audrey Kell to be pretty rich, to have a lot of guns. We're not seeing a big buy as well. Charlotte Virtual has everything except maybe one rifle, so very confident where they get to exist in this world and have more lethality already in their hands. You do have the Cosmic Divide as well as the lockdown that can be traded to be able to land the Marshall shots. And I'm wondering if today we're going to see the Outlaw.
Oh! I think we should see the Outlaw today, but right now we're not really going to get the chance to see much of anything as these teams trade out 1-1. A great honk in from Zay on the B site high ground. Nobody there quite yet. That's also the A site. A lot of corners. Everybody's on the side of some corner right now.
Too many corners on this map. Trying to get the re-entry. Oh, Flashpoint does not get moment. But Anime doesn't come away with a triple tap, being able to get a kill. Instead, they're Brim stemmed it up, trying to be able to get a lot of that pressure, a lot of that speed. Maybe they'll swing in from. You have a lurking Cypher. Do they find him? Oh, they all re-enter from sight. They're right behind him. Get the headshot. Red Beret will fall, and you have the Cosmic Divide. And now 4K Red is trying to be able to get that quick pressure. They find the screen. It's now just Yushi versus 2. Gonna get the screens. As they go for the defuse as well, Yoshi's trying to re-engage just beyond the bus stop, and they're just going for one quick reload. Be able to have enough bullets. Oh! 3 good. Come on now. Good for 3.
Come on now, bro. No way Yushi pulls out a, he's right behind me, isn't he? And still wins the round. That's crazy. Clutch, Yushi clutch. I mean, it's incredible. Walks in with a Guardian, steals a Vandal, drops 3, and gets Audrey Kell their 6th round win.
Oh, goodness. And now we go into a rough situation on the other side of the Eco Strain, and that's going to be a Charlotte Virtual that's going to have to at least look at maybe saving, have few light shields, but otherwise it's a full bank for Audrey Kell. They're going to try and take this advantage, this momentum, and be able to run with it. Oh, so you do have the Showstopper online on both sides, which could be a huge swing of momentum as well if you're able to land, especially for Charlotte Virtual. If they can get a gun out of the hand, you have the Tasmanian Devil that's able to get the stun, and they're able to get a Showstopper as Illness will take down Jewel. There will be no lockdown for post-plant take, and Anime and the rest of the gang are all still alive.
Then Neural Theft comes out from the side of Audrey Kell, the second in the half, but Anime says, I don't even need it. I know where their bodies lie. Rogue will go down early on, and Audrey Kell 5-2 in their favor here in round 9.
Of the frenzy in hand. Okay, Red still being alive. Allows for the possibility of maybe a hero moment. You don't have the greatest weapons, so they have to take on. It's nice. I like when you do the inspect and it does like the. Oh, whoa! Right at the knees. Anime finds them from beyond the stars. And that leaves all of a hurt raise. They get a dink, they will sink. And that's going to be 7, which secures them the advantage off of a flawless round.
So best case scenario for those that don't know, we only have 3 more rounds in this half. So if Charlotte Virtual wins these rounds, that would be 7-5. That's a guaranteed 2-round advantage for Audrey Kell. So best case scenario for Charlotte Virtual, they go into the second half at a 2-round deficit. But Audrey Kell, the way they've been playing, they have been dominating this battlefield. I expect they're going to continue carrying this out. 2 of their players, Yushi and Range respectively, have already dropped 10.
Oh man, 20 between them, 12 assists. I know that a guy in light can really kind of see the entirety of a map. That also shows how effective that particular agent can be on a map like this one. It's close proximity, using the aftershock to be able to clear this corner, trying to be able to get some of that extra pressure, and this is the same kind of 1-3-1 we've seen before. They have Brim to enable a lot more of that speed off of a stim for both that raise as well as that breach. But it looks like the A site is going to be more of this attack. They're taking over, they can put the paint shells out, take over screens, and now A completely under their control. You do have 2 ultimates online. I feel like that lockdown could be weaponized to be able to take up some more of the space and get this side back.
And they've had the lockdown for a little while. A couple of rounds. You know, we saw an opportunity where Jewel, I think it was the second round Charlotte won. That's when Jewel got that lockdown online, but now Yushi is going to go down once again. The clutch factor has been removed. And okay, I'm glad they used the lockdown. I feel a little bad talking about it because I know they can hear us a little bit, but they are going to use that lockdown here. They'll create a lot of space moving into the A side. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. Ties things up 3-3, but Rogue and Dad of Rogue dominating it early on. Charlotte Virtual gets 2 player detainments, but they're not going to go after the elims. I love this. They said, we don't really need the elims, so we can just defuse the spike, and that's a round win.
Yep, and they made sure a couple of extra kills at the very end just to be able to challenge them, and that's just to make sure the seed of doubt has been planted as that tree grows in heaven. So 3. You know what? They don't exactly require it, and they're trying to make sure they have the weapons to go to the next round. Because when you look at that eco, you do have 4,500 credits over to Yushi. He can be able to buy it for extra, and so they have just a few to make sure they have a buffer for later rounds. It doesn't exist the same for Charlotte Virtual. Their bank is always in suspect.
Everybody's bank has been fluctuating a lot in this game so far. It has been a lot of back and forth. We're looking at a 7-3 on the board, and so everyone's able to full buy, but next round, I don't think that's going to be the same. I do that Hawk every single I do that Hawk every round. I think it's such a good Hawk. But right now, I want to see Charlotte Virtual open up the door a little bit. There's one player I'm looking to keep an eye on. I'm actually respectating him right now. 4K Red, aka Red, has been a very talented player thus far. But they go for a bit of an overextension. Before I can hype them up, they're going to be put down. So now it's a 3-3 on the board. Overgrowth gets the team heal. That's a 4-3. I swear I know how to count. Seekers come out. The angry cabbages from Audrey makes the round that much harder for Charlotte.
The fight in sewer, and sadly, the Mutant Ninja Turtles found Shredder. They got completely messed up with Splinter gone and away. Yushi has fallen, but everyone else still alive. They have a half HP Sky in the way of Charlotte Virtual. You don't have any ultimates to be able to utilize to make use of that space. So this will not be a repeat of the previous round where they had 2 trapped that went and rotated over to heaven. So now it's going to be just a face-off. Now with Illness getting that 3K, there's no chance for an ace, but Anime and these 2 duelists are able to find some big kills. It becomes a 4v1. You got to think that they're being told to save, but they're also looking for picks, maybe be a hero if they can be. Oh man, but this is the 11th round. And so there's not going to be exactly a lot of eco going into that next. Gotta think, just play for the escape plan.
Yeah, playing for the escape plan is never a bad idea. So this is what's called saving for those that are curious. It's when you have a weapon and a lot of your team is dead and you can do one of 2 things. You can try to be a hero, you can try to go in and eliminate the entire enemy team by yourself, or you can try to hold on to a weapon like this. So now you carry that weapon into the next round. It's a very intelligent play, and I do want to highlight Charlotte Virtual for making that call.
All right, 38 before the swap. Now, whenever you see like this kind of differential, it can be either 9-3 or an 8-4 at best for Charlotte Virtual. Looking at split, we're gonna speak to this in just a little bit.
Look at that. What?
The split.
The split.
The split.
The split.
The split of split. So they're gonna be re-splitting. But I wonder how much can be gained in the other direction if Audrey can be able to find 8 on their attack. Same that you can do on Charlotte Virtual. Gotta see how effective they are. They don't exactly have the best weapons right now, especially because they had bought all in for the previous round.
That's the importance of bonusing that rifle. Yes, they have that alive. They're gonna be able to keep it up and running. And Charlotte Virtual, I do think their composition works a little bit better on the offense, but I think Audrey works a bit better on the defense. So that's kind of like the counterpoint of that engagement there. Jewel will be eliminated by illness early on. It gives Audrey a 5-4 advantage. Rogue saw a weapon at the wide swing out. The flash goes in. The spike has been covered. The rifle is retrievable. Oh, and it's my favorite one. It's the Bubbles one.
Oh, trying to swing out from the mail room, and you do have Red with the 3K, 4K, looking for the ace, but he has to get the clutch master. They got some Yushi with 9 HP in a dream. They want to be able to get the hero's mark on him with that ace, but Red, now the guiding light, the Cypher is stepping away, being able to create some more space, and now in this 2v1, they are very much separated from the spike. They can be able to get healed up with the overgrowth, and that's a big distinction there. Yushi is down to a 1v1. We've seen these clutch these before.
Yushi about to throw an S in the beginning of that name, turning the enemy team into sushi right now, just chopping them to pieces. The camera out, the swing is wide. You see the sky, and she says good night. It's a sunset from Zay, and that will be the 4th round win for Charlotte Virtual. They will go into the second half down 4 rounds, but Monkey Man, that's the beauty of Valorant. If they win the pistol, they're expected to win the second round, and all of a sudden, we're separated by 2.
I like that we go with some theoretical math about what should and should happen.
Listen, isn't that at real math?
But that was good.
But hypothetical math,
Yeah,
that's where I shine.
Yeah, I love pretend numbers. That's why I loved I. 3i is what? Square root of -3. So there you go.
You've lost me.
You've lost me. To me, that's hypothetical math. So math is fun.
Anything involving multiplications, I'm out.
All right, so we go over to we flip halves. In case you didn't know, Audrey is now on defense, and you were saying that maybe this composition is better made for defense, but you have 2 duels. So we'll have to split that power between.
I think I retract my vote.
Okay.
Because I was like, oh, Cypher better on defense, right? I think the rest of the team, not really. like Sky's good on both sides. Astra, she's kind of better on the offense.
Like a pseudo sentinel.
Yeah. But you're right, double duelists, those are attackers. That is an attacking-sided team. So it's going to be Audrey utilizing those double duelists in a situation that may be difficult. But it looks like it's not going to be that difficult. Theory comes out early, takes 4K Red out of the equation, and really starts to open the door. Yushi takes down Rogue, Illness into Zen. Oh my goodness, blink and you miss it. The first round of the second half comes to a close, and Audrey 1 round shy of double digits.
And pop goes the Weasel over in ropes as they kept sliding up and down. Eventually, they were corralled from all corners and surrounded until it became a flawless round. Audrey not dropping, as well as looking for double digits, trying to be able to get to 10, which really is mental warfare against Charlotte Virtual. I can even see if they really want to be able to press up into this round, maybe a force, maybe just they don't like 10, if they don't want to allow Audrey to have this be comfortable, but also a save would be the safest idea, and I believe that's what they're going to have to really buy in for. Now, they do have the ability to really weaponize both of the initiators around that raise, and it creates a pistol to be able to just kind of push your way through. They don't have the weapons to counteract what Audrey can safely sit back with.
Oh, don't peek. I shouldn't say things like that because I forget the players can hear me. It's such a natural instinct. Oh, the flash is out. The cool knives, defensive knives don't even get used. Rogue takes him down. Red is going to find one of their own as well, and Charlotte Virtual is right back in it, baby.
You got a couple of big weapons as well. They could be able to get that save. Now they can alternate bonus. They have a Spectre right in front of them that they're going to hand off to one of their other teammates. And now Audrey they have the man advantage and the game advantage as they have those players all flashed up but nowhere to go. And now they have them just down to 2. Charlotte Virtual not supposed to win this round, basically. So they're going to have to rotate all the way around. And with Charlotte Virtual now taking over A side, you're going to use that guiding light. They're going to identify that they're rotating in from defense.
I can't say what's going on right now, but it's crazy that it's happening. Something very subtle just happened, and it could change how the game falls apart here.
Spike planted.
We're going to have to wait in patience here to see how this rotation turns out. We know Charlotte Virtual is in on the A site right now, and it's going to be up to Audrey to approach from any of the locations, from double doors, from sewers, from ropes. They could be anywhere, but now that they've shot the turret, their location is a bit more obvious. At least one of them could be near that location. The other caught in another circumstance. Wow, this is hard to clank charades.
At least it's not Pictionary.
It's real, I'm terrible at Pictionary.
I love Pictionary.
I can't draw to save my life.
And one out in screens now as the shots come from.
There it is.
My Theory is able to take down at least no more Sky Smokes. They're trying to be able to get at least one pick. They all
the reload.
Theory up behind the tower. They go straight for the ghost instead. And they toss over a grenade. They underhand it in a thrifty win.
So I very quickly want to talk about why I gasped a moment ago. So we saw the Skyhawk go out. It caught the Astra, and it missed the Cypher. Yushi was not flashed, so they did not know both players were there. So if they moved fast enough, there could have been a flank from Yushi onto site where they thought Astra was going to be going up into heaven. Could have gone for a flank, so I gasped when I held my breath because could have been cool, could have been an anime moment, right? But unfortunately, it does fall apart a little bit. But if you're a Charlotte Virtual fan, you're stoked because they are right back in the mix of things.
And winning a thrifty, especially in round 2 of the next half, I call it an eco break because suddenly you were buying up and you're expecting to be able to have a bonus and basically a given win. And instead, Audrey is now having to persist, which is what they have in hand. Red is protecting their Swede. Oh, and it round of 4K!
So I'm pretty sure Red died last round.
From my stuff.
Can we call that Dead Red's redemption? 2. because I made that reference earlier as well. So that's a callback, and that is an incredible play from Red. 22 eliminations in lobby right now, almost double what anybody else has. Next in lobby is 12. So Red, the player that I highlighted earlier, I said, I think we're looking at a sleeper agent. Red heard me, and he said, hey, I'm waking up right now.
You know, Red so far has been able to get 2 4Ks, and
That's so cool.
good looks by Charlotte Virtual. Audrey Kell, now they're on the buy-up as the big bonus coming a little bit later. This one for Charlotte Virtual. And what they can hang on to, the Guardian in hand for Theory as they have to take him out from around this tower, but they eventually are traded as they get rid of Brim, so there's not going to be those staggered sky smokes, but I think they use the majority of them to be able to enter sight. They get it on the screens, they got into heaven, so now they're separated to this 4v4. We have a lot of those power players still in play for Charlotte Virtual as they hang on to sight.
Red has to wide swing the corner, goes in, you kidding me? Gets the bomb buddy as well. This kid is a maniac. He doesn't have the ADHD reaction. He got that 84K, baby. But it's the open firing range now. A 3K to boot. It's up to Jewel to save the day, but Anime has to get in as well. Has been shot already. Only an updraft to their name, and right now 49 HP to work with. Jewel goes for the spray and pray. Oh, and Anime finds it! It's a bullet to the brain! It's a 10th round win! And it's Audrey Kell 3 rounds away from a victory!
Oh my, just when it seemed all red all the time.
We were seeing red.
Yeah, we definitely were. And Audrey Kell, they had to get that hard swing, and Anime able to finish out that chapter, and they're able to write their story. So now the bonus round given up. Charlotte Virtual, they're going to have full weapons. But Audrey Kell, again, they had to buy to that round. So now they're kind of in a weird situation. You go to the bargain bin, you have some leniency to do so since you're 4 rounds up.
Yeah. It's interesting. So you're up, but you lost almost everybody in that entire round. So yeah, your economy's trashed, and now you have to think about, okay, what is their economy looking like? Are they going to be able to use any ultimates this round? What abilities or weapons are they coming into this round with? And right now, an early flash gives away some intel. It should be a pretty aggressive A hit. And I think what's really interesting about high school is that these players do not fake. They go to the site they say they're going to go to. If they're using util there, you know they're going to be there. And already we see the rotation from Charlotte Virtual into the A site, excuse me.
I love that honesty out of high schoolers. Oh, but they also know the numbers. Red, so aggressive. Rogue is gonna be able to get the 3rd one, but everyone just sending as a party on the backside of heaven. And now it comes down to a 5v2. We've seen a lot of 1v1s. Red looking for the 4K to match their name, constantly able to find the numbers necessary to be able to get their team running in the right direction. Charlotte Virtual in 5v1. And though we've seen Yushi be a clutch up main, I don't think they're gonna be able to do the same thing here. All of us sheriff to him and maybe able to pop a headshot if they can. Red hunting them down. No, they'll be taken out.
The problem is you've now handed them a rifle if Yushi can get in close enough to use it, but no way!
Ultimate is ready.
Hero. John Wick.
John Wick moment.
He's got the golden gun. Oh.
A valiant effort from Yushi. Very well played. And I was really scared because Charlotte kept taking 1v1s.
Yes.
So I was like, stop walking in, stop walking in. But it looks like they are going to be able to win that one. A lot of ultimates possible in this upcoming round. And the economy from the side of Audrey Kell not being there really hurt them. That was a really tough round to win. They weren't able to do so. And Charlotte Virtual, for the first time, I believe, has brought us within 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Since the very beginning, of course.
And now because you have this 3-round differential, you're 3 steps away from being able to get qualified for the state championship. Audrey Kell, they do have those seekers as well as the Cosmic Divide to be able to enter with if they want to establish sight. Orbital Strike to be able to clear out some of that space. Remember, they used it against one player before. I don't mind if they do it again on their attack, but I think they'd be able to clear some of that space. But that's also a great post-plant hold if they want to.
Listen, if you're going to solo somebody, you better get the kill.
Yes.
Those are the rules. Those are the rules. Red has a little bit of intel here. Going to be dropping that bomb buddy down. Gets the information that somebody's waiting just around the corner, but it's actually Rogue. Oh, going to fall. And here it is. Solo on somebody. Oh, you just can't get the kill. By the skin of their teeth, this guy survives. Red finds a kill of their own, though, on the equalize. And Theory has a new theory. The theory of please stand in a straight line. They will be able to find a double kill, and it's going to be Zay that gets the trade. 3v2, but damage has been dealt here on both sides.
Pythagorean theorem around where 3 points can all make a center. It's Yushi to be able to get rid of Cizé. Now, that of Rouge. Oh, they're going to be a color of Rouge as their blood splatter goes to the wall. And that's going to be a defuse coming through against Charlotte Virtual. They're looking for their favorite skin because they've only got 2 more rounds to win before making to the state championship. Audrey Kell, they're keeping Charlotte Virtual at double arms length distance.
It is going to be a scary situation to be in because Audrey Kell now 2 rounds away from a victory. Charlotte Virtual's been able to keep it close, but close just ain't going to cut it. We got to talk about that Charlotte Virtual statistically is the better team. Yes, they got here 13-2, 13-0, 13-7. But right now, when their top player's dropping 28 with 14 deaths in their pocket, that one player just might not be able to make that difference alone.
Oh, they're trying. Now, the difficult thing, they're still buying into this round as well. It's basically a medium buy because you have the Spectres, and they're going all in to try and be able to really equalize this much of the pitch. You do have the Blaze Storm online as Audrey Kell is playing for next. They want to be able to make sure that even if they lose this round, it's not too detrimental. The Seekers go online, the Brimstone comes up, and now they're just going full attack. They're going to rush it down from ropes, and they lay one to waste. But Illness is just a turret! From the other side of the map, hanging on top ramp, and they get into another 2v3. Charlotte Virtual, the same 2 remaining, trying to be able to survive it out. Oh, at least they have the spike, I guess. Yeah, the neural theft. That'll go online. Where they run away to, where they trying to plan to, and now they get Jewel, and they get at least one enemy. It's 12-7. We're on game points.
Game point just around the corner for Audrey Kell, and this has so little to do with anything, but I love the way Cypher says, I know exactly where you are. He's serving, and he knows he's serving, and I love everything about it, but right now, Yushi is serving as well. 16 eliminations on the board, just over half of what 4K Red has been able to bring to the table, but this is such a good example of one player cannot do it alone.
No.
Or Red's ready to drop a 30 bomb, but you just can't carry this team enough into every round. Right now, Charlotte Virtual has to win 5 rounds to force an overtime and hopefully win out in there, but Audrey Kell needs 1 to win.
Out of charges.
Ares God of War will be making his name known on that sky. They use the Pathfinder, they jump over, they use the Showstopper, they want to at least get 1 pick. They at least say, oh, blinding threat. The one-way goes down. Yushi with the clutch up. He's got the 3K, a reload, and now he's going back into the fight. Only 1 man left again. It's a flawless to end it. Audrey Kell qualifies for the state championships.
That is a huge play from Audrey Kell. And I actually want to highlight something very important there. Yushi on the Cypher uses one of the most basic Cypher setups in the entire game, but it works because he had not done it once the entire game. He goes for, okay, the Cyber Cage on the boxes, go for the trip player, they walk in, mow them down. Once you do it, they're ready for it. He did not do it once the entire game until that moment, and it worked wonders. I've got to say, that Cypher, it was the agent I wanted to see. It was the matchup I wanted to look at. It was the character I wanted to keep an eye on, and Yushi did him justice.
Oh, man. Sometimes you show your hands. Sometimes you show a few of the tricks of the trade that you picked up along the way. What guides have you watched? What have you practiced? But Yushi calmly able to guide his team in the right direction. A couple of 1v1s, really the clutch master, and the one that was able to keep everyone in order and everyone calm for Audrey Kell. A couple times, Charlotte Virtual, shout out to them. They were making some big hero moments, and they were so close, especially for Red, who was being able to be that catalyst for change. Tip of the spear for the rest of the shaft of that spear weapon broke.
Yeah, we made the joke already, but Red was seeing red. I mean, 29 eliminations is absurd when the next in lobby was, I think, 17 by the time Yushi got those 3 in the last round there. So, I mean, it was a phenomenal performance. It was unbelievably well done, but unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to our friends at Charlotte Virtual. They fought tooth and nail, and honestly, it was a great fight, especially for a best of 1, but a best of 1 it is.
Audrey Kell, they're moving on. And we are going to be moving on to another game here in just a moment. So we're going to take a short break as we get everything set up for you guys. Make sure to tune in for more VESL GG here at Bank of America Stadium, as well as other co-locations right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to VESL GG here at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm Hail Monkey Man. This is Septilence, and you guys have been so cool today. Love all that energy you've been able to give to us. But we just go from Valorant. Now we go back to Super Smash Brothers. A bit of a fist fight in front of us. Two big competitors.
Two big competitors indeed. I'm gonna bust out the notes real quick to make sure I give you guys the right information. So we are looking at Astapasta from Myers Park, 29th ranked player in the state. That's crazy. I come from the Northeast of the United States, which is one of the largest Smash scenes in the entire country. And to be ranked in any state is incredible. To be ranked as a high schooler is unbelievable. I mean, it is absurd. We're looking at Chupi from Seek as well, 44th in the state, busting out Wario here. So Wario versus Sora. And if you guys are to our keen viewers, earlier today, I talked about one DLC character being really bad, and it was Sora. So I'm going to make this deal for you right now. Astapasta, if you win, I will apologize live on stream. But you got to earn it. You got to beat this Wario.
Astapasta coming in hot and heavy, and of course they're ranked that high in the state, and there's a lot of pressure onto him. But when you get Wario, kind of one of those meteor characters,
100%,
those big fist fights that have been brought to him, they're also on this triple stage where you'll be able to get much of the platforms to him. So you can play much more for the kind of floatier tactics. I also love Wario because I love the way he can just chew on people, be able to build up that gas.
I like the part where he goes, wow. I love, that's my favorite thing about him. I love Wario. But right now, I'm really going to be looking towards Sora, who's one of, if not, they're one of the floatiest characters in the entire game, versus Wario, who's one of the heaviest. Like you said, he's a meaty boy, and he's going to be really difficult to take out. But when you lose the range battle like Wario is going to pretty consistently, it's going to be hard to play Wario. We see the Blizzaga into the Thundaga, back into the Blizzaga. An incredible combination from Astapasta there. Keeps Wario off stage and already guarantees an early stock advantage. A great two-frame in off the ledge. They're 102%. That's a lot of extra credit, but Chupi's got to find this elimination.
I haven't played Sora when it comes to Super Smash Brothers, but I played him when it came to Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
If I know anything, those are huge moves to be able to have a lot of AoE, and that can take advantage of that distance differential that has Wario. But with Wario, he's able to also recover well, both in two different ways. You can be able to get the uppercut as well as the motorbike, and then you can just kind of basically plant someone in the ground if you landed off of the Blizzaga, then the Firaga as well. They're changing up that different types of damage, and that lands with a massive fist, but he got 82 bonus damage.
82% extra credit here is incredible because it's going to be really easy to take Chupi out with a couple of good hits. Another Thundaga off stage could be easy. And if you utilize the Wario motorcycle, your recovery horizontally is very strong, but Wario's vertical recovery, not as strong, all things considered. So you want to get him very far off the ledge. You want to make it difficult to succeed in that Wario position. He goes for the down air, but the Keyblade will win out that engagement. Fun fact about the Keyblade, it was originally going to be a sword, but Disney didn't want it to be a scary weapon, so it turned into a Keyblade. That's some Kingdom Hearts lore for you guys. But right now, Astapasta on that 85%, on that second stock right now. Chupi on 130%. Full rage Wario would have been crazy, but Thundaga says, get that storm out of here.
I just want to be able to see the fart cloud come out. I want to be able to get the class. Like, come on, I want to see that finish. And we have at least 3 chances for that to be able to happen, but at 85%, Astapasta has been able to hang on and hold off this Chupi. So as you get now Chupi trying to be able to play catch up, they get at least one. They're down to 1 stock apiece. This has been pretty dead even as floaty as Sora might be. They've been able to at least get some of those big hits and a massive combo.
Come on, Chupi, that was crazy. What a good opener, 65% versus that 32. He's going to be able to find another combo. The spin cycle goes out. The big hands come up to clamp, and they're not able to find purchase quite yet. Almost a shield break down to the size of a Skittle there. 80% to 60. Thundaga back online, so Chupi knows he has to play center stage or he's going to get Thunder Dance right out of the equation. He goes underneath. It's a stage spike in, but Sora should be floaty enough to get back up onto the ledge. One of the floatiest characters in the game. It's a back throw off stage once again. The motorcycle will not make an appearance. Goes for the ledge grab, gets nervous, falls off the 2-frame. The Keyblade comes in, and Chupi going to be caught out. 120% full rage online. Firaga goes up and over. Thundaga locked and loaded, but the Wario is in the back smash. He's not going to be able to find purchase. The dodge doesn't find it either. The dodge is out. The Thundaga is through. The motorcycle is up.
Oh my goodness, the fact he's even back on this stage. He's able to throw a shoulder, and he gets right up and above him, but he gets a quick combo off of the Keyblade. He's got the bike! He's throwing it out! He says, you better have some insurance because I'm coming for you! And Wario goes too far, can't quite get him down off the stage! No! Recover! That was gonna go over to Astapasta by the skin of their teeth!
Icarus flying too close to the sun. His wax wings begin to burn. Chupi goes for the craziest stock I have ever seen somebody attempt, but unfortunately, It falls a little too short. Sora's floaty enough to get out of the way, and it looks like it is going to work wonders for our friend Sora. Astapasta, 29th ranked in the state, and another win under his belt. Not necessarily by his own actions, but a win is a win.
You know, I think he's making the best use of especially the Blizzarda and the Thundaga, and just being able to make use of that open space, especially not quite kill confirming, but just denying much of that Wario recovery, especially if you're relying on the motorbike to be able to make a use for that lateral space, be able to get back to the stage. And in that moment, he's able to just mindfully, okay, I need to be able to just guard from this distance, and then was just so clean about it. Very floaty is Sora, but he can find those combos, and it feels as hard hitting as a medium character.
Yeah, and I think something really interesting. So yesterday I kind of introduced the concept of the Alamar principle, right? That thing I made up where people play niche characters, you don't know the matchup as well. I would say that about either of these people if they weren't playing each other, because they're both playing niche characters. They're both playing that difficult, so they both get kind of the Alamar principle bonus. And I think that makes this really difficult. There's very few Warriors in ranked across the entire country. There's more Soras, but I can think of 3 off the dome, so there's not many. Right. You know, it's going to be really difficult to find players of this caliber. But another thing about this situation, and I'd love to hear from these players later if this is true or not, but if they're both ranked 29th and 44th, the odds of them having played each other before are over 80%. The odds of these guys having played before are very high, and I'm wondering how much of a salty run back is there.
Man, well, we have actually just external floating platforms.
I think this is the first time we've seen Kalos.
It is, right. Yeah, we have not seen this.
I love Kalos, yeah.
Very pretty.
Very pretty. Very pretty. One of my favorite Pokemon games as well.
Yeah. All right, so we do go have Astapasta with that first game win. Now, there was a ton of pressure, and then there's a very balanced overall fight between both these. But you had the quick kind of floating combos. You had quick juggles that was coming out of Japandi. And honestly, it was almost like a round of applause. He was basically slapping Astapasta out of the arena.
So I like what we're seeing from Japandi a lot here, because I noticed a shift in the play style, right? They wanted to go for the ledge control, they wanted to go for the edge game, but Astapasta on that recovery being so floaty can get back on the ledge so consistently. So Japandi has now gone for a center stage game, wants to force Astapasta to play away from the ledge, because that Thundaga kill confirm is so easy to hit that Japandi realizes I cannot allow that to be happening anymore. I need to take a center stage presence, and while it is a close game, Japandi barely, never mind, does not have a lead anymore, so has to get a little more aggressive, gets to the ledge, the dash attack out, that motorcycle helmet does some damage, and now the ledge guard gonna get a little nervous. 2-frame misses, and Astapasta takes the lead once more.
A couple of big shoulders being thrown. Though they go to the very far outside blast zones. Good recovery, and they're able to get that nice key up blade. Using the Thundaga, they switch over to Blizzaga to be able to just kind of slow them down and be able to connect. They shield dodge and they stay their distance, and now both these characters that are more than 140% damage. Honestly, when I look at Astapasta, especially in the Sora, they feel as floaty as a nest. All that extra space to be able to move, and it just feels non-congruent.
Look at that recovery.
And they're able to get to that corner. They're just hanging on tight. And again, another shoulder jab with off the elbow.
150% versus 170 full rage online for these players, and Astapasta with the back air, gonna be able to find it, take that first, and it's an instant trade. Japandi says, get the heck out of here. It's a 2-2 now on the board. Astapasta in the lead here in this series, so Japandi realizes they need to win this one, and they will be staring down the barrel of a 3-0 defeat.
He's like, hey, I hope you enjoyed looking at that stained glass, because I'm throwing you straight out the window, and they're gonna have to shatter through it, come back in, and now we're dead even all over again, right at the 36th percentile. These guys were so close. I mean, you're saying there's more than 80% chance that they played against us. Yeah, just all of that tiny little difference, and they are playing as if they had played before. I bet they had some beef with each other before this.
Yeah, without a doubt. They've got to be pretty angry about this matchup here. They've got to both be feeling the full throttle. You hear the energy of the crowd every time somebody gets a hit. The whole crowd. Oh, we always have to react as fast as we can to these incredible plays. It's over. The motorbike comes out. The Blizzaga gets in the way. He goes for the throw. Japandi has to avoid the elimination and the explosion of that motorcycle. It's a toss. It's a timed explosive at this point, and the timed explosive does come to a close. They're both going to miss their shots, and I can't believe the big head hits. He hits the fat head shot in center stage. 104 now onto Astapasta.
Oh, they're going for the upstrike, though, and they just are clearly going for more of a lateral position. Now, both at 111, 124%. You think that Japan is at this weird position, but no, they've been able to fight straight back into the jaws of Astapasta. But Astapasta's trying to be able to create the space. They want to separate from them, and they're trying to be able to get more to mid-stage, only to engage, and that's going to be the big butt that comes right back and kicks them off stage. 130%, though, we had an instant trade last time. They have to delay this and deny this, but Astapasta is looking for the kill confirm off the Thundaga.
Astapasta trying to find that kill confirm just one more time. For the first time in a long time, Chupandi has taken the lead. A guaranteed 42% extra credit and counting. Blizzaga finds no purchase. Fire comes out as well. Spin cycle out. The shield is there in the forward tilt. We'll be able to find that second stock. Can Chupandi answer this out with a 57% extra credit boost? It's going to be that triple lock on from Astapasta that finds 17%. Fire finds nothing. Thundaga goes out as well off that stage. And now Astapasta is going to be losing that lead even more, 40%. And the gap is closed just a bit. But Chupandi rapidly approaching that kill confirm percentage against Astapasta.
There is not a lot of forgiveness on these outside edges as well. There's not a lot of bottom stage. You have to play straight down to the cylinder pit, and Astapasta wants to be able to go back to him if they can. But now it's Chupandi that's creating all this pressure. They're tossing the bike. They're taking away that corner of the stage. Astapasta trying to be able to get that juggle. They've caught right and went out with a headbutt. They're trying to be able to float him up. They're going to give him a round of applause. They've got the full meter built up. Throw that bike. If you get behind it, he consumes it. Fart. I want to be able to see the gas attack if I can. They're going to drop right back onto him. They drop down with an A, and then they slide, kick him away. Have that keyblade. Oh! That's a 2-0 right now. Astapasta.
Astapasta going out in a blaze of glory there, hitting an incredible performance off rip against Chupandi on that Wario. Oh, I've got to say, you got to wonder how different this series would be if the fart heard around the world had landed. Because Chupandi would have won that first lineup, would have won that first match, and this would be a 1-1 series. But unfortunately, hindsight is 2020 after all. He's not able to find it, and now he's staring down the barrel of a 3-0 defeat. He's got one more try to make this happen.
Sweeps that possibly could be on the way don't feel right. They don't feel like sweeps because everything has come down to the wire.
We've been down to one stock both times.
And the high percentages on this.
Last stock, last hit.
It's been rough. And yeah, they had that build meter. They were able to eat their own bike. And in case you guys don't know, Wario builds up into that big blast, and it creates such a huge, like a mushroom cloud. It's just lethal.
It's lethal, and it's stinky, probably.
It's so nasty.
Can't smell it, but you have to assume it's stinky.
Pixels are green.
Yeah, so it's gross. The pixels are green, so it's gross. But we are going all the way to Pokemon Stadium 2, my personal favorite stage in the game. It is the most fair, unfair stage in the entire game. Everybody calls this stage neutral, but several characters have advantages over others on this stage. And Wario, very likely, maybe one of them, be able to utilize these platforms to get a little more aggressive toward the top blast zone, which is a little bit lower than some other stages here in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. 58% to 45 now, already Astapasta taking the lead, but Chupandi a bit of a heavier hitter, so doesn't need the percentage to get as high before that stock is found.
Very true. They also have a lot of extra distance, so they can use that bike. They really haven't had to ride it too far. They're just quickly getting in. I see dancing on top of him. I like he's brought the boots and he's ready to play. He's able to get that grab, but then they're getting juggled around by the Keyblade. Thundaga already online. They're trying to be able to get them further onto the right side blast zone, but that's not to occur. Astapasta has the leniency to try new things as well. He wants to get he can be a little bit riskier with how he wants to be able to get back to this great recovery by Chupandi.
4% differential between these players right now, and Chupandi needs to take the lead pretty aggressively. This needs to be a guaranteed victory. Goes for the 2-frame. Astapasta unable to find it. The I-frames out of the ledge recovery is going to keep Chupandi up and running. Blizzaga into the kickflip combo here. Ooh, a great hit early on. One strong hit here could be a guaranteed stocking, and Astapasta. Now he's good. Oh, good! The 2-frame recovery from Chupandi. Oh, I yelled too loud. I peeked the mic. Chupandi, the 2-frame recovery comes through, but it is going to be Astapasta with the instant answer back. Able to find that action happening early on here, and it's going to be a tied up 2-2 again. These players love to be tied up.
A little bit of copy-paste from game number 2 as they instantly were able to respond to each other off of those first stock takes. Trying to get that neutral float right over to him. Use that big belly to connect, but no dices right now. Astapasta trying to use distance. Use Faraga a little bit more often if they can. That Blizzaga is actually kind of that more short distance between the three abilities. And now, with that electric combination, is really putting Chupandi back at even Stevens with him. But Astapasta now fighting from advantage.
Ooh, 90% into a great hit from center stage here. Astapasta really trying to take the lead, but Chupandi doing a great job coordinating that. Goes for the shield break, not able to find it. That forward smash just not high enough of a charge to get through the shield. Oh, a great disruption from Chupandi. Finds that up smash from Astapasta. Catches the back air of their own. Takes Astapasta off stage. The back air does not find purchase, but the Keyblade combo certainly does. Up smash out. A grab is missed. Answered by a grab down throw from Astapasta into that Thundaga, which is a confirmed stock off of Chupi once more.
It just doesn't feel like it should have that level of kill confirm, but then it just kind of comes done.
It should.
It's almost like a thunder from a Pikachu. It just, but you get 3 of them to have to run through. But now, down to their final life, using that down A, and they're able to get Astapasto down to final stock, and they did it with minimal damage suffered. But still, they're getting comboed straight out of it. This is 0 to death, able to get at least that grab. They don't get frozen. They put both hands up, and they're trying to be able to keep on for dear life.
This is looking mighty good for Astapasto right now. We see Chupandi 92%. Astapasto needs to confirm one more stock to confirm their spot in states in just a couple of weeks. So this is a very high caliber play. This is a now or never moment. The combo begins. Chupandi falls out of it. Wario's weight works well for him in that moment. And then the redemption arc is here. Chupandi is going to be able to find it, puts themselves on the board, and this series ain't over yet. Wario said, I ain't hear no bell.
Man. That's what you love to see from the depths of defeat, and finally able to hear him get straight to that corner, get that final stock. And this ain't over yet. We've only had 3 O's for the majority of these SSBs, but now we go into a game 4. Chupandi showing they got that gut check on that giant Wario to be able to bring hands to Astapasto. Astapasto was not prepared for that.
I wasn't prepared for that. I did not think that was going to hit. I was in the back of my head, I was like, he's got it loaded, but I don't think Sora's close enough. Clearly, I did not know. Clearly, I did not see the vision because Chupandi had that locked and loaded, got their redemption arc from the first mistake. There's a beautiful TikTok you can make of him missing the first time and dying, and then the anime music starts playing, and then he hits the second. Whatever. Somebody edit that. I'm not going to do it, but the point stands, and we're going all the way to Series 4 here. Astapasto, 29th ranked player in the state, most likely bringing that Sora out once again. Chupandi on the Wario. Is this the beginning of the sweep?
It could be. But it would require a reverse sweep. Also, I know the exact 2 songs from TikTok. It'd be like the oh no,
oh my god, yeah.
And then you get and then it explodes.
That'd be funny. Newt is always funny, personally.
All right, and it was also National Penguin Day yesterday.
Oh, that's right. We talked about that. Yesterday was National Penguin. We didn't even talk about the on broadcast. That was just a conversation we had. Yesterday was National Penguin.
We had Newt that was playing that day. We should have really recommended that.
Okay, whatever.
Regardless, a very even matchup. Astapasto took the first 2. Chupandi trying to fight their way back into it. It requires a reverse sweep to be able to get to the next round. An early round matchup like this, it's kind of crazy how these 2 are facing off.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Astapasto here has a technical home field advantage. Not actually, but this is Hollow Bastion, the Kingdom Hearts stage in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, so Astapasto may be a bit more familiar with it. Then Chupandi, the Thundaga hits. Wario able to make it back on the stage.
We go over into this 4th game. A much greater advantage to start up on our first stock because the majority of first stocks, especially for the last 2, have been dead even.
Yep.
So they're playing that catch-up game. Chupandi, a nice dodge. They're going for that lateral sweep. And that's been really what's been able to kind of separate them from the stage. Now the big butt is able to clap cheeks onto Astapasto, and they've got a great combo to be able to juggle them out.
That's going to be a huge turnaround from Chupandi here. Took Astapasto from, I think, 31% to 82 in a single combo. Misses the 2-frame. Not able to find it. Goes in for a forward air, though. Gets the purchase. The back air finds no value. Pass the bike back in. Jumps off the bike. Astapasto dodges through. Oh! Lands straight. The down air, perhaps a bit too cheeky.
Immediate trade. Trying to be able to go and get that grab, and no, he just kind of waddles too far, and I love the way the Wario will run.
His movement is so fun.
There it is! Yeah, maybe not an immediate trade, but still both at 0s. That's happened 3 times in a row now.
Yeah, we'll count it. I mean, they're both still at 0 going into that second stock. It's as close can be. These players love to make sure these matchups are close, and now we're separated by 7% in favor of Astapasto. Gets into the Keyblade combo, turns it into a double, misses that recovery up.
I love it. We're able to go for that up clap, big shoulder throw, and now continuously Chupandi is forcing Astapasto in more uncomfortable situations, but because as floaty as it is, he's able to gain much more vertical space, but because of that big platform in the middle of the stage, he quickly can combo up. Now using Thundaga, look how he's able to get underneath the stage to dodge that next electrical strike and beat him up! Oh, chew him up! He's got the meter all the way built, and he was trying to get him, but he couldn't quite land it.
Could not land it. That Keyblade is so aggressive. It's going to be that forward tilt that finds a little bit of value, but Wario's now to the high enough percentage to get taken off the stage. Yeah, a jump into center field here. Going to be going for a short hop back here, but the Keyblade comes out. 110% now from Astapasto. The bike is up. The jump is through. The recovery is lackluster, but the side special comes in clutch. Astapasto back onto stage. Oh, Sora truly cannot die from a distance. Has to be thrown into that blast zone.
Oh, a little bit of extra burn damage. And need some ointment for that, maybe some aloe vera, and they're trying to be able to get him with some of that more elemental damage if they can. Miss on the lunge, able to use that shield, just hard turtling up, big swing back throw, and they're looking to be able to strike him down. Can they spike him out? Yes, they do! Oh, this is the beginning of something special. They are so close to being able to get to that 5th and maybe final.
That 5th and guaranteed final. They've got to make sure they can get there, but if they get to that 5th, it will be the last. One of these players will separate each other from going to stage. A double bonk onto the shield there. The bike comes out, goes into the clap combo. Not able to find the opening, though. Has to be playing against this keyblade as aggressively as possible. A full charge forward smash is going to be caught out by a grab into a back throw off stage. Astapasta looking for the opportunity to strike. The eat on the bike gives you a little bit of percentage, but I think that's going to be a kill confirm. Even still, 180% Wario stands.
They were expecting him to jump a little bit more aggressively back on the stage, and now he's got the back throw. All right, 14%, basically nothing, especially the way they've been able to combo each other into some of these big juggles, big fists, and now they're separating from one another. They're really finding that medium distance before they cut down on it. It's been Chapandi that's really been the one to try and engage a lot more often because Astapasta has been playing on the ropes. They've not been wanting to go with that Keyblade, but now they have a chance to be able to end this series at 81%. Chapandi has the grip. He's going for the back throw. He's not got all the space.
It's going to be one stock each. The fort does not find purchase, but the bike does not either. They're both back on the stage. It's a dash attack off to the left side from Astapasta. Oh, it's another one. Oh, that's game. That's game. The directional input is non-existent on the side of Astapasta. And Chupandi clutches out a second game victory. We're going all the way to game 5. I'm sorry. Where did my hype crowd go? We're going all the way to game 5.
Oh, come on, guys. Get excited for him. Both these players, it's single elimination, and they're trying to act for survival. Chapandi has been able to fight back from the depth of what could have been defeat, but he's not going easy into that good night. Astapasta, they may be high ranked in the state, but you know what? All numbers are out, especially when there's only one game left in front of them. This was much more of a tenured, experienced showcase coming out of Chapandi, showcasing that they will not let this go away, and neither will they.
This is going to be something fascinating because not only are we going all the way into game number 5, but it has been a one-stock victory.
Yes.
Every single time. The first 2 that were won out by Astapasta, he won with 1 stock. The next 2 won out by Chupani was 1 stock. And now here on Battlefield, we are going to one of the most classic maps in the entire game. This stage is going to settle it all. Chupani or Astapasta. Somebody is going to stage, and it's going to be decided right here, right now.
This is where they started. This is where they'll end it. It was Astapasta that was able to take the stage before, but juggling, getting clapped with ginormous hands and knuckles, trying to be able to get back down to the ground. And the difficulty about having 3 platforms is that you kind of get caught on top of them, especially when you start getting chain juggled. And they want to find more of that, especially out of Astapasta. They're going to go up top, big block, especially into those clapped hands. They come right back down to it. And again, dead even, 57-58, but massive attack, and they're trying to be able to trade blows very quickly.
82% to 68 now online. Astapasta looking for an opportunity to control the stage once more. Barely it's back on a ledge. Grabs the technical 2 frame up and through Chupandi. Grab into a side throw here is going to get a little bit more value for Chupandi, who I've got to say, the longer this series has gone on, the more warmed up they've really felt. The combos are landing a little more consistently. The risks are paying off. The reward has been worth it more and more. And right now with about a 20% advantage here, Chupandi has to play careful because if Astapasta hits that Thundaga combo, that is a stop.
Hang on to that corner. That Keyblade has a little bit more distance.
That hits.
It's just right through that corner. And a big back throw as Astapasta's used Thundaga. Look at the dive, dump, and dodge. They're able to get back to the recovery, but off of the connection. They've had an immediate clear off of stock before. They've done it at 0%, and they get at least a big hit. Can they do it a 4th time in a row? They want to be able to get off this blast zone. Astapasta, they are able to recover just enough off that lateral push, and now they can start going for bonus damage.
That's a good example of Sora, right? His hits don't do a lot of damage, but it's going to be that Thundaga, that Blizzaga, that Firaga. Those are your kill confirms going into the rest of the fight. So you chip up that damage as much as you can, but you never utilize a lot of that as the kill confirm. Thundaga comes out, Blizzaga, comes out, freezes up Chupandi center stage. And the value falls short once more, 140%. Astapasta still on that 3rd stock. Chupandi's got to make some big changes, or they're going to start tipping into the realm of impossibility.
Blizzaga is such a good defensive elemental because as soon as they get aggressive, and Chapandi has been getting aggressive here lately to try and go against Astapasta, suddenly they have to be met into a frozen cone. Chapandi at 106%. He's only been able to build, 20 or 30% since stock number 2 is obtained. Chapandi may be running out of gas for that tank, especially now he's down to 1 stock. Astapasta trying to make this a 3-0 here in game 5.
Trying to look for that 3-0 here in game number 5, but that is not going to happen quite yet. Chupi said, you can put me down, but until that fat lady sings, I am not wrapping up this series. I am not dropping that controller. With a great 14% combo, Chupi has a large hill to climb, but it's certainly not impossible. Remember, every time we've seen somebody win, it was with one stock left. But as the fart lands early on, Astapasta is going to take a lot of damage off rip. Can Chupi find this? If they can find this stock before they take, I'll say, 90%. There's a very real chance of being able to win this. They've got to turn things around right now. There's that 90%. There's Wario off stage. There's Astapasta getting a little over aggressive. Should have gone for the up smash, able to find it with an up tilt instead. The dash attack finds purchase.
Use that shoulder throw to really be able to narrow down the space between. Okay, it's 100%. One stock apiece. They have to be able to keep from getting taken straight off ramp. Oh, surviving, Chupi. They have just enough to be able to float and recover. They don't cut down to that medium space, especially with that Keyblade able to make his connection. The Fire Rugga online. Astapasta is trying to be able to juggle him straight out of the blast zone. But no, Chupi, he's just hanging on to dear life. He gets the dodge and the grab off of the old cheek. And he's trying to be able to slam him down. No spike being able to get obtained. He's going to drop the elbow. He's going to slide kicked off. The Blizzard is going to be able to get that defense. And Chupi is able to just get that corner. He gets the grab. Gets the swing. Astapasta. Come on. Astapasta is able to keep the reverse sweep from happening, and they're moving on. That definitely was. Oh my goodness, what a turnaround. The counter for the first time the entire series. It's a Yushi moment. Yeah. Doesn't do something the entire game, and then all of a sudden breaks through, and it's a miracle. It is a beautiful play. It is a well-deserved victory. And Astapasta, I'm sorry. Sora is not as bad as I thought he was. I will say it right now. I apologize. That Wario's looking great. That Sora's looking great. And by golly, what a good series. That was wonderful. That was wild. And I only am sorry that we won't have it in states. That was wild to see, but you know what? Congratulations.
That was the best series we've seen in Smash.
That was great.
No doubt.
Oh, give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was a hell of a show that we got to be able to see between these two awesome players. Chupi, hope we get to see you in later competitions. You put on a heck of a show, even digging deep to get to final stock, which is what it came down to each and every single game.
That final stock each and every time. But folks, we're going to go ahead and shift our gears a little bit from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We're going to jump right back into our STEM discussion. We had 2 of them yesterday, so we're going to go ahead and get ready to jump into it now as well. We're going to do a hot swap just live for you guys really quick, and you're going to hear a bit more about this STEM program. Get over here, gentlemen. Come here, you handsome boys.
All right, that was an action-packed esports break. But let me hear who's excited for some STEM now.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, let's hear it louder. I can't hear you guys.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the beginning of the end for STEM, because this is the last day that we're doing STEM, the final 2 matchups for
The
STEM.
final 2 matchups?
Yes.
Who's playing?
So this match that we're about to watch, we've got Boger from Myers Park and Xi-Fi from Palisades. So let's go ahead and jump right back into the match.
Just as a recap here, I mean, this is our first custom-made STEM competition by VESL here. Tell us what's happening, Christian.
All right, so here we've got a 1v1 of robots suspended on platforms above a pool of water. And of course, robots and water do not mix. So you really want to be the last one standing.
So what happens if the robot falls in the water, and how do they prevent that from happening? What do the teams do in order to program that?
All right, so these robots are trying to keep as many options open available to them. And actually, we just saw right here, Palisades cut themselves off, and
man,
they fell in the water. All right, but that's only
So what could that team have done differently in their pre-programming?
So actually what we see is a lot of the center of the map being cleared out really early. Honestly, what you got to do is get over to the other side and start clearing platforms right around the opponent. But we're not seeing a lot of that. We're seeing them clearing and then going to the opposite sides of the map and doing some.
And what variable is in control of that?
All right, so we actually have several, but there's a variable called C, which is essentially the distance between you and the center of the map. And so all you have to do is subtract that from your equation, but also add some coefficients to kind of like, you know.
Did everybody in the audience get that? Raise your hand if you got that. Perfect. There will be a quiz
Awesome.
later.
All right, so here we can see Myers Park not in a great situation. He's going to be stuck in the middle of the map, or actually he just saved himself, and now they're both doing an edge battle. It's really just who gets to the other person first and who has more platforms to play with here. And we get
gosh,
to
it's
let's say
head-to-head
a little
here.
bit better. Cut Myers Park off, and darn, that
Oh,
is 1-1.
all right. This is getting pretty close here, actually.
Oh, yes.
I mean, and so was that the same equation or a different equation in a randomized condition?
So these players, these two players are still using the same equations that they've been going up through the entire tournament. But the next match that we'll see later on today, we actually have a switch up with equations. Someone tweaked their equation specifically designed for the competition.
Are you telling me it was another last-minute equation tweak?
There was. In fact, it happened twice. So we'll have to see some magic happen.
Okay, here we are back.
All right.
And as a reminder, who's on the bottom, Christian?
The blue one is Palisades and the green one is Myers Park. And we're seeing them both conserve a lot. Myers Park is just going straight down, conserving the energy, which is great for an edge game, unless you get cut off here. And Palisades is doing not a lot of conservation here.
And so how is that number calculated there? That's the equation, and that's the value that comes out that determines the next platform they go to?
These people are using heuristic algorithms and plugging them into the robot, and the robot's looking at all the different paths that it could possibly take and picking the one that equates to the best number. But it's really up to the player to do some good algebra so the bot knows which one to pick. And actually, Myers Park just put themselves in a really bad spot here with only 3 platforms to go. But
yeah, it looked like
Palisades is
is
burning
about to, I mean, they own that territory on the right.
Oh,
that is a loss for Myers Park.
Yep. All right. So it's 2-1 in favor of Palisades, I think. And so actually, Boger was going really strong earlier here in the tournament. The matches leading up to this weekend, he was going 3-0 a lot. Big sweep, but to see him now fall behind Palisades is actually, I would say surprising, but Palisades just got down into the losers bracket here and is now fighting back up to the winners bracket. All right.
Okay. All right. So off to a good start here. And so how many times can they stand on each platform before it falls into the abyss?
It's only twice. So if you're sitting on a platform that, let's just say Myers Park just left, you cannot stay there. Otherwise, that's the end for you.
Oh my gosh.
All right, we might see a cutoff here.
This is the critical point. Oh, they absolutely cut Myers Park off.
So what you'll see here in this situation a lot is that one of them starts eating up all of the platforms that they have, and the other one is just left with as much as they want. And so actually Myers Park might be set up really good here because they have a conservation build, and Palisades likes to spend a lot, but Palisades is setting themselves up for a better finish here. Myers Park is still conserving.
Oh, God.
It's anybody's game, actually. Myers Park.
Now it's tied. It's tied.
We're going to a 5th game, ladies and gentlemen. Prediction.
This is a nail biter.
Yes, it is.
This is some of the best roboing I've seen in this series.
These are the second best players that we have so far. They've made it all the way up here. There's only one person staying on top of them right now in the winners bracket. Who is it? I guess we'll just have to see
somebody that's amazing at algebra.
Yep. All right.
All right, last match of the series here.
Okay.
So what do you think the optimal first move is?
Yeah, so I think it's best to get all the way over to the other player so that you're not cut off and stuck in an edge battle, because you'll see that conservation builds typically win edge battles.
And then by the end of the match, you want to be doing the opposite, right?
Right. So at the end of the match, you want to be conserving, which is possible. But not a lot of players are using like dynamic equations that kind of change their behavior over time. But sometimes they don't have to. And in fact, the min-max algorithms has gotten all the way up to the finals for this tournament. So,
oh my gosh, it looks like Palisades has kind of cut Myers Park off there again.
Oh,
they have stranded them.
as long as Palisades doesn't burn themselves down and cut themselves off, we could see Palisades just take the whole game right here.
Oh my gosh. I mean, if I've seen anything from Palisades so far,
Oh.
their bot knows those moves.
And
That
that
was
is
close,
it.
ladies and gentlemen. Palisades wins.
You know, we just saw Palisades go against the last player in the winners bracket, and they just won the losers bracket. So they'll be going up against them again. So we'll see a rematch here today from yesterday. Who do you think is going to win? Palisades has a lot of practice here. They still have a lot of time to edit their equation, get that in.
I mean, if I've seen anything, they've improved their equation steadily over time, and they know just that right last minute tweak to make.
Oh yeah. And again, there's a lot on the line for these players because whoever wins gets to come with us and build their own computer.
So just as a reminder, they get to build their own computer.
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, I mean, what would you build in your computer? Top of the line graphics.
Of course, the
everything.
best of the best. In fact, we'll be helping them.
All right. So before we cut here, you had mentioned to me yesterday, Christian, that you were thinking about making a new version of the Roboverse and a new game type, like a first-person shooter or a fighting game you have to program.
Yes.
We
So
want to hear in the comments which one you want to vote for. Give us a preview of each one.
All right. So I play a lot of Titanfall. I like FPSs. So I would pick an FPS. You would, shoot the other people's robots, and they would be shooting back at you. So we'll make it really action packed. But if you want to see what we're brewing up for next season or future seasons and beyond, visit the STEM booth and you can maybe vote on what you want to see next. But stay tuned. We have got one matchup, a rematch between XFi from Palisades here in the final match today. But before we do that, we're going to throw it over to Greensboro.
Thank you very much. See you.
Welcome back, everyone. It's VESL GG here at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Septilence, and we're changing gears all over again. We've had Valorant, we've had Super Smash Brothers, and now it's time for the main event that Septilence loves. It's time for some Overwatch.
I'm about to unlock 100% of my brain. This is my favorite game in the entire world, and I hate to admit that out loud. This is the game I played at collegiate. This is the game that I've spent years studying. I've spent years perfecting. I'm super excited to see how it looks at a younger generation. I hear people chanting, but these are soundproof headphones, so I don't know what the chant was. But it sounded very cool. I'm super excited. We're super excited. We've got Sun Valley B versus the Palisades, 3rd seed versus 13th seed. So there's a pretty big growth between them. But in terms of win-loss, Sun Valley, they only are technically 3-0. They have 2 forfeit wins. So a technical 3-0. And if you're looking at the side of Palisades, they're 3-1.
Yeah, Palisades has proven that they're going to be able to go the distance, and also that they can be able to take an opponent that 0-2'd them and 3-0 them. So this is a team that knows how to be able to go into a scrappy fight and be able to come back, learn a lot, adapt, and overcome, which is what we're going to need especially. But I think that we know our first map that we're going to set as well. So Lijiang Tower is a pretty tough place to play. Very scrappy fights, especially on control.
If one of these teams is notably better than the other, we'll find out right on the time. There will be no secrets. But enough about the teams. Let's talk more about the players a little bit. Let's talk about who we're seeing. How about we start over with our 13th seed? If we can start with the Palisades, we can talk about who we're going to be seeing in game today. And I'll be honest, I asked them who they're playing today in their roster, and they said, we don't know. So I'm going to read the names of all the players that I'm aware of are on the team, including Speed, Kaiser, Rhino, Rin, AJ, Rice Grain, and that's it. I don't know why I said it with an inflection that there would be more. That is the Palisades roster I was given. So if that's not the players we're seeing, we are definitely excited to see who they are bringing out today. But their opponents, the number 3 seed, Sun Valley B.
Yeah, Sun Valley B, you've got Shocker, you've got Jacob, Peterbot, MC, and Gamer. Marcelo's going to be fun to watch on that support as well, but it's all about how this team can work together. Get loud, get ready, get proud of your team and of your players as they're going to come into this 5v5. Remember, we've got a best of in front of us. This is, again, to be able to qualify into the state qualifiers with $15,000 on the line. That's a lot of cheddar for these kids.
That's a lot of cheddar for adults.
Yes,
that's
please.
A lot of cheddar
I would
for
love
everybody. That is so much money to play a video game for. That is so unbelievably cool. But these crowds are excited. These players are excited. There's a lot on the line. They want to qualify for states, and now they are 2 sets. Oh, do we have a bracket? I'm going to fully rip the curtain down for everybody. Do we have a bracket for Overwatch? If we do, can we take a very quick glimpse at it? Because I actually do not remember if this is going to be one more round. There it is. Shout out our production team. So it looks like we are starting in round 1 here. So they will have to go not only through round 2, they will have to win round 2 to qualify. So this is not a winner-take-all marble situation. This is a winner move on to play for a winner-take-all scenario.
Hey, you know what? It's still winner-take-all every single time.
That's
because the loser of this set will be done for the season. They'll have to wait until the next one to be able to come back and move on. The winner of this one will be meeting the winner of West Craven and Sun Valley A. And what a crazy thing it would be if it was all in program of Sun Valley versus Sun Valley, but Palisades stands in their way for that kind of fate to come about. So with 2 rounds before them to be able to go, we go straight into the action. Oh man, no waiting around.
Yeah, don't let that overlay confuse you. It is Sun Valley versus Palisades, not the Cyber Academy. We'll get that fixed for you in just a moment here. Sun Valley coming in with an Orisa online. I think that's a really fascinating choice, and a Diva from the side of Rhino. So 2 tanks that we don't really see in collegiate very often, but 2 that these teams are going to try and make happen.
I really love seeing a Torbjorn because you can establish a lot of long-standing defense as well as offenses. They just have so much power, especially as you're able to get so much of that acuity and all that extra on the afterburn. But now as a Viper site, and the site is opening up, they have the Orisa looking to be able to get at least that spear throw, and now that's a difference of 2 different kinds of tanks. Is you do have this Diva that is all kind of an all-in type of idea. They want to get scrappy to the fight to that backline, but Orisa has such long-standing survival.
Yeah, Orisa is one of the most survivable characters in the game right now, and Sun Valley is trying to make that happen. They're trying to keep that Orisa up. Already 80% to Terra Surge. MC has that Coalescence in the pocket, but Rin, they're going to pop a Coalescence of their own. Dr. Pete is gone. MC is gone, and all of a sudden, Palisades are going to be taking these numbers as quickly as they can.
They're trying to be able to take that fight to the Torbjorn as they actually go and straight around and run around that corner, but they've been stuck in that corner for a long time, and they're the longest standing and surviving tank, and that's going to be a full takeover by Palisades as they're able to get this one first, and they begin to tick on the clock.
Yo, listen, the 13th seed is here to play.
Yeah.
They are 1/3 done with this control center here on Lijiang Tower, and I'm particularly excited to see how this team can perform moving forward.
That was a long and scrappy fight to be able to get in things. You have a couple of ultimates online and everyone built into those first meters as well. One thing I want to know is how you're going to get Dr. P to be able to get that visor to be able to really kind of sneak into the back line, maybe get some of those big picks as well as whenever they build that up. And they try to play off of this hard heal from the Mercy to be able to keep Dr. Chase as well. Everyone a doctor, and they're trying to be able to keep those MDs against maybe MC as they fight right back on the site at 60 percentile as Palisades are just holding on.
Palisades holding on strong here. They know it's a game of a delay here with a molten core coming out. A large portion of it going to be eaten by Dr. Chase, but not enough to keep them alive. A resurrection now from Sir Pickles in the back line here, but Speed pulls a blade into the back line. Dr. Hawker has to get away, not able to keep themselves into the fight long enough to rally up. Palisades dumping every ultimate they have into this fight, but Sun Valley doing nearly the same.
Dragon Blade was able to get a massive pick. Oh goodness, but they're kind of stuck in this corridor, and they also have the Coalesce that's coming through from the Moira, and they're just stuck trying to be able to get that teleport behind them, but they can be able to get that death blossom. 88%. They're stuck all the way in spawn, and Palisades, they've hung on tight. They basically create too much distance for Sun Valley to be able to overcome, and it looks like they're going to be good to go here for this first control map. But they have at least one sneaking up. There will not be an overtime, and they've secured their first points.
Point secured now on the board here in the Palisades. They have come to play. They are feeling mighty good. And going into this next map, this next stage of Lijiang Tower, this could be wrapped up early by the Palisades. They could win this one in a 2-0, where we would then move to our hybrid map type. Wow. Chosen by the winner, of course, which map it may be. And then we move into Flashpoint, which is very similar to Lijiang Tower 2 control types. So if a team does win this, I hate to say they're pretty likely to win Flashpoint as well.
Yeah, Flashpoint is one of my favorites. That's really kind of come about to being one of those kind of new types because it's what it's a best of 5 inside of it. You have to get 3 sites.
Yeah.
It's fun because you have to move around and you can kind of get there early. You can win fights along the way. But right now we go to a control. We're on Lijiang Tower, and this is actually one of my more favorite control type maps because it's pretty straight up with you. There's nothing funny about it.
Yeah, and I have to say, of what we were seeing, and hold on, I took a picture so I can talk about it during the break. Of the team compositions that we're seeing right now, there are several characters being played that I have not seen people play in months, which I think is super exciting. So I saw Mercy, who has fallen out of the meta a while ago. I saw Moira, who has not been in the meta in months. I saw Torbjorn, who has not been in the meta for a while, but he's always been kind of a niche pick. He's kind of a fun guy to play. Who else did I see? Oh, Diva as the main tank? That was very surprising. I saw some courageous picks, but I told you that kind of before we went live, that in high school, these players are going to play what they want, not what the meta tells them to. And I'm really having a great time seeing them bust out some characters I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's more about the comfort picks. And also some of these players, they may be brand new to their program as well. I mean, for Sun Valley, all of them are seniors. That's actually a big tell. So what the depth of this program brings, you actually have one junior on their A team, and the rest are also seniors. So this program in particular is led from the front by their eldest of the school and be able to really say, hey, this is how we want to be able to bring our program to the forefront. But being able to get that first control, Palisades, they were much scrappier, and you're talking about Moira and Mercy being out of that meta rotation. And Mercy just, you want the versatility of a support these days, much more Baptiste play.
Yeah, yes. So traditionally in a fight, the role of the supports is going to be to use an ultimate like a beat or like a rally to support your team in a fight, to make them survive a little bit longer, to make the fight a little easier to win. The problem with the dynamic of high school play is we're not looking at, okay, fight, break, fight, break. We're seeing fight. And that's it. And that's it. They just fight the entire map. People continue rushing in from spawn over and over and over. So those support ultimates like a Lucio Beat Drop, like a Zenyatta Transcendence, wouldn't actually be as impactful as something like a Resurrection that comes through. Somebody goes down, oh, we're losing the fight, but the fight never ends. So we need to make sure we win it. You drop the res, you get your tank back up, and it looks like it was pretty darn effective for the side of the Palisades thus far.
Yeah, you never really see that need for a reset because often you see collegiate play, maybe even pro play. They're like, okay, we're losing the fight. Let's get out of here very quickly. They'll jump off the side of the map and they'll be able to go back to respawn, and they just kind of reconvene, take that taxi, and go back to the site. So they don't really kind of find a playmaker type mentality. Yeah, they just go straight back to where site is, and I think that they just charged down the one hallway. They never moved around.
Yeah, a call out that we use very often, or they use, I'm not in collegiate anymore, but the call out we use very often is die quick. And it sounds silly, right? But it's in a situation where if your tank has gone down, if one of your main supports has gone down, you need to get out. You need to reset as a full 5 because you will win that next fight if you're fast enough. But if you go in and your tank dies and you stay in for 30, 40 more seconds, you're really hurting your chances of winning that next fight. So it's a lot to talk about during this upcoming break as we try to figure out some issues here in the venue. But we want to make sure that these players are ready. We want to make sure they can play on the fastest internet that they can. They're all ready to play, fight for their lives, fight for their tournament lives here. We're super excited to get back to some Overwatch, but we'll do that on the other side of this break. Don't go far.
Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Welcome back, everyone. We're having a little dance break here at VESL GG, and we're getting right back into the action here in just a moment. I'm Hail Monkey Man with Septilan, so we've got Overwatch at you. Map number one, rather, control point number one, gained by
number one.
It's whichever. It's you have the potential on control to go to full 3 points. Palisades took it in front of Sun Valley B's team, and Sun Valley, they want to be able to get both their A and B team into their championship if they can, but Palisades did a really good job about surviving and taking that.
Palisades did very well. They played an unconventional team composition, but they won 100-0 on Control Center. So we're going to be jumping into, I believe it was Night Market, but I think they had to reload the lobby. So it could just as likely be Gardens.
Yes.
No, it was Gardens. So it could be Night Market. That was the point I was trying to make. So going into Gardens, I think we're going to be expecting a couple of characters that are more likely to appear. And of course, I'm saying this with an experience in the collegiate level, where we talked about earlier with Valorant. High schoolers tend to play the meta a little bit later. So we maybe see something older. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing an Echo or a Pharah. I think with that, we're going to be seeing a Mercy. I think we're going to be seeing Lucio. And with that, we could see a Roadhog or a Reinhardt. So there's a lot of versatility here. But in the high school level, these kids could play literally whatever they want. The word meta, it pretty much does not exist. Oh, game one did not count. We're starting over.
Wow. Hey, but that's a good warm up, I guess.
Sure. And it's Night Market. I was right all along.
Yay.
And it looks like we're seeing only a very small team compositional change here. Dr. Chase swapping to Ramatra instead of the Orisa that we saw earlier.
That Ramatra could be a lot scrappier, creates some of these points of entrance that you don't want to have to go to because it creates so much of that extra damage. And the Annihilation, if it builds up, it really gives them some extra survivability. But Palisades, oh my goodness, already getting wiped out as they try to be able to enter onto site. But Sun Valley, apparently they took great use of that scrim, if you will.
Yeah, that scrim, they really got warmed up off the back of it. And I think the unconventional picks on the side of Palisades, against you with no Ana, a Torbjorn on the offense, is going to be a little bit difficult to utilize, especially into a composition like Sun Valley. And it seems like Palisades agree, because Speed is walking back to spawn, which means one thing. It's a character swap. On to my personal favorite character in the entire game. It's the J Silly.
But now with this full control that Sun Valley's able to get, finally some percentages for themselves. This Ramatra can be very effective, especially even at range, but if he switches over to that big bulkier form, able to put up that shield, and now Orisa has to fight straight into the belly of the beast, straight into the jaws that is this Ramatra. Now they're doing a fist fight, and they're going straight for some of those kills.
A lot of damage on the side of Sun Valley. When you're the Orisa, you've got to be really careful overextending like that, but it looks like the risk was worth the reward because Speed walks into the back line and drops 3. Dr. P pops a tack visor here in a desperate attempt to keep this point alive, but that desperation does pay off. It'll guarantee Sun Valley an additional, let's say, 15 to 20% before the Palisades can truly recontest.
Matra is one of those stingy tanks. That's a very difficult position to have to play into him, especially because they can just put that giant swarm right in front of one doorway and that narrows it down to a funnel. But Palisades, they still have to fight straight up into it, as you do have the meter being built up for that Riptire, and that could be able to be a massive pick to try to play from distance. They had to put that turret straight into the main square of control, and now you've got the Moira ult, but the Annihilation's online.
Now this is going to be a big mistake from the Sun Valley. I'm not afraid to say that. Using 3 ultimates in one fight is simply too many. In a situation like this, you had the fight already in your pocket. You have 3 ultimates and all you get is a trade. Now the Palisades coming in with some ultimates of their own. It's going to be a Riptire deep into the back line. That Mercy is cooked. That Reaper's going to be joining her back in the spawn room as well. Palisades popping 2 ultimates in a response to the 3 we saw from Sun Valley is going to be huge. I think we're looking at a victory online here. Palisades coming in, 2 eliminations in their favor in a point flip now for the Palisades, our 13th seed.
Vengeance on that Torbjorn. I'd love to see him work because he's going straight into it and putting turrets where you're not going to believe him. So now Palisades, they are able to start voting up their meter, but this was just short of 10% for Sun Valley to be in a safe position. They do utilize all those extra ultimates, and now that's going to be tougher than the fight. I love that Palisades is so aggressive and going straight to their spawn. They want to get scrappy just like this.
Yeah, and I'll say, without naming any names, Sun Valley has 1 win condition right now. And if they don't utilize that win condition, they're not going to be able to win this fight. A resurrection out of the side of Dr. Hawker here. Palisades looking for a little bit of action, moving toward the front line. They're going to be a molten core into the spawn door here, and Sir Pickles just can't get out of the way in time. They are not going to be able to stay alive for this combat, and Mercy is such a pivotal part of this team composition. Her healing is near mandatory to get them out of spawn.
This is Torbjorn's world, and Sun Valley is just living in it as he's reconstructing the entire map, coming straight to ya. But now reaggressing!
It's like a bag of garbage! Sun Valley with the retake! That is a wipe! They will take control! And with just 11% to go, this may be unrecoverable for Palisades. They have to be able to sprint straight back to site with a Lucio still as a taxi. I don't think they have enough time to be able to touch the point to try and get that OT. They're just a distance behind. Oh, overtime is picked. Overtime is barely activated. Speed has already gone down. Rice Brain less than 100 HP. Goes to the boop off the map. A very clever play, but it will not cost them. And Sun Valley getting ready to set the sun on the hopes of the Palisades here in stage number 1. Dr. Hawker on that Reaper has been a devastating player, but with a bit of an annihilation. That purple hug is just a wee bit too tight. The breathing stops on the side of the Palisades, and Sun Valley wins stage number 1 of Lijiang Tower. Can you tell that the crowd has a few Sun Valley fans? Get loud for them as they just took your first control point here with Lijiang Tower. You've got to wonder if that's Sun Valley A.
Oh, is that A?
That's my guess, right? They're here, right? So maybe that's Sun Valley A rootin' tootin', ready for shooting, supporting that Sun Valley B team in that 3rd seed.
All right, so there was a bit of a character change out as you did go over to the junk round, and that seemed to pay dividends all at once when they were able to get that big play. And they took advantage of the fact that 3 ultimates were popped at once, but regained were Sun Valley, and it was looking great for Palisades, especially when they did use the Molten Core to deny them that entry point that they were just playing and poking from distance, and that re-entry was fire.
Yeah, I think the best thing for the Palisades to do right now is get Rain off of the Moira onto the Ana. I think the Mercy is a good swap, but I think Ana would be a really good counter against Sun Valley. It disrupts the Mercy, it disrupts the Moira, it disrupts that Soldier healing, and it stops Ramatra from gaining HP during something like his ultimate. So I think Palisades looking into Ana, one of the strongest characters in the game, could be very beneficial with the team composition they'd like to run. Because imagine an Ana with speed on the Genji too. A Nano Blade, one of the oldest combos in the entire game, could be lethal, but instead the Palisades stick to the Mercy, and I can't blame them. It's about those comfort picks. It's about sticking to your guns when you want to, and right now the Palisades will actually cap this point first. Fun fact, the team that caps the first point, if they gain 10% or more, they are 80% more likely to win that stage.
You said you weren't a numbers guy, but you're definitely a numbers guy.
Okay, I'm a numbers guy with like statistics like that, but don't ask me to do math. That's the hard part.
Well, now they're trying to be able to re-enter as Palisades has taken at least initial control. And hey, guess what? They're part of that early percentile. They take it at least now up, taking up to 20. Now, the one thing that I was thinking might actually come about, Lucio can be such a spicy support. They go straight into the fist fight, and this Ramatra tank switch up has really been able to pay some dividends for their both plays.
Well, Ramatra just survives for so long as well. His survivability is truly huge, but as Vengeance drops a 2K with the turret, I'm really excited to see the Palisades continuing to dominate. We see from this POV discussion of do we swap? That's exactly what that little turn back and forth from Spawn means. Is, do I swap? Do I not swap? What do I want to do? And it looks like maybe some changes for Sun Valley. Back to, hey, if it ain't broke, why are we going to fix it?
Yeah, we didn't really get to see the good old Death Blossom really in action.
Yeah, we got 1 3K.
1 3K. I guess one. And once is enough. But they're trying to be able to play this from distance and right over a bridge as they had fought more for house control. And now it's directly, they're trying to be able to get that move from the user and they're pushing them off. That is a couple of big kills, especially out of Dr. B in the 76, showing the old bones and the old FPS to be able to get it. But now Palisades, they're dropping like flies in Sun Valley. They're actually going to be able to take over.
And here's a good example of die quick. Both your DPS go down, die quick, die quick. Get out or die, get out or die. That's exactly what this call out needs to be, because if you lose both of your DPS, you simply aren't doing enough damage. You need to get in, you need to keep those ultimates ready, you need to move in as a full team. So let's see if the Palisades are going to continue moving forward. They've got a lot of ultimates to use, but Sun Valley has plenty of their own.
This is going to be a very loud round for Palisades based on the ultimates that they actually have online. Sun Valley has maybe all of one to be able to get a good pick process if they want to be able to sneak around behind them. But Palisades can get very loud about this. They're going to be able to act around the Genji. But this Ramatra Neo Swarm, they try and use that Molten Core, the Dragon Blade that goes straight at him. Trying to be able to get the ball. They get 2, a third, but no, it's going to come down. They get rid of the tank.
Down! The Dragon is hungry! He's looking for a 5K! And Speed gonna be able to pick it up! That is 1 through 5 down in the blink of a blade! And now the Palisades have all but guaranteed their victory here on Lijiang Gardens, which means we would inevitably go back to the very place it began. Lijiang Tower Control Center. Sun Valley just has to try and win one more fight, or this second stage is over.
What do they have to even work with? They can be able to use both their DPS's ultimates and just so close so far, but they're actually playing over this bridge, and there's just 92 seconds remaining. They have to be able to do this. Oh goodness gracious! There goes the Torbjorn. Now what do? They have the Valkyrie online.
Winnable!
They have
Winnable!
Do it. Game down distance.
Wait, this is devastating. Can Palisades clutch this out? If they can, this will still count. The fight has not come to a close. Can they win the 45? Rhino pop the Annihilation! The Annihilation comes out. He has to play. They have to take that Ramatra down. And this is, I believe, still a technical win for the Palisades. We will pause, but we will go to stage 3 of Lijiang Tower.
My goodness. All right. Okay. A feisty fight this has been. Woo. That was crazy. Palisades fought back. They were able to hold
I'm here.
sights. So what do we got?
Okay, so technically, it's interesting. If you're lagging, stay on Turbulent. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Because you want to play a character, the turret will aim for you. Your shots have a pretty big hitbox or hurtbox on them, so you're able to get some damage in early. But the other half of me, Torb is so unique. He's so specific in the instances of his value. Swapping to somebody like Reaper, like what Sun Valley is doing, could be very beneficial because Reaper does a lot of damage, especially at a high school level. So it could be a pretty good pick, honestly.
Yeah, and also when you have 2 shotguns, I mean, you don't have to really worry about
That's true.
no precision damage. You're not trying to be able to be a big hit scan. You're just gonna boom, just whatever's right in front of you. Now, if you're Junkrat, that wouldn't really play the same way because it's too much bouncing.
As much as people love to argue me on this, you have to know how to aim to play Junkrat. You have to know how to aim to play Junkrat. And as a Grandmaster Junkrat player, I stand on business when I say this. You have to know how to aim when you play Junkrat. Maybe you're not aiming at the person, but you're aiming at the wall, which will aim at the ceiling, which will aim at the floor, which will aim at the person. It's simple geometry, people. It's simple geometry.
Hey, some of these guys haven't gone through trigonometry yet.
That's true. That's a huge point. If you can play Junkrat, you can pass a geometry class. It's that easy.
I guess actually the majority of the field, save one, are seniors. So if they didn't do geometry, that's just bad education. And I don't believe that their programs are.
Yeah, listen, I took geometry in, I think, the 10th grade. So, and I'm not going to say how many years ago that was.
I took algebra 2, 10th grade.
I took algebra 1 in my freshman year and took geometry my sophomore year.
I took too much math. And honestly, that's what really burned me out for being an engineer. I didn't want to be. I was done. I was like, all right.
Yeah, that's definitely also why I'm not an engineer. No other reason. That's the reason I'm not an engineer also.
Yeah, Calc 3 is just made up math. Calc 4, everyone knows that that's even more made up math. But the math right now is you need 1.
You need 1.
Of the best of 5 to be able to get this control. And then we'll be moving on to hybrid, and there's going to be a whole different ball game. But I do like that they're having these open conversations about what DPS we go between. We got to see some effectivity, but it's really been the long-lasting stance of where your tanks are. And honestly, Ramatra owning the field, I'm kind of not surprised. It kind of bores me, but
I agree. Yeah, I agree. It's boring, but when you're fighting for, what is it, $15,000? I don't care if it's boring. You win that $15,000.
Better than goats.
No, literally, anything is better than goats. Blindfolding me and hitting me with a baseball bat is better than goats, and I stand on that. But I think whoever wins this control gains control, pun fully intended, of the series overall. Because loser will pick hybrid. The problem of that, everyone's going to pick Kingsbury. Everyone's going to pick Kingsbury. Everybody always picks Kingsbury. We love Kingsbury. So it's like, we want to see, is the cheering? I'm going to assume that cheering was for Kings Row. I think it was for Smash, but I'm going to pretend it was for me. Yeah, I'm going to pretend that was for me. I'm a Kings Row believer. But going into this, we're jumping into our 3rd and final stage of Lijiang Tower any second now. And it's back, as I mentioned earlier, where we started. Control Center. And this was dominant for our friends at the Palisades. 100-0 dominant.
No, I'm a big May believer on Kings Row.
Yeah.
May is great. But this was also where Palisades was so powerful. They switch over to the Diva. This is a very scrappy tank because you have that nuke that will be able to get all the way to the back line and just ruin anyone that wants to try and survive it. They're basically on the exact same composition. So all very comfortable, especially under that Torbjorn that they have from Vengeance. You know what? If you want to be able to just have a side hit and then be able to really kind of empower yourself, that's a great champion to be able to do it on. But Sun Valley, they have their brawler straight up onto that Reaper. And right now, they're both fighting for sight. And Sun Valley, again, finding it very difficult to be able to take over the tower.
Trying to take control of the tower here. The Palisades kind of rewriting history, or repeating history, excuse me, coming in. They've got the Moira alive on both sides. And it looks like Dr. Chase wants to get deep into the back line, but has yet to be able to do so. wants to peek wide, but Dr. Hawker takes a lot of damage early on. Vengeance trying to find some picks, but a bit of an overextension here could cost them if the shots find purchase. We see a shield bash in, we see a Coalescence out. Dr. Pete's gone down. My favorite visual bug in the game. The Coalescence is invisible for the spectators, and Dr. Pete falling. Will Sun Valley learn from what we've talked about, or will they instead pop an Annihilation in an attempt to turn things around? Speed is gone, Rice Grade is gone, and with a double bomb, boom, Rhino is back in the mix, baby, keeping the Palisades alive for as long as possible.
Triple kill all the way up top tower, and this is really just to delay them from getting more, but this is actually an extended fight. This Palisades, they're nearly fully half of this meter. They are working towards 50%, and Rhinos will be able to get their next mech here in just a moment. And Sun Valley very quickly have been just kind of pooped out of contention for this. They're going to have a couple of ultimates to be able to use, but one is just mostly to be able to pump extra healing into the fray. And Palisades, they've just straight up won this outright in a single first fight.
Yeah, I mean, that first fight was a long one. 70% for the Palisades online right now. With that Ramatra ultimate coming through the Annihilation, it was actually great because it forced the D.Va to bomb. It forced that Coalescence to come to a close a little early and Rin already 90% to another one. A visor up on the high ground from Dr. P. Nobody's in the line of sight. And what a beautiful rally shield from Rice Grain. It's not for the damage, it's for the protection, it's for the shield to keep that team alive. Here comes Speed deep into the back line, but Soldier, he might have a little more speed in his pocket. Dr. Pete is gone, MC has fallen, and Palisades are one half fight away from winning Lijiang Tower in fruition.
The boot scoop boogie running away, but no, the Dragon Blade will chase him down, and now they're just gonna have to wave at him from a distance. Palisades wins the first map that they were able to get before. The overtime, no, 1%. Re-engage the Reaper, the Death Blossom, but vengeance will be theirs. Palisades will take the first game.
Well done from the side of the Palisades there. That is a very strong performance. And I've got to be honest, part of me is glad they still won because that was tough to see them lose that first opportunity. But they do emerge victorious, even if they did not have to. And we all know what this is. We know this is going to be the Speed 5K on Lijiang Gardens. And here it is. There's one. Let's count them. Let's see a second one. Show me a third. There's the third. And maybe it's only 4, actually, but still. I know, it's all 5. There goes that Mercy down the drain as well. The Speed 5K. Clip it, because it's one for the history books.
Oh boy, Speed running them down with absolute visceral play. So, all right, we're done. Finally, Overwatch was what we were thinking we were going to get.
Map
a lot
one
of
is
today.
done.
We got to have one map. It's a best of 5. We move over to hybrid, which means you have to be able to get the control point and then an escort.
Yep.
So when you are picking, you already said, hey, King's Row.
Yeah.
Is there any other one that you would go for?
So in hybrid, I feel like we're looking at a little bit of Kings Row versus Nubani could be an option. What are the other? I see Kings Row so often. I am forgetting what other maps might be.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of a lot of escorts, and we're not seeing escort. Right
because 66 would be.
Oh, Midtown as well. Midtown. That's a newer one. Midtown is a pretty exciting.
Midtown is rough.
Midtown's a Junkrat map.
All the way around so far.
Midtown's a Junkrat map.
Of course. Hey, for me, Midtown is a Lucio map because I just run away. Just go as fast as I can, past everyone impossible. So I wonder if we're gonna get any change in support at this point in time. I don't believe that we are. Because it feels like they really fixed on having maybe a Moira and a Mercy. I don't think we're going to see much, at least into this particular map, or at least with this particular series of getting Baptiste, who has been so effective, especially with getting that immortality field, and that really makes those long fights last longer down to the last minute.
I believe in one of the more recent nerfs in the game, Baptiste was nerfed a little bit, but I remember reading it and I was like, nah. Like, it wasn't enough to take him out of the equation, to take him out of the meta. He is the highest damage output highest damage output support in the game right now. So if you're looking to put a bit of supportal combat on the line, you're looking to get a bit of aggressive in that back line, Baptiste is definitely your pick. But a lot of these teams are looking pretty good. They want to go for main heals. They want to do damage. They both seem to have an in-house Moira player, so it seems like they're going to be filling that role instead. And folks, just to prove how gigantic my brain is, my head's this big for a reason. It is going to be King's Row coming into this hybrids map, which means I'm praying we get to see my favorite character in the game, not Junkrat, my true favorite character, my boy Reinhardt. I love Ryan. I played Ryan in Collegiate. I played Ryan in GOATs. I've served my time. I played Reinhardt in GOATs. So, I mean, it is something that I love Reinhardt. I think he's so fun, and I'm hoping these teams get to make things happen, get to make the magic happen, because nothing hits like an Earth Shatter that hits, let me tell you.
I think I remember a few lands ago when we were in Jersey at Rutgers. We were playing Rutgers on your Diamond Lobby. So, yeah. All right. So we're going to see an Orisa versus a Diva to start things off. And I actually like Diva because there's some very cheeky vertical positions that you can be able to get to if you want to get crazy with it. But at this point in time, the only main switch up, we have both supports going different. And you have Rice Grain onto the Zenyatta and Brandon going onto the Ana. So that's trying to be able to really have, I guess, much more of that pinpoint precision type damage out of these supports in the distance.
And I love the Ana pick. It's exactly what I talked about wanting earlier. I wanted to see that Ana come out because then you can enable speed, as we saw with a 5K play of the game. If you enable speed, they're going to get stuff done. Yeah. Speed is going to make that difference. Now, playing Zenyatta is really difficult because he's one of the slowest healers in the game, but it's his Discord orb that matters. You can throw it on an enemy. Never mind, he's gone. Rice Grain's on the Baptiste. Who cares about Zenyatta? Zenyatta is gone. Palisades making a swap early on, and I love the Baptiste. So I have to say, I love that I feel like the players are listening to us. They're listening to the advice. They're listening to what we're saying, and we're doing it in a way that feels like not a metagame. Sun Valley doesn't need a lot of tips. They're a very talented team so far. They're bringing out a good composition. I'd like to see Sun Valley swap off the Moira at some point, because I do think Moira is one of the more selfish healers in the game, and you need something that's a bit more of a team player in a team-based shooter like Overwatch. But right now, the Valkyrie from Sir Pickle should keep the team up and running.
Sun Valley still very comfortable, but you're also going to have the rush down as you have the multi-core getting utilized as well, and that's going to be Dr. Pete. They're still on that 76. The Dragon Blade gets popped again. Speed is able to get rid of at least one as they find another one. They're forcing them to have to walk onto the molten core, and they basically establish control of this site. You have Dr. Pete that's still trying to be able to contend into this fight. They put the visor online, but they get no picks from it, and they're basically stuck having to run around this health orb, and they basically do nothing but force them to wait a few extra seconds. And now Palisades, they invade King's Row, they take over. Now it's time to escort that entire cart.
Now they've got to move that cart 4.5 minutes when they get to the next point. I believe it is 2.5 minutes gained once again. So they're going to have to try to get to that first point if they can. But I call this point here King's Row point 1.5. Because if Sun Valley wins, it's very likely that Palisades will lose several minutes on this upcoming fight.
Well, it's going to take a while, too, and this is the first choke point. You basically have two on this long stretch. You're going to be able to turn this one, and then it becomes the right angle that goes off of the next turn. But right now they're fighting into the bookstore, as Rhino is just waiting to be able to utilize that big ultimate. You have 3 online for Sun Valley as well, and they have had Rice Grain. They decided that Zenyatta was too slow. They're on the Baptiste now. That could be a big change up. Palisades decided to just wait for that after being able to get control of the cart.
Looking for the cart control should be a wee bit easier now that Dr. Chase has gone down, and Dr. makes things a little bit easier, but it'd be a lot harder without speed in your face here. Able to take 3 down already. Both supports missing, and this is a die quicker, get out call here. This is a die quicker, get out, because if you aren't getting out in time, you're going to get what's called staggered. They're going to take a long time to kill you, and you're going to respawn late, which forces your team to either wait or take a 4v5 as their next engagement.
It's choke point coming up, and they're just before, but this is already paying dividends being on that Baptiste, as they have a lot of ultimates online on both sides, and they're going to be able to utilize. No, that's going to be, I think, from Sojourn as a switch up. Yeah, create some of that AoE damage right in front of it, but they grab that next checkpoint, and they already have 4.5 minutes, and they're going on the straightaway to try to be able to get all the way to side. Dragon Blade again, and multi-core. That wombo combo is so deadly.
Yeah, I mean, the Nano Blade is one of the most recognizable combos in the game for a darn tootin' reason. Let me tell you what, it is an unbelievably powerful ability when that Genji knows what's up. And if we need an example, Speed knows what's up. I'm not really worried about that, but Sun Valley, going into this next engagement, they have one of the most lethal, newer combos in the game coming in. I'm not going to say what they are because they may use them in this upcoming fight, but I want to see Palisades moving in a little bit fast. A great blackout early. The turret has gone down. It takes a little bit of pressure against the Palisades here. They don't have that free damage in the back. There's the Terror Surge. Where's the other half? Let me see it. Nothing comes out of that Terror Surge, and MC now on the Lucio will have a beat to hopefully help the team survive something like a Nano Blade if Palisades have to use it once more. Oh no, this bomb could be lethal.
Oh, they're trying to be able to wait for it from on top of the tower, and I know that's the combination that you're talking about right now. You're going to have the immortality field, and they're actually using it just from behind, and they're able to exist within it, but now they're just holding it from around that backside corner, and Palisades is actually being driven back by Sun Valley, who does not want to be able to give up this 3rd point, and they have gained so much space and control, and they've sent Palisades packing.
And I love what we're seeing. I love that both these teams have such strong fundamentals. These are teams that I would love to VOD review with, because you see that they have a passion for the game. They have the mechanical understanding, but it's just a little bit of a lack of understanding things like ult economy, ult charge, ult improvement, team coordination, getting in and out of the fight together. There's a lot of little picks that I'm not going to spend the whole broadcast nitpicking, but I just think I love the passion. I love that these players are clearly very good at their craft, and I cannot wait to see what comes out more. Sun Valley, they've got a good couple of compositions here. I'd like to see the swap off the Moira, or the Mercy, excuse me, maybe onto the Iyari, maybe put it onto the Regina, maybe even looking at something like Kiriko, who's very powerful, but it gets a heck of a lot easier. You don't have to heal if there's nobody to deal damage, and as Rice Grain has gone down, that's a lot of damage off the table. Oh, Could be lethal, but they read him like a book. Vengeance still goes down to that railgun shot from Dr. Pete in Sun Valley for the first time in a while, fully stalling the Palisades in their tracks.
They've been stuck here now for about a minute. As we're down to the 2.5 minute mark, you're starting to hear the chants from the crowd, and they're trying to be able to really imbibe Sun Valley. A lot of ultimates online. This is gonna be a full crush, full rush. Palisades, they do have the Dragon Blade online. They're trying to be able to get it, but they also get the beat jump. Still, the Blade will overcome. They get both of the healers. They're able to get the DPS down, and now Rice Grain is able to enact some vengeance onto Pete. Palisades wants to take control of the cart again, but Sun Valley's too scrappy for them. You do have Dr. Shocker, but oh, what a shocker! They're down.
Yeah, it's tough to be MC in that situation because MC did everything right. Dropped the beat, got the ability, kept the team shields up, but ran to hit the bio nade before the beat dropped, so a lot of healing was not dished out to the tank, to the Mercy, who went down very quickly. As a resurrection comes out, we see an amplification matrix up. I'm waiting for a blossom. This has to be a garden. This cannot be a death blossom. This has to be a bomb. When you walk into a bomb, your death blossom ain't gonna do a darn tootin' thing. Palisades should have this one in the bag. And I've got to say, 100 seconds on the clock. Not as much time as one may have thought.
Yeah, they came into this with, what, 4.5 minutes by the time they hit checkpoint number 2. And so when they were stalled out of that corner, Sun Valley was looking pretty good. We never got to see the Death Blossom. Not once. He was walking around. There was actually one key time where they had him at that second choke point. And he thought, okay, I could stay here as an extra threat. But they never got used. They fell out of position, and they never got a chance. And then they ended up walking into the nuke. So this is going to be a chance. And in case you've only ever played quick play or even quicker play, you do get a chance to flip hands.
Yeah, you do get the opportunity to go through. You do get to look at something and, okay, how did they do it? How do we want to do it? And something that I think is really interesting that I want to talk about is the utilization of that Death Blossom, or in this instance, the lack thereof.
Right.
They held on to the Death Blossom for a long time, and that's something called the sunken cost fallacy, where you want to hold on to something, because it's going to be big, it's going to be big, it's going to be big. But in reality, even more so from the game downgrading from 6v6 to 5v5, you only have to get one. Yeah, you only have to get two. It does not have to be a 5K. It does not have to be a 4K. If you get even one elimination with your ultimate, that ultimate was worth it. And I think that's something a lot of these players, especially the high school level, aren't taking into consideration. Yeah. We want to go for the cool plays. We want to go for the exciting plays. We want to get the highlight reel. We want to drop a speed Genji 5K, right? But at the end of the day, if you use your ultimate, one is the number that matters. You need to get one person with your ult, and it's worthwhile.
That goes over to you, Dad of Rouge, with that orbital strike.
Yeah, we remember you, Dad of Rouge.
So, all right, we're going to this half flip. Now, get to see if maybe anything different occurs. Ash is being brought onto the field. So I was wondering if we're going to get some
Sigma as well.
Yeah, so Sigma's being brought in, and that's going to be actually one of those tanks that we haven't seen as of yet. And I thought they would be more utilized. They're actually pretty meta for being able to really control most of the field, especially with that just giant symphony. What is that melody, we may hear them say. But Ash and Precision type characters, I wasn't exactly expecting a Widow, but I'm kind of surprised at this moment to see an Ash.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of long-range hit-scan characters so far today. Maybe that's just due to the fact we've had a couple of connection issues, and it's easier to play the close quarters characters. But Speed found an elimination in the first 10 seconds of this matchup, looking for another one already. With the Sigma online on the side of the Palisades, they can fully cancel out one side of the statue with their shield, and they can force the side of Sun Valley to approach with a shield of their own. Dr. Chase gets up close and personal. Ramontra does not have damage fall off, so it's going to be really easy to farm in that early damage. Dr. Hawker going in early, trying to find some late backline damage, and Rin on the Mercy now, the fastest Valkyrie I've seen in a long time, gives the Palisades an additional heal and damage boost that they're going to use to remove MC.
Dr. Pete showcasing the intellectuality of that MD as they take the high ground, and now they're going to get healed by Sir Pickle. But Pickle looking for at least one revive as that Valkyrie online, trying to be able to be the doctor from the top of the sky. But tell me the news, got a bad case of loving to get shot as Pete trying to run away. Don't want to be able to give them the pick. They don't get anything on the point, and they have just a minute and a half to go.
Oh my goodness, headshot after headshot from Speed here. Unfortunately, it is on the tank, so it matters a wee bit less than it normally does. But you get the damage, you farm up your ultimate, and there are a lot of ultimates ready for this upcoming engagement. I'm curious which one it's going to be, because Sun Valley should pop their ultimate first. MC utilizing the beat to keep themselves alive would not necessarily be a bad idea. It could give Sun Valley the advantage they needed, but instead it's an Annihilation beat combo. The coach gun out from Speed does throw that Annihilation right into Rhino, who will go down, and Speed still may not live to tell the tale. The rest of the team falling like flies behind them, and Dr. Chase with a beautiful 4K opens up the door for Sun Valley.
My goodness, that was the most colorful place on all of
Pete's don't rest right now.
Oh, Oh, they revive straight into it. They might be able to get that dynamite online. They do get at least one pick, but no. Speed is taken down with a headshot, and then Speed is able to get him with the dynamite late term.
It doesn't matter. They've got the point. They're gonna have Spawn right there.
That's true.
Even if he didn't die, even if he did, I mean, it was
funny.
It is funny. You got me there. It's definitely funny. But resurrecting somebody in a fight like that is pretty devastating, all things considered, because it allows the enemy team to get more ult charge, and it takes that person who got res more time to join up with the rest of the team.
Now, it's, again, that same kind of idea. They want to be able to go into constant fight.
Yep.
Like, you know what? There's big use out of this. I have a revive. The cooldown's offline. You know, bring it. Let's go. But now we go into our first checkpoint right around the archway as they do get at least a bank shot as Vengeance still on the Torbjorn. Been very scrappy, and their armor is going to be able to peel down, but they, along with a couple of assists, are able to get rid of Dr. Pete, but Sojourn has been very effective.
Oh, the Remocker gets resurrected, and he makes it out by the skin of his teeth. Some 20 HP at one point. I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit more action from this team with something like a Molten Core. Rhino takes that Ramatra right back to the spawn room again, and all of a sudden, 3 minutes on the clock, Sun Valley getting stalled out at point 1.5.
It's a very difficult spot for anyone to have to go and face Sigma. He can be able to get that big shield, and he can be able to just absorb everything coming at him. And he has these ricochet shots that are just so damaging against especially these squishies that want to be able to slide side to side, and they can't get any push onto this cart as they're hanging out this tight side corner. It's such a blocking maneuver, and now they're going to try and force this issue.
And I was just about to say, I feel like Dr. Pete is going to struggle pretty aggressively to get some value if they're not going to be playing high grounds, but I ate those words almost instantaneously. Rhino has a gravitic flux, one of my favorite elements in the game. It was a beautiful accretion that comes in too little too late. 3 members, now 4 on the side of the Palisades have gone down. It's going to be Dr. Hawker in the backline, dropping a 5K of his own. Palisades going to answer out on the wrong side of a 5K, and Sun Valley pretty much winning second point off that beautiful Dr. Hawker play.
That is the long-lost Death Blossom that we were wondering when it was going to get used, and finally it does.
It has bloomed.
Yes. But does the blossom, well, blossom twice. So we get to have that coming in. I don't know. I forgot what flower it does.
Does lightning blossom twice? Wait, no, that's not it. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute.
Does the Lotus strike?
Oh, does the Lotus strike at midnight? Who knows? All right, a huge gravitic flux off rip here, but it's not going to be able to find any eliminations until Speed puts down Dr. P with a hip fire. A little bit of value on the side of Palisades goes a long way. You're already up by 1. I'm not sure Bob was necessary, but it's better to confirm the fight win than to wonder if you could have, if you used it. So better to use it and not need it than need it and not use it, I think. So right now, Vengeance is going to be able to find 1. Speed puts down a second of their own, and Bob doesn't even get an elim. It's the threat of Bob that feels pretty good.
Bob is pretty scary. Bob is pretty loud. He's a big old robot. Now here's the problem right now, is we're at the final position right before the second checkpoint, and we have about 80 seconds to go. Sun Valley, they have to get all the way to points. And in case you've never played Overwatch before, even if they were all the way to point number 3, it's about how much time is remaining before we go into an overtime when they start trading between the two. Now they're going to try and force this issue. They have to take this fight. Another Molten Core is separating them from that cart.
Yeah, that Molten Core comes out early here from Vengeance and it finds an elimination onto Dr. Pete, who has that overclock available. Will not be able to use it in this fight. MC is gone. Sun Valley needs to die quick or get out and die quick. It looks like they are going to do with less than 60 seconds on the clock. No, stop Wraith forming. There's no point in being alive right now. You need to go back to that spawn room. You need to join the team. And now Sun Valley will be able to reemerge as a full 5 if they are patient.
Hello. 40 seconds. Basically a final fight.
They've got one fight. They've got one fight.
One fight. You got some ultimates online. Not a whole lot. It does at least favor Sun Valley. Palisades gonna hang on tight. They're gonna reconvene together. It's about what position they want to be able to move in from. You got basically 3 options, but 2 are very telegraphed. They're trying to be able to split it. Sigma from distance, they're gonna be able to build up to their own ultimates. They're gonna take this fight. They're gonna try and split all those forces.
Oh my
goodness! And what defense! Chase is barely alive, but they survive.
Chase is barely alive. That coalescence keeps them alive in this moment. Dr. Hawker in the backline. This could be huge if they choose to get aggressive, but if the gravitic flux goes out, the Blossom does not make an appearance. It will wilt instead of bloom, and Sir Pickles will go down in that same breath. The rest of Sun Valley falling like dominoes. And let's make some noise for the Palisades if they have won their second map in this best-of-5 series.
Oh boy! Palisade! One step away from being able to move on. And now it's Sun Valley. They're gonna need some help, especially if you continue to see Speed making these very expeditious calls, diving to the back line, slicing and dicing and making themselves known.
I gotta say, all due respect, Speed, Dr. Hawker robbed.
Yeah, it was
Dr. Hawker robbed of that play of the game. Drops a 5K on the entire team and loses to a Nano Blade. You hate to see it. I wish Dr. Hawker got that play of the game. He deserved it.
Hey, you know what? Both are being the greatest DPS that they can be for both sides.
Yeah, seriously.
So now, to rally the troops. Sun Valley, they need their players as well as all the fans behind them to be able to cheer them on, because otherwise they're going to be down and out of this entire competition. They want to be able to meet up with the brethren of Sound Valley A to be able to move on. But right now, they have to reverse sweep. Where do we start? What is the next set? I think it's Flashpoint.
Flashpoint, that is correct. There's only two choices, and they both are not good. I am not a fan of Flashpoint at all. I do not think it's a good map type. I didn't like Push when it came out, but Push grew on me. I didn't like Flashpoint when it came out, and I still don't. I do not enjoy Flashpoint, and I'm not excited to see how this goes. But as we jump into our Flashpoint, New Junk City, this is tough. This is a very fast-paced map, and I think fast-paced is exactly what our friends at Palisades are looking for. Yeah, when you look at Control Center, they won because they were fast. You look at Kings Row, they won because they were fast. Flashpoint is about being fast.
Yeah, they definitely know how to win their ones.
Yep.
We talk about winning ones, especially in Valorant, but over here in Overwatch, I mean,
Still
there's some
counts.
crazy survivability, and that's kind of what you look for, especially because you may be taking some of these fights not as 5v5s,
Yep.
more of just 2v2s, maybe just 1v minis. And so you're racing to these sites, but they have kind of a false construction of, instead of them saying, okay, die quick, they will be told, all right, you're going to die because you move on to that next position. But it's a best of 5 within Flashpoint. You got to get 3 maps or 3 sites.
Yep. And I think this, more importantly than ever, that die or get out mindset is critical, because if you stick around, if you're wraith forming and your entire team is dead, they're going to get 10% more in that wraith form, because unlike Control, so in Control it counts up to 100%. It's 1% a second. In Flashpoint, it's 1% per 0.07 seconds, or 0.7 seconds, excuse me. So 0.7 seconds per tick. So you're getting this notably faster than you are in Control. So every single life matters. The second, I'm not joking, the second 2 of you go down, get out as fast as you can.
All right, let's see if anything's changed up. Rhino being on the Diva, that is a very aggressive position because they're not aiming to really kind of, I guess, protect everyone else. They can do that off of this consumption of bullets, but otherwise, they're mostly there to be able to go and get those picks and maybe some massive movements, especially from that nuke. On the other side, they're both playing Diva. So you have the Lucio to be able to get the sites quicker from Sun Valley, but still on the Reaper is Hawker. And then now Pete has moved over to the Genji as well.
And then we're going to be seeing a call for a pause here. I believe in the rules, the pause cannot take place until the fight has come to a close. So this team either has to separate, they either have to run and get out of the way, or they have to try and end this fight as fast as possible. And it looks like Palisades is going to be trying to make it happen. It also may have been a late call out here, because it seems like everybody is playing to their darndest. Speed goes in early. They're going to be able to find Dr. Chase, and with another elimination on Mr. Pickles, maybe they didn't need a pause. Maybe the pause was for Sun Valley, because Palisades is eating them for breakfast right now.
Goodness, and that's gonna be Dr. Chase that is gonna be the first to come up, but now you have full control. It's good that you pointed out that it's every 0.7 seconds, because I was like, man, this goes fast.
Yeah, it's 0.7 seconds per tick, so instead of playing basically a full control, it's a little bit faster grand scheme. And right now, listening to Palisades win that first matchup, and I gotta say, it's off the speed. They came in with the Lucio, they had the Diva to boot, and when that Brig gets in there, bro, when she be swinging that mace, it is game over.
You gotta feel like Dr. P was trying to be able to match egos with speed to be able to get on that Genji. But they go right back to Sojourn, which they were so much more effective and efficient on. And now with the Molten Core straight into the frame.
Oh, okay, Sun Valley.
And that's going to be a big railgun shot as Rice Screen does drop as well. And so that's 2 members down. Trying to be able to at least keep this point. Oh my goodness! Did he just drop his mech on 3?
Rhino, more like uh-oh! Oh my goodness, the 3K from Rhino with the remake is lethal. And Sun Valley, they just danced their way right into it. The DMAC will be found onto Rhino, but that damage is too little too late. If Sun Valley wants to make some changes that can be valuable, let's get off the Sojourn. Let's swap over to a Mei. Mei is going to counter Diva. Mei is going to counter Genji. Mei is going to counter Lucio. And Mei is unbelievably easy to play. She was who I used the first time I got to Grandmaster on DPS. She's so easy. I'm not joking. Give her a try.
Oh, everyone's gonna be yelling at you.
I deserve it.
There's a list of people that hate Mei. I love Mei.
I think
she's so cool. But I also hate people that are really good at Mei.
You, me. I love playing me some May, let me tell you what. With a Sojourn shot there, it looks like Speed is going to take a wee bit of damage, makes it harder to engage on this fight. And with a wonderful Death Blossom, Speed will find the trade out, the deflect kill onto Dr. Hawker, but the damage has been done. 3.5 players eliminated. Palisades, I feel like we're overstaying our welcome. Let's get out of here. And they do just that. The surviving members regroup with the rest of the team, and they will try to retake on this next engagement. Also, my hat to Sun Valley, they want to fight with one ultimate. That's what I'm talking about.
It's nice, and it was a Reaper, and it cleared to at least like 2/3, and they were able to get the extra damage based on health that was lost. And in case you're new to Flashpoints, these points do not open automatically after the first closes. You still have to be able to get that extra timer down. So if you're confused about why Palisades wasn't on it to begin with, well, they're still waiting on the timer to tick. Now 35 seconds already. We go to this next fight. The Nano Blade has already been popped. They're able to get rid of not just the DPS, but also the support. And Rhino's making quick work out of Hawker.
Now Palisades used 2 ultimates there, which is the most you can use before it's problematic. If you're using 3 or more, that's when it's a problem. But they popped the rally. The additional shields help Speed out. I think there was a great Brig stun from Rice Grain as well that allowed Speed to clean up a little bit. The problem is they tipped their scale a little bit. They're now losing the ultimate race, and Sun Valley should have a couple of ways to find this opening engagement. One of them we're looking at right now.
If they'll be able to get this from down in distance, they've been able to hit their shots, and that's actually something that Overwatch players, I don't know how people know all these hitboxes, because honestly, getting a headshot in this game is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it ain't easy. Everybody in this game's a different size and a different height. Some of them are easy to hit, some are impossible to hit. So it's going to be something interesting to look at as we approach into this engagement here. A bit of a rotation comes out from Sun Valley as they approach the high ground, but Palisades, they are not budging. They're 70% done. Oh, no way.
After it, they throw the nuke straight into the side hallway. They take out 2. 1 DPS, and of course, there goes Mercy, and no one's going to revive for them. The Sojourn, no, rather, you've got Vengeance straight into the backline. Speed is able to get the quick blade kill onto MC. This one's done and dusted as they're going to take a second point. Now they're going to be 1 flashpoint away from being able to get this series done in a 3-0 sweep.
I like what we're seeing from the side of Palisades there. I think Sun Valley, I think MC popping the ultimate there isn't the best call. But they swapped to Lucio anyway, so it doesn't matter that much that they use the ultimate. Palisades, I would like to see a stagger on the baby Diva a little bit. She's out of her mech. She's super easy to kill. You get her to like 4 HP, and then you watch her do a little dance for a little while. And it's really hard for Sun Valley to re-engage, especially when their tank is missing. But that's something that maybe we'll learn down the line a little bit is the art of staggering a baby Diva.
One of those nuanced positions, and that's really where experience as well as coaching comes into play. Pete making sure to at least get the turret out of this position. But now you have a few ultimates that's really going to allow Palisades to be effective and be able to get rid of Sun Valley as they hold on to this tight side corner. But I want to see what's going to be traded between the two, because you also have people that have been hanging on to their ultimate for a long, long time, and now the Molten Core comes online. They want to establish site control.
Site control has been gained for Palisades here, and MC is going to be the first player to go down. Diva tries to run with a bit of healing. She may be able to. Dr. Pete power slides into that, what's it called? Molten Core, that's the word.
Yes.
Diva Bomb comes out from the side of Dr. Chase here, and it looks like Palisades are going to get not only an ultimate out of Sun Valley for free, but they're going to stagger for a heck of a long time.
That's not a good, I don't think that was a good play to go for the nuke, just to be able to survive. They wanted to be able to keep running around, but honestly, they just took away a big weapon, especially the main weapon that you get out of your tank. You know, the Valkyrie that's going to be able to help them out if they want to go to this next fight. Half of this point has already been taken. They have to steal it from Palisades, but this is Palisades' kingdom. They fight on the rampart, and they've been able to kick Sun Valley down.
Sun Valley definitely kicked while they're down right now. I can tell you that. They've got a lot of ultimates they'd like to use, but they're not going to be able to get through with these ultimates quite yet. One of them I'm waiting to see. We're waiting for a garden to bloom, because every time they've used this ultimate, it's been so effective. But your Diva flies in, loses her mech in an instant, so you lose the advantage you had. Overclock finally comes out from Dr. Pete, and they take themselves down, firing into a deflect. Here comes a great play from Dr. Hawker in the back line. The supports are gone. Palisades should get the heck out of here, but they're going to stick around for as long as possible, because this is an exception to the rule. They want to make sure they get to overtime. They want to get to 99 minutes. The mercy has fallen for Sun Valley. Is this winnable for the Palisades? No, it's not. They don't have any healers. They're sticking around way too long.
Still surviving for just a little bit longer. This comes down to a 1v1. There goes Rhino, and they're able to get at least a drop. They get rid of Dr. Chase with it, and now it comes down to and Mercy out of their mech, taking the fight. Oh no, it was theirs to win, but it's Palisades taking out Sun Valley, ending their run. Palisades moving on.
Palisades 13th seed fighting mighty strong and Rhino with play of the game. Folks, let's just take a look at this again. Because we're like, oh, the bomb's pretty good, right? The bomb is not the important part. Bam! It's a triple kill for Rhino. That's one for the history books if I've ever seen it in the Palisades. The 13th seed will emerge victorious. We're talking Rhino, we're talking speed, we're talking vengeance, Rice Grain, and Rin. They've emerged victorious, and they will continue fighting for that spot here at VESL this weekend. But speaking of VESL, folks, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to UNC Greensboro for a little bit, because apparently there is a special announcement from VESL and UNC Greensboro waiting to be shared.
I was going to say, oh my goodness. But either way, I think this is just a pause. We'll be back in just a sec after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Overlord. We are live right now at UNC Greensboro. And for those of you hearing me, seeing us, you might say, Overlord, weren't you just in Charlotte at Bank of America Stadium kicking off this regional championship this morning? The answer is yes. And then I jumped in the car and headed right down here to this amazing campus, to this amazing esports arena in UNC Greensboro, where at a start, over 200 schools, over 3,000 high school students across the great state of North Carolina set forth in this season to dominate. We're at the regional finals. I'm standing next to David Wyrick here. He's one of the great champions of esports and STEM here at UNC Greensboro. And David, let me tell you, because we're speaking right now to Wilmington, to Charlotte at Bank of America Stadium, and UNC Greensboro here in Greensboro. 3 simultaneous, for the first time ever, live championship events, so we can crown a champion on February 17th here again in the state championship. How does it feel to see all these kids absolutely grinding it out here as we hit this regional phase?
Well, I'm kind of amazed because my thoughts can't help but go back to early conversations that we had over a year ago with this vision for a statewide high school esports and STEM league.
Yep.
And to go from idea to fruition and seeing the activity and to see the smiles on the faces, to see the competition, the friendly banter, the coordination across the state, it's really music to my ears.
Absolutely, and we are loud as we possibly can be here at the stage. Now, I got to tell you something. First of all, hey, if you can hear me here in the arena, let me hear how excited you are, guys. You're not going to let Charlotte beat you, are you? Charlotte screamed real loud today. One more time. Who's psyched up to be at the regionals? We'll do better. It'll be better than the finals. So, David, if you can, real quick, before we jump back into the live action, a lot of people are in this high school league across the entire state.
Yep.
They're learning STEM. They're learning skills for the workforce. Many of them are saying, maybe I should go to college somewhere. UNC Greensboro's really leaned into this collegiate esports stuff. What have you done at a high level, and what could kids expect if they might be interested in UNCG as somewhere to maybe take their next steps?
Yeah, so we're addressing esports very comprehensively across the university, from the academic side, from the innovation side and drawing out new technologies, from the competitive side, and connections with industries across the state. It was the first thing that jumped out at us when we got into this space was the workforce development opportunities. Students go to college because they want to get jobs.
Yep.
And so we want to position our graduates, whether they're an English major, a media studies major, an animation major, it doesn't matter. We want to position them with the technical skills where they can go out and get the most cutting edge tech jobs in the state of North Carolina that they want to get.
Yep.
and work as hard as they want to work at it. We're going to give them the opportunity to go as far as they want to with it.
Beautiful. Well, listen, it is awesome to partner with you guys here at UNC Greensboro, to be here in your esports arena, which I might say is the top of the top experience you can have in collegiate esports. And I think probably what we should do is get back to this action in the regional championship round. Somebody's going to be crowned a regional champ and head to the state championship.
Yep.
So let's see it happen. Charlotte, Wilmington, Greensboro, all simultaneous. Let's see who's going to make it to the states.
Welcome back, everyone. It's VESL GG here at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm Hale Monkey Man in the booth alongside Septilence, and we've got more Overwatch on the docket. In case you didn't just see it, it was a 3-0 sweep, but a very tight fight. Palisades able to take down the B team of Sun Valley, but now I think there's a little bit of vengeance in mind for this program.
The sun rises yet another day. Sun Valley B defeated Sun Valley A. Probably Angie. Maybe the A stands for angry because they are coming in. They're going to try to avenge their fallen brethren, and they're going to be going up against West Craven. And the cool news for the people in our house, and we know we've got a lot of Sun Valley fans here, West Craven is virtual, so you guys can be as biased as you want. They're in a different location. They won't even know that you're being super biased.
Yeah, just be very loud. Just like, they ain't nothing. They ain't even here. Were they even showing up? But they will be showing up on...
They are showing up in a different location.
Yeah, we're in 3 different locations to do this entire regional qualifier, or rather state qualifier for this regional championship. So, Sun Valley, we expect this entire room to be very loud, be able to cheer for your bros. So, we go into it. It's going to be a fun best of 5 all over again. We've had a lot of 3-0 sweeps, but you know, the pecking order has been very much established, and I think we saw much more creativity a little bit ago out of Palisades.
Yes.
And I think this program is going to tell their A team, hey, you need to be able to change on a dime.
100%. I mean, Overwatch is a game at its very core about counter swapping, right? It's something you don't see in games like CSGO. It's something you don't see in games like Valorant. You don't get to swap who you're playing once you lock in. But in Overwatch, that's the concept of the game. At its core is to be able to swap onto something else to counter what your opponents are bringing to the table. And I will say, I think the counter play is what gave Palisades the advantage. In that last game, they swapped to counter the Ramatra, they swapped to counter the Diva, and it was that constant rotation in that tank lineup there that really allowed them to run away with a victory. So I'm eager to see if these teams are going to bring that same level of versatility to the table, or if instead we are going to be seeing a lot of, this is who we're playing and we're sticking to it.
It was kind of the same too. You don't want to run away from a hot hand, and I think speed was really the definition of that. They were doing so well in the Genji that when they went to Ashe, they're like, okay, this is kind of cool, and this is kind of gimmicky from distance, but I'm going to go right back to who I love, who I know, what I'm doing well with.
I think they lost the fight on Ashe, went back to Genji, and did not lose another fight. I think that was fully like the lineup. They were like, okay, I'll try Ashe. Oh, we lost? Never mind. No, forget it.
Yeah, they had the leniency to be able to do that, though, because they did have at least a win point up. They were on 3rd point when it came to Kings Row. But we're going to change things up. We're going to go right back to where we started. We're going to go back to Control. So looking at Control, we have what? Control, Hybrid, and then Flashpoints. I know we're not going to change your mind on Flashpoints.
Nope, never.
It's so scrappy, but I think it really does expose a team that is made more for fighting together versus fighting apart. And so do you think that's a good measure of a squad at the midway mark of a best of 5?
I think a good example of is your team fighting as a team is Flashpoint. Because if someone goes down, 2 people go down, and the other 3 are sticking around, and it's not a close fight, you're not fighting as a team. You're fighting as 5 individuals on a team. But if you're watching a team lose a player, let's say they lose their tank, the most impactful player to lose, and all 4 of the other 4 tuck tail and get out of dodge, that's a team. And the most important thing about Overwatch, and I preached this a lot yesterday during Rocket League, is you've got to be playing as a team, not just on a team. Overwatch is not a game where you're going to succeed off of individual performance. You've got to be communicating, you've got to be working well, and you've got to be listening to your teammates. And that's something that a lot of teams always need to be working on.
What is your favorite Control map? Now that we're going to have this as our beginning of our
Legion Tower. Legion Tower.
Okay, it seems to be the most balanced. Again, it's like something that's not exactly has to be brought back anew.
Ilios close second.
Ilios
close second. Ilios is just more gimmicky, so it can't be my favorite. But
I feel like it takes longer to run, especially when it's in the city. But I do like when they go to, is it the museum or is it like deep into the...
There's ruins, there's well, and there's lighthouse.
That's true. Okay, so lighthouse is pretty much like, hey, a boop and get back into the fight, as long as you're not being thrown off the edge. So.
Yeah, well, that's the hard part about Ilios. That's why it's gimmicky, right? Because 2 of those 3 stages have a death pit, like near or in them. So it's very easy to get booped in or to get knocked out of the way or to get pulled in or whatever it might be. But actually, full disclosure, don't know what map we're going to first. No, I know it's Control. Could be anything. Could be Ilios. Could be Nepal. Could be Legion Tower again if they wanted it to be. Could be Busan. Could be... I think that's it. I think those are all the important ones. If there's another one, I do not remember, and that means I do not like... Oh, it could be Samoa, right? Isn't that the new one? I believe that's the newest Control map. Oh, and then also, during the break, I realized I thought of like a bunch of hybrid maps, and I did not say earlier, including Eichenwald and Hollywood, which I did not talk about earlier. So it looks like we are waiting on West Craven to make sure they're ready, and of course, it's kind of how it works when they're not here. Got a message and be like, hey, are you guys ready to play? We just start the lobby. That's a little bit unfair, so we're waiting on them for now.
I also think I like Nepal as a focus.
I like Nepal
because Nepal has like both the inside and the outside structure type of fights, and I love being able to get the big pitch. You're talking about that there's always something in the middle that really kind of affects where you're trying to stand. But when you go straight up into the temple, that's my favorite. I'm a Lucio kind of guy. I want to be able to ruin you by going and be able to just kind of wave you off the side. But I also love being able to work with a Roadhog, and a lot of players have recognized how that gimmick has gone away.
Yeah.
So they stay more to the board.
Yeah, Roadhog, a character that lost almost all of his value swapping into Overwatch 2 when you lost the first tank. He became the only tank. It just really does not work as well anymore. And I will say, I think my preference on a map depends on what role I'm playing.
Okay.
My preference when I'm playing tank or DPS is different than when I'm playing support. Because when I'm playing support, Nepal might be my favorite control map.
Okay.
When I'm rolling around in a Lucio, bro, when I'm getting a 5K on Mercy, like, come on, I'm feeling a little spicy out there. But if I'm playing something like a Reinhardt, I'm pissed if I'm rolling into Nepal. I'm so mad if I'm rolling into Nepal.
Sigma as well as Zarya would be my main picks going into Nepal because I love being able to go in, especially into that hut, and just being able to lock you down with that graviton matrix, and that's just it's so rough to be able to have to run away from, and you can get so much splash damage, especially with all the right clicks that you can get off of her.
Yeah,
Sigma just seems like he's kind of an all-around tank. You know, I didn't believe in Sigma. I thought they were just a false tank. It's some old man running around with no shoes on. Yeah, just exposing the toes, showing the beans, and I just was like, why? But then I was made to believe.
Listen, hot take. Sigma's feet should count as a headshot. That should be a critical hit area for Sigma, is if you shoot him in the exposed feet. Man has no shoes on. Sorry, enough about that. Whoa, Maga making an appearance here. Speaking of the new map, Samoa, this is the guy that brought it to us. Maga is one of the newest, the newest tank in the game, and I'm eager to see if they're going to be able to pull this off.
Mauga, in case you guys have not seen them before, creates a cage match for their ultimate. So they can be able to lock you down, keep you in place, and that helps with a lot of damage from the outside. But you have Ramatra in opposite from them. That's going to be on to pause. So very difficult, especially if there's a ton of damage that come out of the dual Gatling guns, but you also have the 76 and the Reaper. We've seen that combination before, and that's existing on one side. May being brought into the fight, really is trying to slow things down by creating a lot of these ice walls to really keep you down in distance, but you have the Ana as well. And I think an Ana onto that Mauga combination really can create a ton of damage in a quick succession with Karuki able to keep you up.
Fight is going to be taking a little bit while, but it's going to be in favor of Sun Valley A, who's going to be there on the right side of your screen. We're going to get that overlay up for you in just a moment here, but it's going to be Bizo the Bozo that goes down early on here in light. Going to be able to shut the lights out on that Silver 76. This is the 12th seed versus the 5th, so West Craven is the expected winner, but Sun Valley B was too, and they got taken down by the 13th seed. So let's make some noise for Sun Valley as they win that first fight in general fruition, almost halfway done with this first fight already.
A full wipe, save one as they run away, and it's honestly just up to Bees. He's the Bizo the Bozo. All right, so hopefully he's not clowning around making some jokes. He's able to get some extra damage, really build up that ultimate as well. But I love that the May control that you can get out of Sun Valley, especially with Ramacho and the Annihilation they're going to be able to get online. They have so many good just survivability, and then the Reaper coming through. That's what you want to see a lot more often. Light at the end of the tunnel, Light right in front of you, getting killed.
Light is the end of the tunnel.
Yes.
You are not making it any further than that Reaper in a moment like this, and Tanuki on that Lucio picks up a double kill. The first time we've seen a support really get schnasty like that in a while, so Sun Valley, they are not only winning, but they're doing it in style right now.
You have a trio of ultimates online for Sun Valley to continue to hold this position, and it really comes down to one last fight, because we're already at 80% here for Sun Valley. This particular tower is tough to be able to regain from, especially if you're not taking it. You're diving in on that Malga, and now you actually have the immortality field as well as they create the cage match. You're trying to be able to take on the Annihilation, but the Annihilation is going to outlast it, and so much damage. They are literally 20 HP, and they finally burn down that tank, but at what cost? Sun Valley is able to take down everyone else. That's 99%. You have a single touch for overtime. Team kill to end out first point.
A team kill to wrap up first sight here is going to be a good performance. And Pog, I see you swapped a Wrecking Ball. I'm counting that for my bingo. Because I don't think I'm seeing it at any other point today. So that is the Wrecking Ball that we are dealing with for the time being. But all things considered, Sun Valley A, I mean, they're not just showing up. They are showing off pretty aggressively here. I feel like that was a really strong performance from this team. And I think deep on the Baptiste as well is going to be making a pretty positive difference here on Gardens in particular. Because once you get into sight, it's a lot easier to work with something like an immortality field, like a Lucio or a Boost, because your team should be near each other.
You know, I was a Wrecking Ball main for a while, And then when they nerfed the grappling hook, I just became so sad.
I wasn't Overwatch 1, but I haven't played him since.
No, he's been so tough to play. And honestly, he's very scrappy. If you can get someone that's just very used, maybe even more of a Doomfist style mentality, dive to the back line, create that extra overshield.
He lost value for the same reason Hog did, right? He was good as a second tank, but when he's the only tank, it's really difficult to get value with. Sharknado 2, I'm just not realizing is what that gamer tag is. Sharknado 2 is it's definitely one of the movies of all time.
It's one of my favorite movies. That is a movie.
It's one of the movies I've ever seen.
It's definitely one of them, and more of them. And Baptiste has already shown all that extra value. We didn't get to see much of that in our previous series, but Tanuki has been able to get a big boop as well as onto Twerk. Oh my goodness. Some of these names that we have on these guys.
You know, it's the most high school thing I've seen.
It is very much the most high school thing.
We'll use the word creative for now, but some of these names are quite interesting if I've ever seen them. And we're looking for another boop from Tanuki, but they get a little aggressive. The hook is caught, and they're able to make it out behind the skin of their teeth. 10% alive on the board right now, and West Craven, get out of that, baby. This is a new nightmare for West Craven. Bezo the Bozo will be losing that Bastion early on. It looks like the rest of the team will fall like dominoes, crumble like a cookie. Sun Valley will win this first fight in fruition here. I'm a Smart Rock, takes down Light, but it's more of a, what's it called? A prize when you lose, but they give you a ribbon anyway. Consolation prize. Consolation prize.
This was pure unadulterated damage coming out of Sharknado 2. May they be one of the most movies of all time, or simply just working well off of Tanuki, who is using this bridge to full effect, which means they got to really re-navigate where they're going to be going to kind of re-enter, and they're sticking to that Roadhog, trying to be able to get some of those big hooks, but you do have the full Kitsune rush to be able to get some of this extra damage, but they're not able to find much space.
And you don't get out yet because it's a support trade. It's a one-to-one. You pop the visor, you try to make sure you don't get hooked off the map, but you got to make sure that Roadhog does not catch you in a moment like this. Reaper, where are you going? How did you get there? It's a good hook into deep into the back line. The Sharknado 2 will be able to survive by the skin of their teeth. That's going to be a whole hog coming out from I'm a Smart Rock, but Fog will fall. And it looks like EOA is done. We'll be joining them in the Shadow Realm, which has no Light, because Light hasn't respawned in 2 maps. They haven't been taken down a single time. Sharknado 2 drops to 3K, and that is a DPS team kill for Sun Valley.
One fight to go, and this could be a 2-0 here on our first game. Held this best of 5. Sun Valley's A team trying to be able to really take it to West Craven, who is fighting at one of our co-locations here for this tri-position land. Across all of North Carolina, they have the Immortality Field, and they're going to get rid of it quickly. And this fight was done before it even started. Everyone fighting into the blender. They're dropping in, they're dropping out, and they're dropping not this first game. This one goes to Sun Valley, and it's going to be a 2-0 to start things off.
I mean, West Craven, they probably want to scream right now with the anger they're feeling. It is a new nightmare for them going up against Sun Valley A, and you've got to give them credit because that was a dominant team performance.
Yes, Sun Valley.
Guys, every time I try to listen to the chant, you stop doing it. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, you better. All right, they said they're going to cheer for me again later because every time I try to listen in, they stop chanting. But a good performance from Sun Valley so far, and a dominant one at that. A comment I made in our first Sun Valley matchup, Sun Valley B, as I mentioned, if a team's going to be dominant, we're going to see it early on a map like Lijiang Tower, and it looks like it was pretty dominant so far in favor of our friend Sun Valley A. Moving into the future, I'm going to guess Kings Row, but we could look at Eichenwald. We could look at Hollywood. Those are 2 very popular maps, but I don't know if they're going to work with the team comp we've been seeing. The Maga was weird. Maga's a tough tank to work on right now, especially after he got nerfed post-release a little bit. So they're trying to make something new work. But overall, the concept is there for West Craven, but I need to watch them a little bit more before I can identify what is really wrong, other than the obvious of your tank picks were rough. Yeah. Hog is not a great choice. Maga is not a great choice. So maybe going to something a little more default could be beneficial for the team.
I want to see Eichenwald now.
I like Eichenwald a lot.
Eichenwald, I actually did really well when it came to being Junker Queen.
Yeah.
She's so scrappy, especially in that quick zigzag that you have to make it onto that first bridge. And I think she'd be able to really create a stagger when it comes to much of your positions. But we won't know what that pick is until it's going to be able to come up to us. And I think really the tank picks have been the defining factor here, at least in this fight, because in our previous series it came down to DPS.
Yep. I also want to give a shout out to, I'm pretty sure it's Tanuki on the Lucio, who was really dominant there on Gardens. Went full supportal combat, said, well, I can't remember the type of healing this is called, but you don't have to heal if everyone that can deal damage is dead. And that's like a type of healing that we refer to Moira players very often as that type of healing. But I've got to say, Tanuki on the Lucio was hitting some crazy boops, was doing a great job in that performance early on. And I'm eager to see if we go to Eichenwald Oswald? Is it going to be that same dominant, in-your-face Lucio performance?
The best support is a good DPS.
The best support is one that doesn't have to heal because you're not taking damage.
Well, we're going to be having that pick in just a moment. Of course, we are so happy to be able to have you guys here for this weekend because state championships are going to be in just a few short weeks, which means all these players are trying to be able to make it there. $15,000 are on the line. That's $9K for first place.
We've said it so many times. That's so much money. That is so much money. $15,000 is on the line. That baffles me like I cannot explain.
Yeah, which is really amazing because you see the growth that's happening from the CMS now to the entire state of North Carolina, being able to do what VESL's vision is, be able to really incorporate esports from a varsity level at the high school level, and of course bringing in STEM. And we've seen those showcases, be able to get all the program that was done. We can't wait to be able to see even more of that going into the next season that will be in these next few months into the spring. Just gonna be able to warm up. It's been too cold. It's too cold to be able to program.
And I will say, I will elevate VESL even more because this is my 19th live event in the past 2 years, and this is one of the highest prize pools I've ever seen. Ever. Outside of high school, outside of collegiate, this is one of the largest prize pools I've seen in years. So I think it is unbelievably cool that VESL is creating this opportunity for these students, has a great prize pool, and I'm not even being paid to say this. This is a true statement. I think this is super cool that VESL is doing this, and I'm really excited to see what continues to happen because we've got great teams, we've got passionate families, we've got a huge prize pool, we've got all the keys to success right now, and I cannot wait to see what VESL does with them.
Well, we know where we're going this time around. Also, as a reminder, it's $72,000 across 8 different games. That's a lot. That's some people's like it's
so much money. That's a salary. That's somebody's salary. That is more than the average U.S. salary. That's crazy.
Oh man! But we also know, not paid to say, but actually we are Midtown.
Yeah, that part we're paid to say.
This one is information for you. Midtown is where we're going. Now, Midtown is funky for me. I don't play away from dead center, and this is where I get stuck because I feel like there's a hard choke point unless you're a little bit more clever and just able to outlast some of this.
Well, that's the tough part of hybrid, right?
Yes.
They've all got a tough choke.
Yeah.
I mean, Kings Row has the doors. Numbani has the approach, has the underground choke. And you look at something like Midtown, which has the bridge, it has the train, and it's really difficult to break through. So that's always kind of puzzle number one. How do we beat the enemy team, and how do we do it in a way that we actually can even get to the point, even if we beat them? So looking into this, I will say this. It's called Midtown for a reason. It's pretty mid. It's not my favorite map. I think there's a lot of better maps in the game, but it's not the worst either. I do think this is the type of map where we're either going to see a first point full hold or we're going all the way to the end of the map. This is a map you rarely end up in the middle. This is either an all or nothing style map.
And I'm assuming that you're sitting more on the side of Sun Valley to be more of that full hold, just with how dominant they were on the previous control, because if this is literally just half control point, it seems so efficient being able to really lock down and out the side of West Craven. So going to be kind of wild to see what they can actually bring into it. Now, if you want to be able to move above and beyond, do you get kind of cheeky with some of those more flying characters, be able to get maybe an Echo, a Lucio, maybe even a Diva to expand that point?
You're spot on. I think you hit the nail right on the head here. I don't know if you go for Diva. I think it's important to have your tank on the low ground while you're going up and over. So if you go for a Sigma, I think that can be a good approach. But go Echo. I think you're spot on. Echo Mercy is one of the strongest attacking choices going into Midtown. If you're on the attacking side, having somebody that can get up and over the train car, but in a non-committal way, is very important. Because you look at like a Doomfist, he can go up and over. You look at a Junkrat, he can throw himself over, but they can't get back. That's the thing about Echo. Is she can get in, she can go for picks.
Yeah, Echo's also one of those players, or one of those characters that has been so difficult to be able to, or at least for me, to really utilize in earnest. I think that's also because I just don't do well with her ultimate, because she really is reliant upon what she will kind of mimic. You see it from almost League of Legends, a separate position as well of what they bring and what ultimate they want to have. But we will have a full pause as we're trying to get back in and out of lobbies. So everyone was hyped and ready to be able to get into Midtown, but again, it's pretty mid. So we're just kind of waiting it out. So
I've never seen a full team disconnect at the same time like that. I mean, they just got boom. They got Thanos snapped out of Midtown. That was insane. At least it happened when it did. That could have been way worse if it happens mid-matchup. We saw it earlier, and actually we saw it when they won. Yeah, all of Sun Valley went for a disconnect. I think I'm going to make a little bit of an executive call here. I'm going to throw us to a very short break. I don't want to overtalk. I don't want to overstimulate you guys with information. I want to give us an opportunity to let the players get ready, let our crowd get excited again. We'll be right back with some more Midtown in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. VESL GG is set to begin again as we get into our second game of this best of 5. Sun Valley was able to take the first one 2-0, and we speculated about what the map would be. We are still going to Midtown, and in the middle of this one, I know that we took a short break, but technical difficulties, it's a LAN, we move on, and now we begin again.
I always say it would not be live production without a tech issue somewhere. I mean, it's just how it works. We're making everything happen, and we will make it happen, but with a little bit of patience from you guys, it's like it never happened. So we're getting ready to jump into Midtown in just a minute here, and I'm particularly excited because we'll actually get to see what people picked instead of just watching a full team disconnect.
Yes, even though it's pretty funny. It's pretty great to see. But now we finally get to see what our picks are, and it's seeing that there is in fact a Junker Queen out here. I think she presents a lot of, I guess, fight between the trenches, in the trenches, and deep into them to be able to really ruin a squad.
And I think it makes a lot of sense to have her on the offense as well. Playing her on the defense would be a little bit harder, but as they have the Lucio support from Tanuki to get in early on, find those eliminations and create that necessary space, I think to be working pretty darn well. That's already going to be a double kill in favor of Sun Valley. Hell, let's make it a quadruple kill. 1 player left standing, and that's a complete and total team kill for Sun Valley 45 seconds into map number 2.
Light continuing to just not die, and in fact is racking up kills.
I don't think Light has died yet.
Yeah, I think they're just immortal at this point.
Yeah.
Immortal, like a ray of light from the sun, and they are burning so hot, really guiding their team in the right direction. But it's Sun Valley as a whole that has been able to really be effective. Sharknado on that May, kind of a cheeky pick, and really they can be able to isolate some of these wider fights.
Yeah, I talked about the importance of May earlier and how that wall separating a team can be really beneficial by isolating an elimination, just like they did with Visa the Bozo a moment ago. The Mortality Field has fallen offline, and Light is going to walk face first into the depths of death, and will be taking down not just 1 or 2, but 3, maybe even a 4th member. If I'm a Smart Rock, cannot make it out of the way in time. That is 2 complete and total team kills in favor of Sun Valley in a row.
This entire composition from Sun Valley screams bar fight.
Yes.
Because you have Reaper and May, who are able to just slow things down. You have Junker Queen, who's going to be just asking for another ale. And then you have the beat that is all around them from the music of Tanuki. And then Balls at this point is just there for the immortality shield, so they can keep fighting the way they want. They want to go fisticuffs. We want to just jab them in the face. And really, that's just playing to Sun Valley's advantage, especially if you're able to move underneath and beyond the bridge, already using the deep freeze from May. And it's Reaper off of the combination.
I mean, this is such an aggressive team composition. Dare I call it a snowball? Because it very much feels like it may be. This May is such a dominating force, and with 3 fight wins in a row, Sun Valley will cap second point and have a total of 6 minutes to get the rest of that.
Riding on in to the train station. Sun Valley continues this fight, and another one as one of your supports goes down. Furious must be mad as they're able to get at least a big kill. Well, actually, no kill to be gained as the rest of you are able to use their ultimate, and then just spinning that baton like it's a victory lap. But no, Light continues to be immortal at this point.
I cannot believe Light has not been punished yet. He is just high-fiving the enemy team. I mean, it is incredible that everything that Light touches is Sun Valley's, because this team is dominant so far with that Reaper leading the charge.
Don't have a lot of ultimates to really counter against them either. You had the one that was built up, but I mean, look at the switch up too. They're going to actually bring over a counter Queen.
Yep.
So Queen v Queen.
Queen v Queen's going to be okay here on the defense because it's such a close quarters area, right? It's going to be really easy for both these Junker Queens to get into a close quarters fight, which is where they're going to thrive. An incredible bio nade from Furious is going to scare off Sun Valley pretty aggressively, but not enough for this team to really let go of their W key. I'm a Smart Rock is going to be the 15th player in a row to fall to Fog, and it looks like Hollow will be joining them in the spawn room in just a moment. A great Maywall goes up, and as the Reaper raids through, Light continues to dominate on the side of Sun Valley, and West Craven, I mean, they're being caught in their own spawn. Right now, Sun Valley could cap with more than 4 minutes on the clock. That is more time than they would have started with.
Wow. Goodness gracious. Who isn't on fire for Sun Valley? Both Sharknado and Light, as ultimates are online as well. It's making it very difficult for what is basically the final fight. They put up the ice wall, they put up the defreeze all around them, and they're using that giant axe to full effect. They're just taking them down one after another. They're going to go to that ice block stance, but it's just not going to pay out. Sharknado and Light ruin them. They've got the Death Blossom, and that's just going to be running to this third.
Light on a 25-player kill streak.
Wow.
Looks like it's going to be 3:51 on the clock. Just 9 seconds shy of that 25-player kill streak. Or no, sorry. of that 4-minute time bank, I had two thoughts in my brain at the same time, so I'm glad I got them figured out. But it looks like that is going to be a 4-minute time bank if we go into extra rounds, but that's assuming that our friends on the side of West Craven are going to be able to even mimic a fraction of the power Sun Valley just brought to the table.
You know, I'm starting to see why they're the A team.
Yeah, you know, you raise a really good point.
Sun Valley B, they put up a good fight. They were able to split the difference a couple different times when it came to the previous match against Palisades. With Sun Valley A looking really decent. West Craven not doing a whole lot on the other side either. But let's see if Sun Valley can be able to do the same thing and replicate it on defense. Now, as you kind of get back into it, they had the advantage with having the kind of big push, especially off of the May, the Reaper, and as well on that Junker Queen. They've completely switched it up. Light gonna be more persistent, maybe onto a Genji, but look at the Lifeweaver coming into this.
Lifeweaver, oh my goodness, bingo! For just me and no one else. I got a bingo because somebody played Lifeweaver. I play a little game when I do podcasts of, oh my gosh, any Yoni? Guys, that's a double bingo! That matters to no one. I win nothing, but that's a big deal to me. I love Lifeweaver. He's one of my favorite characters in the game to play, and I love to play him because he's such a challenge to play. It's not an easy character to utilize. His kit is very niche, it is very specific, and if you play him incorrectly, you are more of a detriment to your team than you are a help. So a lot of weight going to be on EOA's shoulders.
See, and Audrey is such a great damage support.
He's great.
It's insane. Every single time I play against one, it's either they're terrible or they're the greatest player in the entire lobby and they have killed the game every time. There's nothing I can do about it. Sun Valley, they want to be able to bring that fight well in front of Bridge. They don't want to receive the same way that they just kind of ran it down. But there's a lot of frisky fighting going on well on the other side of this turn. As Light, they are threatening to finally give up their first life of this entire series.
Not yet. They're going to fly close to the sun, but Light belongs near a beam like the sun. So right now, West Craven, they're playing, it's almost like the Alamar principle in Overwatch in a way. It's Roadhog and Lifeweaver. People don't usually play against Roadhog and Lifeweaver, but unlike Smash, it's just because they're bad. It's because they're not good characters to be playing right now. Sun Valley, they're leaning a lot further into the meta. We're seeing an Orisa, we're seeing an Iani, we're seeing the Baptiste as well. So they're playing characters that are very conventional, very helpful, and 4Bs of the Bozo for maybe the 8th or 9th time will be that first one.
You get the deflection. That's Light. Make sure not to get chained in. That honestly could have been a good kill confirm. But instead, West Craven is trying to be able to fight in a different alleyway. They have to go to that Wraith Form to be able to escape. And Sun Valley has been able to bring this aggression forward. They have the Immortality Field to really fight from a point of advantage up front. This has been very difficult. And you're talking about a full hold. This may very well manifest.
Yeah, full hold is now halfway to fruition right now. Only 2.5 minutes remain on the clock, and Sun Valley, they haven't even let West Craven see the point, let alone try to capture it. Plenty of ultimates in the side of Sun Valley, and I'm mostly just curious which one they're going to pop out first. West Craven does have a very powerful ultimate that could help them get through this choke if they utilize it correctly, and when we see it, I'll identify which one. Hey, there it is! That's the one I was just talking about. That Tree of Life is so unbelievably strong in keeping a team up on their toes. Tanuki's turret will go down for the first time, but it is going to be that Rising Sun Terra Surge combo that they do not goof around with. A triple kill from the Pog Tanuki combo turns into a complete and total team kill.
There is either kills or assists gained across the entire team kill by Pog. They charged straight in, spun the baton, and sucked them in like a vacuum so that everyone will be able to spin them out. So that means you have 3 ultimates still online. Everything was built up for Sun Valley, and they're going to be able to really continue staggering this. There's 100 seconds to go. I love that pylon position, by the way, for Audrey.
It's so simple. It's so simple, and it's so cheeky. And I love the Bus Station 1 as well, because sometimes they're not able to shoot it, and it's just free healing, if you will. But Sharknado 2 is freeing these people from their mortal bodies on this realm. A double kill coming through. Immortality Field is null and void, and Light will go down for the first time in 3 maps or 2 maps. Light will go down for the first time in a long time, but unfortunately, I'm not sure if the elimination onto Light is going to be enough to really get this team in the position they need. West Craven continuously being spawn held by Sun Valley.
Ezo's onto this Cassidy as well, and it's been a while since I've seen this character actually being brought up. I think that's also part of your bingo.
It is. Cassidy wasn't my bingo. She is not a bingo, though.
Oh, okay. All right. Not quite. All right. Not the triple bingo, but they will have that Deadeye online, and so you also have the Roadhog that was just getting bullied. They were getting pushed around.
Yeah.
Just because Orisa's really good at just bodying Roadhog as they're trying to be able to navigate and rotate into this building. Getting a nice pick as Twerk will fall, and it's another one. Sharknado's on something.
Sharknado 2. I mean, just finding 2 eliminations, 3 3 fights in a row, turns this one into a third. And I mean, Orisa is such a good Roadhog counter that I'm a Smart Rock gets to use so little of this kit, so little of this utility. You've got to assume that there's other tanks that would be doing notably better, but unfortunately with 20 seconds left, you don't really get to swap anymore. You don't really get to play a new character. You just kind of have to lay the bed that you've made it.
15 seconds to go. You have to at least have someone on point, and a full hold seems to be right in our fruition as Bizo, they're trying to be able to get into it. The Death Blossom will come down. Oh, wait a minute!
Is it enough?
You do get the kills, but do you get the distance? You have to be able to touch the points. They do get one for overtime. They're starting to be able to build up at least the first third. Trying to be able to drift within the building, but Sharknado is going to get rid of the support. You have Lifeweaver and their ultimate online, trying to be able to survive for longer. Sun Valley hanging on to sight. It's a 1v3, and they're shooting them from distance. Sharknado is just basically taking target practice, and they can't even get a full third. They still no 1v2. They've rolled them all the way up, and they brought the Hampton, but the Wrecking Ball can't get to sight.
I mean, that was a valiant effort. Sun Valley finds a victory. Well, this is a very directional mic. Sun Valley finds a victory, and I will say, you know, they found their way, but unlike Hercules, they could not go the distance.
Goodness gracious. Sharknado, oh my goodness, it's Common Rider! Oh, I love that opener, that's so nice. Oh, full holds, and now Sun Valley finds themselves in position to sweep out in this best of 5 right before we head over to Flashpoint, trying to qualify into the next round. And remember, we are dwindling this entire field just down to 4 teams.
Yeah, 4 every time you say it, I get like a pit in my stomach. Like, we lose so many teams today. And I got to tell you, we're 1 map away from West Craven being one of them. I mean, it's going to go into Flashpoint, which is going to be a fast style play. And like Palisades earlier today, Sun Valley is a fast team. They are explosive and they are reactive. And whether it's New Junk City, whether it's Esperanza, that is a play style that this team wants to lean into.
Oh, it's been so tough, especially we're just not seeing the same kind of fights being won by West Craven.
Esperanza is a push map. I cannot remember the name of the other Flashpoint map.
It's like the opposite of Junker Town.
No, New Junk City.
New Junk City.
That is the other one. Whatever.
What is it called?
We'll figure it out.
It's like shiny.
They're probably gonna pick New Junk City anyway.
No, actually, no. It kind of looks like
it's like a temple. It's like a monastery.
Is it a monastery?
It looks like a monastery.
It's because they got the big brick house.
Right? Hold on, check this. SpongeBob, we have technologies.
In case you didn't know that Squidward and SpongeBob were right there. This is the hash slinging slash. So it's right there.
Suravasa. I didn't even get to the internet in time. I typed in Flashpoint maps and it clicked in my brain. So Suravasa, not Esperanza, which is a push map, which is a fun map. I do like Esperanza. Like I said, push has grown on me quite a bit, but in terms of where we're headed here in New Junk City, the map doesn't matter that much.
No.
Your comp's going to stay the same. Your playstyle is going to stay the same. The map is an aesthetic choice.
Now, okay, Light did change up between his DPS.
Yes.
He went over onto Genji. You want to be able to kind of crawl up onto the train and take advantage of that height differential. And I don't ever think we saw a Nanoblade, and if we did, I just didn't see it. But would you stick him onto a Reaper or Genji or trade off? Because Sharknado is obviously going to be a 76.
Yeah. Sharknado's got that locked in. Yeah. I mean, that is very much, I don't know if Sharknado's an ex-Call of Duty player, but those that are do tend to gravitate towards Soldier. And the play style mimics it pretty clearly. I mean, Soldier 76 is Call of Duty, the character.
Yes.
So I think that's something that maybe we're keeping an eye on. But moving into Suravasa, I think Light could just do either. I'm going to be honest. I think if they wanted an easy win, okay, lock onto the Reaper because he went almost 2 full maps without dying on the Reaper. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And the thing he did die was a damage over time status effect. So that was pretty unfortunate. A dots effect, if you will. But yeah, I think Light can just play whatever they want.
Okay. All right. So we're going to see what the differential may come down to between these. We got to see a Cassidy that came in. They really didn't get to even use their Deadeye to full effect. The tanks have been hot swapped a whole lot from West Craven. We didn't get to see them really be effective. I mean, it's a desperation move to be.
Well, then I hate to say it, but because they've yet to choose an effective tank.
Yeah.
We saw Maga and Roadhog.
Well, Maga went back to who? Was it Diva?
Oh, you're right. You're right. We did see a
They're like, we're here?
We did see
No, I don't want to be here.
Beijing Tower feels like lifetimes ago at this point.
Just feels forever again. And of course, we have some more Overwatch that's going to be coming in for later term in just a little bit. But our next matchup is going to be happening in just the next few seconds. Sun Valley, 1 game away from being able to get themselves into that next round. It'll be the Elite 8 for them. and we will be going to Cervasa, and we also got an answer to it. It's not at all what we thought with the DPS.
No,
What is?
We've got some neat choices here. Sun Valley definitely getting a wee bit creative with their playstyle so far, and looks like they're going to make quite the entrance. Pog goes in, finds that slam, gets 25% ult charge for it, by the way. So they hit all 6 members. The Suzu is used immediately. It does not catch Furious, and I'm sure they are their namesake as they get caught out. Pog gives their life in a 4-for-1 trade, and I wish I could remember that Death Note monologue about, this is my final victory, because that has something to do with the name Light, but I don't remember the monologue to save my life.
I thought you were going to say, I take a chip and eat it.
Oh, no, not that one. Not that one, no.
Sun Valley, they will take the point. And again, these take really, really quickly because you have to go 3 out of 5 to be able to win this entire flashpoint and, of course, win the entire series from it. Pog has also been a really scrappy tank. I love how just, like, freewheeling they are. It really gets both of their DPS. Just honestly, everyone like, yeah, you know what? It's time to fight. I'm really excited about this. On the other side, West Craven is just band-aiding their tank to be able to stay together.
Yeah, and I think Sun Valley gets away with playing Wrecking Ball because we talked about the importance of Wrecking Ball and Roadhog and how they lost a lot of value when we went down to 1 tank, but Wrecking Ball can play in a playstyle like this because no matter what tank Pog is on, Light and Sharknado are going to live in the front line anyway. Yeah. Pog might as well be up there with them. And right now we see Hollow trying to play Sombra down to 24 HP. And yes, if anyone is curious, Sombra did get me another bingo. Thank you for asking. Sun Valley is going to be able to find another fight win and pretty much guarantee themselves that first point cap overall.
At this point, who are we missing? It's a Winston, an Echo, Symmetra.
In 2 series of Overwatch, we have seen all but 10 characters.
Wow, okay, that's a lot of characters.
I can go for a blackout bingo.
Man, okay. Got the bio grenade to be able to really push West Craven back as Balls continues to just be quietly doing their job. We've seen a lot of highlights from Tanuki, but Balls just does what he needs to.
Yep. That's the thing about a good support player, right? Is if they're good at their job, they're not flashy, we're not going to talk about them. But Tanuki's been so high damage dealing and so aggressive with this combat that it's easy to talk about Tanuki because they've been eating up the battlefield. And now as West Craven makes a couple of swaps, including a Kiriko swap, which they actually made a little while ago, and a Reaper pick from Beast of the Bozo, it's just not going to be the opening they needed. Sharknado goes to wall themselves in, but I'm a Smart Rock gives their life for the cause.
All ultimates online for Sun Valley. They do have at least 1 DPS drop. They're trying to go for that next point, but they just kind of have that team fight off and away, which really is great time filler.
Yeah.
You have this timer that's trying to open up, and it's going to be coming a 1v1, trying to sneak in that takeaway if you're West.
Oh!
Barely.
Out of the invis is crazy. Catches Hollow, reads him like a book, and is going to be able to get a lot of information here early on. First point already capped for Sun Valley. Basically an ult apocalypse available on their side. That means they can pretty much have every ultimate available if they choose to use it. They hear the Roadhog hook come out. They know they've got 8 seconds where they can get up close and personal without risk of injury to them or a loved one. Kitsune Rush is going to be caught by a Maywall. Hollow has gone down. The Blizzard is brutal, and 2 players, the supports, are missing, and this is just going to be another massacre in favor of Sun Valley.
That was 2 Kitsune Rushes on top of each other. It was a full temple of super speed. They just used, 3 ultimates. They had the deep freeze to them. And of course, all the minefield to establish control. More than 55% coming up. They may be having 1 extra fight to be able to at least contend for this position. But I think they may also think for later, see what they can do moving into the next position. Otherwise, it's going to be 1 last flashpoint. And Sun Valley might be able to just snowball roll their way to a victory. You know what? I'm going to give a lot of love over to Wrecking Ball. This is actually a perfect tank for how quickly and diverse this can be.
Exactly. The diversity on the side of Sun Valley is very high caliber, very high speed, and it's going to be really easy for that Wrecking Ball to continue playing amongst the team instead of in front of or behind, which is where Wrecking Ball tends to struggle. Folks, that's a stagger. If you wanted to know what a stagger looks like, Furious at 6 HP fighting for their life, that is the stagger of a lifetime that we have seen so far.
And it's also unfortunate because they went for a team fight and never touched the point. They never got to overtime and never were able to even get an influence upon it. So now we're waiting for the next one, 15 seconds. This could be the final fight that West Craven gets to make. They came in as a number 5 seed, but Sun Valley feeling like number 1 right now. Not just because they're playing so well, but the crowd is behind them here in Charlotte, North Carolina, trying to be able to get a hook onto them. That's going to be Pog taking that fight, but they go down.
They go down early on, and Pog is going to be losing. Light brings out that blade, and it's going to be Suzu to stay alive. It's a critical Suzu. It turns into a double kill. The supports are gone. The Sombra is missing, and all of a sudden the rest of the team is nowhere to be found. A deflect is going to be there to interrupt that whole hog, and I'm not sure the Wrecking Ball will be long of this world. Not Wrecking Ball, that's Roadhog. Beast of the Bozo down once more. 25-player kill streak for Light. Easily has to have the most eliminations of any player we have seen so far. And Sun Valley already 30% done with this map.
I wonder who's got the thicker middle. Is it Roadhog or is it Wrecking Ball? Who's the rounder person?
Wrecking Ball's rounder.
I know,
Roadhog can't do that.
But I mean, if you just go tummy down.
Tummy down? I think Ball still takes it, but it's close.
Okay, it's super close. This one not. This matchup is currently 2-0. 55% Sun Valley. They just have to establish control and deny West Craven one more time. Not a lot of ultimates on the field, and it's going to really come down to the contention. See if they'll be able to bring it up. They try to be able to keep their tank up. They need to touch the side. They can't get frozen out. They only have the tank that's able to make it beyond, and everyone else is falling.
This is big. Deep goes down early on. Dumb and Furious have been traded out, though, so there's only one support alive, and it's Tanuki fighting for their life. The hook does come through from I'm a Smart Rock, but Light takes down Piece of the Bozo in the battle line. The Pigpen may be able to take down Tanuki, but they go at least into a double kill of their own. And folks, let's make some noise for Sun Valley, who have secured their spot one round further here at VESL this weekend. They are just gunning for those states.
Sun Valley B gets to watch on as their varsity team, their top team, is able to be dominant in round number one.
No surprise.
Lights! Oh, they won nearly every single fight that they dropped into. A 2K to start it off, and they were just bouncing on heads.
I mean, a 25-player kill streak, at least 2 maps in a row, maybe even the third. We just didn't get the chance to see it, but it was a dominant performance, and I think Light had a lot to do with that. Because of Light, it is lights out for West Craven. They did a great job. They fought hard, but Sun Valley A will continue to move forward. Folks, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. We're going to try to get into our next game as fast as possible. Don't go anywhere.
Prevent them from being able to get to that first objective of the payload. Good hook from Screwdriver, but even then, not able to get a kill out of it just yet.
I don't know what you need so much for this sport, right? Because at that time, you see how he hooked Kiriko, but still, Bastion was close enough, so they can help each other out. Kiriko is leaving, and guys can do someone on the driver. So, just waiting, still your left and right. The table is still very static at this point. The Reaper joining onto the he only got the level, but that's the thing. Like, if you get the Robohog in the tank, that's help for the team. So let's see how much we're getting everyone. I mean, that was a 4 kill I think by Juju. Actually 3. My bad. Getting tank the DPS and one of the leaders is always being
looking really good for Julie so far when it concerns taking out the other team and making it that much more of a difficult issue for NC Cyber to even get onto the payload. Screwdriver also doing such a great job as a tank for this team on the Roadhog. Did well in the last game mode, did well in this game mode so far, and they're going to stop them in their tracks. I mean, 30 seconds to go with this much room between now and the objective. They need a full push from NC Cyber. They have all their ultimates out, so we do see the self-destruct come out. There is Screwdriver taking it down. The Kiriko on the other side too, so they can't even use their ultimate ability. Bristol does take down Screwdriver. Julie onto Solomon. Every time Solomon tries to do anything, they are taken out a bit there. Julie assisted by the Honor that time, and they will be able to get something going, trying to stay alive, trying to take down as many players as they can so they can't get this overtime situation, and it's going to drop down as quickly as possible. But they do get onto the payload for a second, and there goes Tuli yet again, racking up the kills, taking out the world, and making sure that nobody is going to be alive to move this payload. And there it goes. Overtime is going to almost take down somehow, but there we go. Finally, I keep saying there we go, but somebody keeps getting on the payload. This time it does happen. Round 1 is complete, and not even all the way to that first objective with the payload. A rough spot to be in for NC Cyber. North Henderson, they are looking dominant.
Yeah, very strong, very strong. I mean, they did lose the capture, but after that, they find a good spot.
It usually happens.
Yeah, and they made it work. That's, I mean, Tuli, I'm so impressed with that Genji. That Genji is immortal.
Yeah.
I mean, he died a few times, but he was just judging right and left, and just being very well aware of the surroundings, even with the low health, not panicking, just using making very good use of the guard, and just jumping around everywhere, and not allowing easy shots on his body. So very well. Also, I mean, I gotta say, Tracer, not mentioned very often. Linchat has gone through different players, different characters on this game. So let's see if now they can stick with the Tracer, if it's as useful as they want it to be.
I'm curious about that because we saw some great Tracer plays in the last Overwatch matchup, but now we'll see what happens in this one too. Yep. So Big Lin looking for whatever they can with this Tracer for some good rotations, just so that they can maybe get behind the NC Cyber players as they defend. And that's a good option too, so that they can take them out, make it easier for them to push onto the capture point or onto the payload. Just such a great flanking hero that we see in Overwatch, and I always love to see like the great plays that Tracers are able to pull out. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here, or if not. Screwdriver also changing it up a little bit too. Yep. Chuli, I mean, just sticking with the tried and true Genji. They are maybe a Genji one trick, but that's a good reason.
Well, if it works, why change it, right?
Exactly.
He's going to be there putting the pressure and keeping those DPS out of the way, and the healers. Now you see the Tracer. I mean, just right straight into the action. Let's go into the capture point. Now Tracer against Orisa. I don't know about that. It's gonna need some help. So yes, get out of the way. That was a right call in there. Tuli making Tuli work. Just getting two players out of the way. And I'm telling you, now it's Crystal and Sorsu only defending. And it's going to be a tough one for them, especially against this Ramatra. Ramatra up close, it's up close and personal. It doesn't let you do whatever you want. And I mean, it's a tank that can work either far away or very close. But very close, it's very punch. Those punches are heavy, like Mike Tyson. Heavy.
You don't want to deal with that whatsoever.
No.
And almost already 2 ticks, now 2 ticks completely of the control point, or the capture point, excuse me, that they were able to get. So quickly into that one. They have 5 minutes themselves to move this down. But we saw, even with all that time that NC Cyber had, it just wasn't enough for them to make it all the way to that first objective. But you can see here where they need to get to, all the way to that center point. They almost got there, talking about NC Cyber, to that first objective. But North Henderson are looking to close this out as best they can, and we'll see if they can do just that.
By the
Looking
way,
pretty good for Screwdriver.
Crystal was fighting against Screwdriver and Tulia at the same time, and the life wasn't going down at all. I mean, those healers were doing their job. Scotty and Source doing their job very, very well. However, this is a different story right now. They had 2 downs, 2 picks from North Henderson, and I mean the third one goes down as well. That's Source who actually getting down Tuli. That's interesting because that's a Baptist getting Genji down. The aim that you need to actually get that done. That's a feat by yourself.
That is pretty crazy to be able to pull that off. But we'll see what YMG Minty can do in this situation while they're 1v1ing the Genji. And every time it was not just a 1v1. Big Lin was able to take them down too. Scotty's somehow getting a trade a little bit there for a second, but the ultimate from Big Lin does strike true a couple of times and take down a couple of players on the other side. But NC Cyber getting wiped out across the board. North Henderson looking pretty strong so far in this attacking side of things. They are quickly getting to where their opponents were in that last round.
And I don't know if you saw the feed, but it was all the support players on top of Crystal, on top of Orisa at the same time. Those were the ones that killed it. Very nicely done.
There we go. They just had to get to it because they did not complete all of the escort objectives. North Henderson now 2-0 in this series. A beautiful look from them so far. They're looking for a quick 3-0. And of course, who else but Tuli, Master Role Challenger, shout out to that, able to be just taking down the competition, slicing and dicing, taking out the Moira, taking out the Kiriko, going for the finish on to the Reaper, and there's nothing. Nobody can escape their grasp. Even the Diva that's out of their tank, it's going to be gone and dusted, and that's a great look from Tuli with the way that they were performing there. So I like to see the way that these teams are giving it their all, but North Henderson, they are just on another level today.
Definitely on another level. That seed doesn't make justice to how good they are. If you were thinking, well, based on the seed, they don't have a chance. Well, I'll think twice now.
Seeding schmeeding is what they say.
they're here to have fun, and that's having fun with
Exactly.
us. You know,
We're having a good time.
making-
They're having a good time.
making us think something, and no, quite the opposite. So very well done. Now showing us a little bit of a different facet, because yes, before it was a Roadhog, it was very strong, it was very good. Let's go with the Ramatra as well to show you that we can be creative as well with other players, so other characters, maybe I should say. So very well done.
Want to know something that's funny? So I did make a mistake in saying, oh yeah, it was North Henderson versus Sun Valley. Well, if North Henderson win this, they play Suns Valley. So there we go.
I mean,
I was just predicting the future.
just going forward. You know, that's it. And he doesn't lie, so
Exactly.
never. On stream. I don't know, but personal life.
Sometimes
That's-
probably,
that-
but yeah.
yeah.
Either way, though, still crazy to see how this is going on with, like, the way North Henderson are so dominant. We're going to Colesso again, so that's what we saw last time with Push, and the biggest thing was the team who got the advantage at the start just lost full control of everything. The other team just was able to just push much farther than them and held down the fort as best as possible after that. So I'm curious what the strategies are going to be here. If you're Cyber Academy, you have your work cut out for you. I mean,
definitely.
with the way that North Henderson have been playing, and Tulu specifically, I don't know. Like, you have to send everyone to focus on that player, that DPS. If you can take them down, you are just eliminating like half the efficiency of the killing power from this North Henderson squad. But the thing is, this is being a respawn game. It takes so long, or it doesn't take long at all for you to get back into the game after you're taken out and then continue where you left off and then eventually get your ultimate and go from there.
Yeah, but it seems that they're not using any player that can counter Genji.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I see it seems, because I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not extremely versed on the game, on the meta, on how, you know, who to use versus Genji. But the way it seems is that everyone is running away from Genji. Okay? They're not trying to kill him. I mean, maybe from far away, yes, you will try to kill him. But when he's close, there is no one to actually do a lot of damage that makes him second think about what their actions, and that's a problem, right? Maybe someone that you don't have to aim as much to actually inflict damage on Genji will be needed and use it, because as long as you have Genji on the field, your supports are in a big trouble, and after your supports are down, it's going to be your tank who's going to be down, right? And
so
DPS.
I'm curious if this is actually North Henderson, because Sun Valley Team B in the bracket was supposed to be playing NC Cyber Academy, so we'll see what's happening there after a little bit of a breather.
That was Reed, right? Doing that?
Yeah, maybe
might
it's
be
Reed
wrong.
doing it again.
Might be wrong. Reed.
We'll get an
I don't
update
know.
just
We
a
don't
little
know. We don't
bit.
know.
Well, I can also check like our master document on who is playing on which team, but still crazy to see the way that things are going from these players in North Henderson. Yes, I don't think this is the North Henderson team. It might actually be the Sun Valley team. Now I'm looking at it.
The names? You got the names over there?
Well, North Henderson, I am seeing Pexi, Mateo, Adam, and
I mean,
Rise
for
Rose.
Sun Valley?
Sun Valley, let me see if I can find the specific ones there. But yeah, I'll look into that and see if this is actually North Henderson that's playing. But nonetheless, we'll get it sorted out on our end.
Regardless, whoever is that team really strong so far. So we apologize for the schools if we get it wrong, because you are definitely putting a lot of effort into your programs to have the players be at this level. But at the same time, right? Let's just focus on the players right now.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll get it sorted out and see if that is the case. Either way, Cyber Academy playing against North Henderson, from what we know currently. we'll see about the bracket and the specific teams on who's playing who, but still, NC Cyber Academy, they still are down by 2 against the team that they are facing off against. So we'll see what they can do in this one. Oh, hello. You just saw our heads for a second. As we'll get into this push mode itself.
We get Moira. I think Moira can do a little bit of damage against Genji, but that's just the only player so far. And Moira, I mean, not being able to save that Reaper there. Yeah, he was doing a lot of damage to Genji, and Genji actually this time acknowledged the damage and left. So that's something we haven't seen before. Tuli actually retreating from a fight. We see also this time around that Screwdriver is not the tank. We decided to let Big Lin Chat, be the tank this time around with Drunken Queen. So it's switching up the roles a little bit. Screwdriver with the casting on his hands. So, you know, I'm glad to see that they're switching it up a little bit, but Tuli still the Genji on their hands. So, I mean, that's a big, powerful house here. And the Genji, you know, taking away Soldier and, you know, helping out the team to do some more damage.
Yeah, we'll have to see what NC Cyber can do to stop this push that is being advanced by North Henderson as quickly as it has been going. I mean, Sorzu does have their ultimate, so they will be able to use that in just a bit to heal and damage at the same time. See if that'll help them out a little bit for some sustainability, but also trying to take the other team's task. You see Crystal trying to focus on Thule and see if they can take them down a peg too, but still just not enough.
Here, it seems like you know, you have Crystal up front. Yes, the supporters are helping quite a bit, but it's against 3 attackers, and that's going to be a tough one. Yeah, definitely it was going to be a tough one. There was no way that Crystal was going to survive that much, and now it starts to retreating and trying to stay alive. Nope. You're not going to stay alive. Watch it down, because they're trying to spawn trap a little bit here while the bot, I mean, the robot is still moving. So they, I mean, just getting to the second checkpoint now, and it will be the last effort here for North Henderson. That's nothing from NC Cyber. I mean, so far they haven't even been able to stop the robot from move around, which is, wow, not good news for them.
Yeah, not good news at all. So we'll see what happens here for these players and what they can do against the competition that is out there. But still, NC Cyber trying their best against the squad that they are facing off against here. And Crystal looking pretty solid, at least with a lot of the shots that are coming out, just trying to take down the competition, take down that Genji. That's who they're focusing on. And when you're a tank and you're trying to go against a squishy opponent, I think that's always a solid decision.
I think so. I think that Zarya is one of the characters that they're going to do some damage, but they are targeting Zarya as well. I mean, they know that Zarya can actually do some damage and be hurtful for Genji. So this time around, I mean, they're stopping Zarya first and then stopping everyone else, and that actually worked money. Now that the robot is just a few feet away, or meters away, and I think it's not gonna stop at all. They're gonna make it in that. I mean, it's contested for how long? Let's see. Watching for Cassidy. He got 3 and with that ult, and that's gonna be it. I mean, Sorsu, how much can you handle that one? Not much. And Crystal is going down very closely, and that's gonna be
wow,
it.
That is
North
the
Henderson.
series.
Wow.
North Henderson with a 3-0 sweep against NC Cyber. Good victory for them. Congrats, and what a victory that was. I mean, confidence oozing out of every pore for the entire time, and Screwdriver on the Cassidy getting the final play of the game for this series. The high noon we see here, and taking out 2 players and then focusing down the other ones that are out there and contributing to their teammates' success so that they can just get the ultimate.
Welcome back, everyone, to VESL GG here at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm Ham Monkey Man in the booth alongside Septolence as we get ready for another Overwatch Best of 5. It's a round 1 matchup, and it's going to be a big one as Audrey, also known as Audrey, aka the A-Team, is going to be going against Panther Creek. It's A-Team versus A-Team. There's some weird and kind of interesting up for grabs stakes because of what they could lead into as the winner.
And I don't know if we have an Overwatch bracket prepared, and it's totally fine if we do not. But if I understand it correctly, Audrey A, if they win this, will play against Audrey B.
Yes. That's going to be a fun one. So it could be program versus program, and that the B team got in over the A team into the next round already. So
awkward.
Weird. All right. But we're set up to go to our next one. Of course, it's best of 5 again. We start off with Control, and we're going to one of the ones that we said is most standard. I think one of the more just kind of default. You go to Lijiang.
Yeah, Lijiang Tower, a map that we see very, very often just in terms of what we're looking at. You know, you start in control, it's going to be Lijiang. If people are feeling spicy, sometimes it's Ilios, but it's almost always Lijiang Tower. So we're excited to see it because, again, as we saw in the last series, if a team here is going to be particularly dominant, it will be clear-cut on Lijiang Tower. There will be no secrets. There will be no, oh, I don't know if they're stronger. Someone will be stronger, and we will see who it is here on Lijiang.
It feels like the most difficult map in particular to have to separate. You're talking about die fast, being able to get out, but because of the narrow aptitude for that hallway, it feels like you're just kind of stuck there to have to fight for longer. And the only escape routes are to go to the outside curve, which not many people really go to at all. So if you lose the first fight, you basically end up with a fight and a half and another fight and a half before that first point is done.
Well, it's extra tough as well because Lijiang Tower is possibly the most popular control map due to the fact that each of the 3 stages it has, Gardens, Control Center, Night Market, they call for altered or completely different team compositions. That's Doomfist and Symmetra. You know what that means, folks? That's a bingo!
Yes. All right, how many are we short? How many?
Hold on, 8 more.
8 more. Okay, so I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. Anyone who's a Doomfist is one of the weirdest players in all of Overwatch. Orisa diving deep, that's Rothschild, who's been able to go all the way to their own backline just to be able to get some survival, but we have another Cassidy that's looking for some damage, and that is a ton of damage as they are getting wiped out.
Yeah, there's going to be a tough round to turn around here, and it looks like things are moving on pretty quickly for our friends on the side of
Audrey Kell.
Audrey Kell. Yes, Audrey Kell. We're getting the overlap in just a second, but this is why we take notes, folks. Celtics for Doom, they do have that Symmetra online here, teleporting the reset into the back line. Could be pretty beneficial, all things considered, but with the Doomfist being a constant threat, and as well as a Bastion and Symmetra, utilizing a teleporter, you may be teleporting directly into your own Doom. You've got to play very carefully here. Your own death, not your own Doom.
But Panther Creek actually did find the site first, and that was actually a quick wipe enough for Audrey Kell to have multiple fights instead of just the couple that we were talking about a moment ago. So a little bit more efficient at dying, which can be good. Doomfist all the way to the backline, who is just leaping and jumping. They've shown that they got their Nikes. They're all laced up and ready to go, and you have to face down the end of a turret, especially for that Bastion who's just laying down the damage.
Now, Symmetra, one of my favorite characters in this entire game because of her ultimate, and there it is. That photon barrier is so unbelievably strong. It has 5,000 HP. Wow. And you can deal damage through it. Your opponents cannot, so it's really helpful at a team composition like this. Meteor Strike goes up, and what goes up must come down. Something Satoon will fall early on, and a possible environmental kill for Doom here, but it looks like Panther Creek is not going to be able to get that breakthrough quite yet. Audrey Kell started this combat strong, but they have yet to break through ever since.
This was so close early on, but they've not been able to even get to site. And this is very much the difficulty to get out of your spawn side and then fighting straight down this hallway. No one's navigated to have to get to a flank position, and they don't exactly have good ultimates to maybe get there and utilize them. Now, you do have the big tank ultimate for Rotha that could be able to get out, but they're being just completely sequestered to their own respawn. They do use the field to be able to get at least maybe this Deadeye, but nothing. They hide around the corner.
The Bastion ultimate into the Deadeye was incredibly clever as it forced the Cassidy to drop his ultimate early and continue moving forward. Tower finds Rothschild, blink and you miss it. Orisa comes right back up. A risky resurrection if I've ever seen one, but it looks like it may pay off here. Panther Creek, they got the resurrection out of the way. They're finding the eliminations through, and they are dominating Audrey Kell there on stage number 1 of Lijiang Tower.
Goodness gracious. Panther Creek. This is supposed to be one of our closest ones based on seeding, but also we've seen the duality of man here based on what seeding really is. And at this point, it doesn't matter what you're seeded into. Just be the better team. And Panther Creek, they won the fight straight up, and it was with the craziest tank that you can really bring into the game. I mean, we were talking about a bit of Wrecking Ball, but Doomfist, I loved playing him as a DPS because he was just weird, but as a main tank, he is there to literally slap people around.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So in the DPS department, he was really fun to play. He was really exciting to be a part of. But in the tank department, he has to fill that role of the tank. He can't be going into backlines. He can't be flanking. He can't be getting freaky with it. He's got to play frontline all the time. And right now, Audrey Kell, I'm not going to say exactly what it is until the fight begins, but they've made a couple of compositional changes that I think will be beneficial against Panther Creek.
Be a little bit sneakier, a little bit louder. They're also just going straight up to be above the floor, if you will. Now that they've been exposed, you actually get the Pharah. That's just trying to be able to at least not get booped off the map. But you do have the Ana with Arctica. That's going to try and at least empower maybe the Doomfist to really go for those backline plays, as well as the Bastion, who's going to be able to continue to play from that distance. But it's a great hit scan to really force any Pharah to be grounded.
Doom will be able to find an elimination there, but will give their life for the cause, which allows Audrey to maybe regroup just a little bit faster as that Doomfist does go down, but Doomfist can return to the point faster than almost any character in the game. Child will get slept early on, and the D.Va swap is one that I'm not particularly fond of because Symmetra is one of D.Va's hardest counters in this entire game, and now she left her Zenyatta alone to die. Longhorn sent back to spawn.
I love that the Symmetra can just completely ignore anything that Rothschild is bringing in because they already have 3 turrets set up to receive them, and then none of the weaponry that they have can be nullified by that shield. So now you have Panther Creek just holding right around this bridge, and they don't have to play with gimmicks. They simply just kind of receive you, they put damage onto you, and though Cureless is trying to be able to get a few picks off of this Pharah, laying down some of that splash damage, they've not been able to get anything with injury. They put that Orb of Discord onto the Doomfist to try and really shut them down.
The Pharah should be getting a little bit of value here, but instead it's going to be Longhorn who goes down again, playing a character with no mobility in such a mobile combat against you. Such mobile opposition against you is going to be really difficult to work with. Fearless is going to be able to find the Keston. Oh, great punch into the back line. The Mercy may go down, but it looks like Doom is going to choose to pull their punch. Fearless finding a double kill. The DPS are gone.
60%. Audrey Kell going to have to see this entire first game go away from him. But look at the escape plan. The versatility of all that movement. They will knock him out. They actually will use the ultimate as well from out of Cureless, and finally able to pop it and stop it as they are going to be able to begin their own percentile. But Audrey Kell finally getting this ounce of life.
Yeah, Audrey Kell are finally going to pop onto the point here, just shy of 70% in favor of Panther Creek. And like you said, if Panther Creek wins this one, that is going to be a round win for them. That Mercy had to be 5 HP or less, but Juvia will go down. But Kester gone as well. Rothschild gives their life for the cause, and that's going to be A-OK. Oh my goodness, a resurrection of boot would be incredible. Fewer does not go down. There will not be any fewer quite yet. Arctica, they will be caught out. Longhorn solo ulted by Doom, and I feel like Longhorn has spent more of this game walking back from spawn than they have being a part of these fights.
Doomfist is going to run away. They did a lot of damage just to at least force one support to have to retract and regain back to site. But, you know, if you're going to solo ults, you're not going to get a lot of that more often. But you're saying, hey, as long as you get one pick, that's what matters the most. 45%. Trying to be able to catch up. Audrey Kell is holding this pretty well. They got a couple of ultimates online. And you were talking about the Sombra play as well that they're adding to really change up the dynamic, get sneakier, be able to move around, see if they can be able to really hold that site with. And there's no ultimates currently up for Panther Creek. But they're trying to be able to at least fight, and they're going to move around from the house.
Oh, very careful play around this Photon barrier because Cureless knows that they could take themselves out of the equation if they did it poorly. But Cureless on the far right is trying to carry Audrey Kell as they take the lead for the first time this entire series. Fewer gives their life. Doomfist will fall to Longhorn, finally getting that revenge pick, getting that vengeance, and the support from Panther Creek. They're trying to tuck tail, but Audrey Kell is chasing them into oblivion. Arctica down, Juvia gone, and Audrey Kell should have an opportunity to take this last fight as exactly that, a last fight.
What a regain by Audrey Kell. Going down 69%, stealing it out in a single fight, 10% to go. They just have to be able to hold it for now. And there's a lot of damage being done from down in distance. They have to be able to touch this point. Audrey Kell looking to when they want to dive in. They have the teleport play, they have Doomfist, and they actually got him on site. He's going for the defense, but he's completely drained out. Your tank is gone, but you still have to fight. They got the barrage ready to go here in just a little bit, but they won't even need it because of the 50-player kill streak, and Cureless is on fire, and so is the rest of Audrey Kell. We are going dead even into game 3.
We are going dead even into stage number 3 of map number 1, by the way.
Yeah.
For the first time, we are going to that third and final stage, which will be Night Market, which is, yes, it's currently during the day. They changed the map. I'm still going to call it Night Market. That's no big deal, but a big congratulations to our boys, AK, in the house right now. They're definitely feeling good about that performance, and they're going to try as hard as they can to walk away with this third stage win.
It's always great to be able to see the player cams and see them get excited. They know they fought back. That's some good mentality. You get that out of your program, and this program has been around for a while now, and I love to see the maturity that they get. A lot of people saying, oh, hey, that's a bit of a legacy program now because of how affluent and how influential they've been across all these other groups. But now they're playing against Panther Creek, who is one of those new inception programs into this North Carolina event. Love seeing what they're doing with it. I think we're sticking with the same program. A little bit of difference on the other side of Panther Creek.
Yeah, it's funny that this is the time Vekesta would choose to swap off of Symmetra because this is her best stage of all 3. So it's funny that they choose to swap off of that now. Fearless staying under the far right carries its own risk versus rewards, and they're going to try to get aggressive early on. That Baptiste falling into critical condition. The Bastion forgetting to look up. It's like the Jennifer Lawrence movie, don't look up, because that rocket is headed right for you. And Kearless has to continue moving forward to find these extra picks. Right now, Panther Creek is going to be able to find a 2-2 trade, and the next elimination should kind of tilt the scales one way or another, and it's Longhorn who is that player to go down.
Full contest. They've not been able to take the site as of yet, so they're still working for it. It's 2v1. They're hanging out from outside sight, and there is just a pipe that is able to keep them healed all the way up. And that Roadhog has a ton of health, and still they're taking themselves right through the doorway. And Panther Creek is trying to force the issue. They're going to be able to remech. Oh man, basically blind for all of a second as the Gun is trying to be able to help them out as well. But no, they're fighting on the stairs and they're going nowhere.
Now, Hail Monkey Man, this is a great example of something I've been talking about all day today. They did not die or get out quick. No. That was a very long time. So instead of what could have been 5 to 7%, it's now going to be 15% and counting, because Audrey Kell's tank stuck around way too long, and they have to wait for that tank to respawn before they can even attempt to go in as a full 5.
I feel like they can get a pick. Maybe just one pick. But that's glorious.
This flank is big.
If the support is there, then you aren't really getting much. As you have to be able to continue to be just this big belly beast right in the middle of it. Sombra wants to be able to get as much HP away from you, and that is so tough. You're getting hacked, and that is your only weapon is how much health you have.
Yeah, you shouldn't be hacking the tank, though. That's kind of a waste of your hack when you're flanking into the back line. You're not going to be able to take the tank out by yourself, so you need to work a little bit better to make that happen. But it's going to be this visor from Mytesta here that may be really beneficial toward the team. The Bastion's been rezzed. The Diva gives her mech for the concept, and I think that should be enough for Panther Creek to continue feeling good about their chances. Audrey Kell really running out of time, but Salty Splatoon just hacking the tank over and over. That's the last person you should be hacking.
60%. We got to see Audrey Kell on the comeback run last time around, our previous round, but not been able to really be as influential here. Oh, especially because Mytesta is going to be able to get rid of the support, so you just don't have the same kind of survivability. It's coming all the way down to one single fight for this first map. Using the deflection, Longhorn is actually going to be able to get rid of the DPS, so Mytesta is going to go to the respawn, and now they're trying to figure out, do they want to go in the main part of the house through the doors, or take it to the turn?
Now, you need to be hacking that Mercy, dog. You've got to stop hacking the Roadhog, because look at how much value it had. Darn diddly squat it brought to the table, and now as a triple kill comes out from this doofus. We need to see a Reaper, we need to see a May, we need to stop seeing a Sombra hacking a Roadhog over and over, but Audrey Kell, they are going to lose that third and final stage, and Panther Creek will go up 1-0 on the series.
Panther Creek taking it after they surrendered round number 2. And honestly, I was starting to question the Roadhog, but you know what? It just became decisions
This
that
is
were
the
made.
final play.
Yeah, by Sombra. To the very end.
Yeah, this is right at the end. The triple kill right at the end. It's the only time they got a multi-kill like this, and it was a darn tootin' good one. Turns into a quad as that Zenyatta does go down as well. Transcendence came to a close, wrong place, wrong time, and it was just a miracle play for that Roadhog to bring to the table. Congratulations to Panther Creek as they now have gone up 1-0 on the series.
Going to go over to Hybrid again. And it's going to be one of a couple, I guess, and maybe one of a few that we can see here in just a little bit. But we appreciate you guys being with us. I think we have 2 other series left on the day.
Yeah, around
this one. This is still round 1 matchups. Round 2 matchups for actual qualification from out of the top 8 into the top 4 will be right around the corner. And when we talk about communication for these teams and really when you want to switch off, much of this game is built around the hot switches and what you want to go to. I mean, do you just kind of listen hard to the IGL, like, hey, we got to do this? What if someone tries to resist?
Well, okay, first of all, if you have an IGL on your team, don't be resisting them. You should be listening to the IGL. You should live and die by the IGL.
Yeah.
A good team goes down with their IGL the same way a good captain goes down with his ship. Arguing mid-game is not going to get you any kind of value. If anything, it's going to make you play worse. It's going to stress you out. So the IGL says, hey, I need you to play blank. You've got to say, all right. And your IGL shouldn't be asking you to play people you can't, right?
That's true.
So it's kind of somewhere in the middle of being comfortable with these characters, knowing that you know how to play them and playing them well. I think the Sombra... we should probably can that for now. And if we're not going to can the Sombra, stop hacking the tank. Stop hacking the tank. Stop hacking the tank. Because it's 4 times in a row. If the Mercy is standing right there healing the Roadhog, I don't care if you hack him. I don't care if you virus him. I don't care if you pull out a Gatling gun and fire every bullet you have into his body. The Mercy's alive. He's not going to die. And that is priority. The supports are always priority, and that is for a reason.
Seeing just a Mercy standing there with...
Yeah, you hacked the Roadhog, and Mercy's like... Okay. Standing there 10 HP, holding left click. Like, you got to focus the supports. You got to get the supports.
We will be going over to Midtown as our next hybrid map as well. So we saw that just a little bit before. I feel like you don't like Midtown. Just not a fan.
It's okay. It's mid. It truly is mid. They knew what they were doing when they named it Midtown.
Okay.
It's not great. It's not bad. I really like the third point, but you got to get there, and that's a whole journey in itself. So I think this map is fun. I think it's okay, but I do feel like it's pretty attacker advantage. The second you break through that choke, very easy for the attackers to just snowball the rest of this map.
We did see a heck of a snowball just a little bit
Yeah.
ago. So I very much agree. Sun Valley was able to create so much of that pressure, and they really never stopped. I think that was Light, who was constantly just winning everything. So that makes sense a lot. And I believe that we might be subbing in, I don't know if it's an actual PC or if it's like a person. I don't know. We're gonna see what's going on.
I'm going to assume it's a person. I think PC means Panther Creek. I think it's a substitute for Panther Creek. So I think they might be bringing in a different player. Yeah, Panther Creek sub will be coming in, which means I got to update my notes.
Ooh, okay, so a new player. But Panther Creek was playing well. I wonder who they were.
There it is.
Okay.
I had this player in my notes, and I was wondering where they were. And it's going to be Lucifer from Panther Creek, who I believe is the only junior on the entire team.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, and the rest of the team are seniors.
Yes, and this is a very tenured seasoned team. So love to be able to see them continue to say, hey, we want to bring in the people that are front running, starting roster and what they have. I think the only person that we were missing at that point, let's see. Actually, none of them match what I was looking for before. All right. No, Antarctica, they were there.
Yeah, who's now just Arctica as well.
Okay, cool.
We did not get
Appreciate
the information
it.
in time, but don't worry, Arctica. I've got it in my notes. I will not.
So they instead of Tower. So
so Tower's going out. Tower felt pretty Bastion heavy, and I felt like the Bastion just wasn't working super well, so they're going to be swapping it in. I think my guess is probably Projectile. Maybe we're going in towards a Hanzo, maybe towards a Junkrat, because swapping out a DPS usually implies you're swapping the type of DPS.
We haven't seen a Hanzo yet.
We have not seen a Hanzo yet.
We've seen a lot of
He is
Genji,
one of
but no
few
Hanzo.
DPS we've not seen. Oh, we saw Fora!
Okay. All right. We move over to Midtown.
Oh, it's still a hit scam. Oh, double hit scam because Cureless is dominating the battlefield on Fora. That actually makes a lot of sense.
I'm going to get rid of all that blast zone that was trying to be able to put him down. Sojourn coming in. No surprise. I actually became very much in love with Sojourn after I was like, man, why are they killing me so much? Oh, hey, there's a reason. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, listen, when you're behind the wheel, it's a different beast.
Yeah. Because that's going to go away from the 76ers. They're going to be on the Ash as well, but this is going to be Doom. That's not going to be Doomfist. They're going to be sticking completely onto this Roadhog and really just acting on survival with a bunch of this extra HP, and they want to be able to work with some of these picks, especially from the hook. Chupi has just been Mercy, and they don't have to really change off from that, as Baptiste also has the Immortality filter to be able to help them out. But now even into that, they get rid of fewer, and there's fewer and fewer of Audrey Kell to be able to worry about.
Audrey Kell is going to go ahead and lose that advantage, or I guess that neutral state, rather. They're going to lose somebody early on. That's going to cause a reset, especially due to the fact that it is your tank. After all, maybe Cureless can get in, farm some damage. Maybe you can just go to farm that barrage, but it's going to be difficult to use it when they've got a Roadhog hook on the other side. They've got an Immortality field to keep the team alive as well, and holy cow, do they have some accurate hit scan.
Yeah, the pharmacy is not really having the amount of health that you need it to. They're going to try and pump them up with a little bit of extra healing, but also get that. Oh, Cureless though. Double kill, and that's both DPS down. Now they're suddenly realizing that they're up the creek without a paddle, and Panther Creek is going down as Audrey Kell will take over.
I mean, Audrey Kell really doing a great job there. The hit scan go down, being hit by the projectile. Dupara does a really good job getting dominant. It's crazy that she's using 41% of her ultimate, and now Cureless already has that barrage locked and loaded, so an eager performance from Audrey Kell so far. Fewer will go down early on in that fight. Lucifer already proving their weight's worth in gold for Panther 3.
Fewer went to go help out Cureless, and Cureless said, nah, and left. And Fewer just left to die.
Mercy moment. Mercy moment for real. They just like me for real.
But Audrey Kell will be able to grab the cart. They will be moving right along as onto this first 90 degree. Panther Creek. I'm actually surprised they kind of let that one go as fast as they did, but it was only about a minute remaining before it was completely gotten. So they have about 4.5 minutes. They'll have to push it forward. They do have the big nano field to be able to power a lot of those extra shots. They're acting from right behind it, and they're acting taking them down. Lucifer already making their name known as both DPS. Actually, DPS and one support will fall.
Yeah, that amplification matrix increases all damage and healing, I believe, by 2.5 times. So wow. It is a very large damage increase. It's really good to heal up your supports, or to use your supports to heal up the team as fast as possible. Or Rothschild gets caught on the wall, can't back up far enough, and Audrey Kell now losing a team fight almost in completion due to the fact that their tank went down so stinking early.
Marissa getting melted like that is actually...
Oh, unless...
Okay, maybe. They are able to get a revive on both sides. Fewer brings Roth back into the fray. This card has not moved in a minute. and really kind of stuck in traffic, and the traffic involves 10 players that really just don't like each other. Lucifer using that railgun on its whole hog, and another one. It's a double ult economy, and they're taking them down bit by bit. Panther Creek pushes back Audrey Kell.
Yeah, Lucifer is doing a really phenomenal job for Panther Creek. No offense to the Bastion player we saw earlier, but I can see when they bring in Lucifer.
Yes.
Very consistent, very talented player up to this point, and Audrey Kell is struggling to adapt to it. I think in a moment like this, you bail on the Pharah. Oh, I have my ultimate. No, that's the sunken cost fallacy. We covered that earlier. Sometimes your ultimate is not worth the sacrifice you're giving to try and use it with already a minute 30 burned off the clock. Audrey Kell's got to make some big changes if they want to move forward.
They actually have a safety ultimate as well for Panther Creek if they really want to be influential, especially if they're able to sneak them around from behind. But Audrey Kell, they have much the same way. They got to be able to see what they can do with that Matrix to be able to get more of this damage. They've been caught off, especially from this line of sight. Lucifer with a headshot, and Cureless will go and fall. And yet the revive is found, and now that's going to be enough to be able to get them into the fight right around bridge and over the top of it. This is the sneaky part that I was looking for.
The problem is it's a wee bit predictable when they see you land on top of the bridge that you're going to be up there. But it looks like predictability did not matter as Julia will go down. It looks like the other support may fall low, but Archie no, does not make it out of the fray in time. Audrey Kell going to have a huge numbers advantage as both supports have finally fit that bullet. Cureless, that felt personal onto Bacasta, taking that player out of the way. Resurrection throws Juvia onto Archie, so now both supports have returned to the fray. Huber goes down to the side of Audrey Kell, and just meters away from the second point cap, I believe Audrey Kell will be stalled out.
Less than 2 minutes ago, they're going to have to reset all the way back, and again, it's that Roadhog that is just surviving. You take a harpoon to the chest, and you just oink, oink, and keep moving on. Rothschild finally falls. They had just too little health, and they were too far expanded, and now this is going to be about 2, maybe 3 fights. Audrey Kell has plenty of time. They just can't let themselves get caught off. They can't get staggered when in flames for these 2 and 3s.
Yeah, you know, I think we're looking at maybe about 2 fights in total with 90 seconds here on the clock, and that's assuming they lose the first one quickly. They do not have a lot of ultimates to work with right now, but they've got a couple in their pocket. Panther Creek, the same to be said. So right now, Audrey Kell has to decide, do we try to win this fight dry, or do we use as many of their ults as we can, or do we push Q as many times as possible and try to force our way into this combat? It's going to be a choice they have to make as Cureless is swapped out of the Sojourn, already 1/4 of the way to that overclock. Will they farm it fast enough? The Orisa's pulled down to the low ground. Juvia dismissed by that railgun shot. Immortality Field from Longhorn has gone missing, and now it's going to be Audrey Kell with a numbers disadvantage. Attack visor from Bacasta, full hog from this Roadhog. Selfie Splatoon, I think he needed to hold on to that until the next fight. That is an ultimate they are absolutely going to want back. Terra Surge from Rothschild used as well. A bit of a sell from Audrey Kell.
45 left to go, and they basically
now they have no ult.
as much as they can. And now it's just going to come down to who can take this fight, and they have the Diva out simply for speed. That's not really like a planned effect. They were doing much better on the Orisa, but they got dragged into it, and they felt like they had to commit. Now the Diva falls immediately. You have the Immortality Field, and this is just Lucifer doing great work, but Bacasta and Lucifer have been so influential as great DPS. 20% to go. They can't even get back to the cart, and it's slowly falling further and further under the bridge.
Yeah, I think we are watching a prime example of the Lucifer difference right now. This player has been unbelievably dominant in helping Panther Creek continue to keep the lead and then run with it, not just keep it and lose it or pass it back and forth. And as we go down to the final 5 seconds, Bacasta taken down by Cureless with a beautiful railgun overclock shot, and that may open up the window, or the implication matrix may open up the window for that second point cap. The Overwatch factor at its finest, which basically means the team remembers how to play the game as soon as they run out of time.
And they're like, oh wait, we need to get to the point. Oh, my bad, I'm sorry, okay. They have to commit over into this Diva as well. There's not going to be a recommittal to that tank. At this point, you maybe have 2 big fights, depending on how much you commit to the next one. There's no ultimate still online for Audrey Kell. Actually, none across the field. The next one's going to be the most influential, but also it's Doom who continues to ruin them. They get Roth out of their mech, and that is now a flightless Audrey Kell. They're unable to do too much, just trying to be able to land this from distance. Cureless is onto this Widowmaker. They have to really find these big picks, but they have too many angles to really get beyond.
Yes, it was a bingo, and Audrey Kell does have the Widowmaker online here. It's going to be a pretty big deal. It's the first Widowmaker we've seen so far today. Bacasta swapping out of the Junkrat, though, I think is genius. Here on the defense, this is one of Junkrat's best points in the entire game, because as we talked about way earlier today, it's those close quarters, claustrophobic corridors where Junkrat really tends to get his value. Goes for the undercard angle, just not able to find it with those stairs in the way. And once again, Salty Spittoon trying to hack the tank. I'm going to say it every single time, stop hacking the tank.
They're going to be able to at least get rid of that Mercy from all the way down in distance. They're trying to get rid of the Junkrat as well. That card is slowly moving its way forward. Cureless, making them clueless as they take away the old brainstem from out of the body. Audrey Kell fighting tooth and nail. Now it's overtime in just a few coming seconds. You have to stick to the cart. It has to stay moving, and they have to get this third point, or at least get as far as they have to. Valkyrie online, and everyone's going for the fist fight.
Oh, Substitute trying to hack the tank, and look where that went. Again, Doofus finds that elimination there. The Diva Bomb comes out. The Riptire will pick up Longhorns, but Bethesda gives their life for that Riptire. The Remake does not kill that Doomfist player here on the Roadhog. Confusing, I know, but bear with me. We are here in overtime. The attacking team is falling apart, crumbling perhaps. Mercy cannot heal enough. Too much damage being absorbed by Rothschild. They've gone down. They fall off the card, and overtime comes to a close. A win condition has been set for Panther Creek.
Devil's in the details, and the devil has been in the kill feed time and again as a Lucifer was ruining them alongside Bethesda. But give it to Audrey Kell. They found that second point, and they found some distance to be able to travel. Now, instead of being able to fight for any extra overtime, if you're new to Valorant, or sorry, not Valorant, Overwatch.
Wait a minute.
Hey, look, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
But if you're new to Overwatch, I'm so sorry. If you don't make that third point, you must deny the same distance from being gained by your opponent. So now Panther Creek, they need to get 2 checkpoints and get 58.15 meters, and they'll be able to win the second map.
Yeah, the second they have even a fraction of more distance, that's the game break.
Yes.
That's the difference maker. I think you did a great job explaining that because it is the rules are a little different now. Yeah, you bring up a good point. Things have changed just a wee bit, but Panther Creek perhaps taking some notes out of the pages of Audrey Kell. AK might be tasting some of their own pain here.
Ooh, that could be fun. But you're going to see what's going to happen. And on the other side, they're going to just try and snowball their way into it. As Audrey Kell, you know, they've been changing things up quite a few different times. We're also going to be seeing a switch up maybe at the support level. And I feel like they got caught just committing into a tank change. I think they committed into that Diva, not because they wanted to. They were doing so much more off of the Orisa. Not that they didn't get the second point from it, but they felt like they needed some more burst damage maybe. But it's not exactly where I think they wanted to stay.
Yeah, they wanted to stay on the team because they need the ultimates around the corner. They need the mobility, was super valuable on that third point, especially toward the second as well. Oh my goodness, that's a Hanzo! What rhymes with Hanzo? Bingo! Let's go. Okay, we're down to only 4 characters that have not been seen so far today, which is incredible. We've seen almost the entire Overwatch roster. Let's see if Bethesda can make some magic happen here on this Hanzo, though. Gets to read him a couple of turrets. Can't get the angle to shoot them, though, and overextends in their efforts. Does take that turret down, but falls to 96 HP on the board. Gonna use a substitute is down. Good. Oh, Longhorn is down.
Oh, fighting from this angle, you just think that they're not gonna get caught eventually. They're gonna be just kind of bodied onto it, but no, just getting to ignore the tank, and they just found him as an assist as Doom is able to get them completely done and dusted. And now Panther Creek in full control of site. That was very methodical.
Oh, 100%. That was surgical execution there. That was a great opportunity from Panther Creek to sneak in, to go for one target. They collapse on that target. They simply cannot even take a breath. For Audrey Kell has been eliminated and obliterated. 5:20 on the clock, mirroring the time bank that Audrey Kell had with their very dominant first approach. But now, this is a really good showing for Panther Creek. Will they go up 2-0 on this series?
How do you feel about the change on the shotgun for Roadhog? They had short, they had long, and they decided both needed to be the same thing.
Yeah, I think Roadhog's kind of weird right now, and usually I don't like him, but Doomfist is kind of just proving me wrong in this moment, so I don't want to be too harsh on the character. Yeah. I don't want to repeat my Sora moment from earlier.
Maybe a little bit different, but Orisa now is right back in the fray. They're going to use their ultimate to try and drag everyone in, and they at least get one as Artica will fall. Audrey Kell trying to stagger out on this first corner. As you have a few ultimates coming online, at least the support ultimates, but now it's just becoming just a fist fight as you're going to push them all the way back to spawn. Panther Creek really stuck at the door right now, but this is not uncommon, and they have a lot of time.
Yeah, they've got more than enough time. I mean, 30 seconds more than they started with at the beginning of the game, so they're definitely feeling comfortable. We saw Audrey Kell be caught in this same box for a little while, I think 2.5 minutes, give or take. So Panther Creek has a lot of free time to work with. They've got a lot of ultimates in their pocket, and now Bethesda swapping onto Bastion, so even more damage coming off the side of Audrey Kell.
Of the turret form for Bethesda. You think that we got rid of one Bastion, we'll replace them with another. That's also Lucifer that's still hanging out onto that Sojourn. They're going to go underneath the bridge, and the whole hog is online as they do have that. Just trying to be able to abuse them from the side, but they put on the Matrix as well to remove extra distance and damage. Longhorn, he gets rid of the tank.
Tank has been deleted, and Mercy not far behind. Cureless will fall to the hands of Lucifer, so it's going to be a decent trade here in favor of Panther Creek, but Lucifer gives their life for that cause. It's going to be pretty huge here in favor of Audrey. They're going to be able to slow down the rampage just a bit from the side of Panther Creek, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough for this team.
Turret down. Just be able to kind of abuse them from on top of the bridge. And that laser beam will actually slow them down. It's so cheeky. Fearless getting rid of the bastion. And so now you're kind of stuck under this bridge. You had 3.5 minutes to go. Do you kind of try to jump over that back line?
Yeah, I think
really surprising.
I think the team composition they're running with the Symmetra turrets and they've got the Orisa in your face, I think teleporting behind them or going up and over are probably the most clever approaches here. Because when you're up and over, at least you're out in the open, you're not as claustrophobic, so you got a little more room to work with. But sometimes the hard rush through the tunnel can work well, but Orisa's not the tank to try and do that. You're not that guy, man.
You also have the tank switch up, because you now have the Doomfist right back in action. Oh, they missed the swing, trying to be able to get what they can. They use that bastion ultimate. They at least get one, and now a second one collected as they're just taking on the multitude of fights. But you also have the visor that's going to go online. They find a couple, and this becomes a 3v3 as they go straight back to cart. And Doomfist is getting stuck, and they're using their strong hand, but it's not strong enough. Healing is Anna trying to be able to keep up their Orisa. Rothschild and the gang, all of Audrey Kell. This cart gets a little bit closer, and there's a lot of time still left to be able to burn off. But still, Panther Creek is trying to get control of the cart, and they really not outright want a fight. It's been more about what they can be able to sneak one player at a time.
Yeah, and Audrey Keller going for kind of a nano boost or a nano blade scenario. Still to Splatoon, caught out by the Kesta on the high ground. A sleep dart comes out, but it's not really going to make much of a difference, especially when a javelin catches Clueless. They're not able to find that damage. With a double support pocket, but Kesta can stand confidently on that high ground. We're down to sub 2 minutes. Can Audrey Keller sneak out a victory here? Only a minute and 50 seconds for the side.
The immortality field as well. You're getting hacked again, and Soldier Splatoon is trying to be able to ruin them from the flanks. You have the Doomfist that's going for at least one extra swing. They're trying to be able to chase down the Sombra, so something that Splatoon will be sent to the sideline. And while I'm spitting, they're spitting the exact same. Panther Creek is finding just enough to be able to get that second checkpoint, and now it becomes about distance. You must full hold.
You've got to go for the full hold here, and it's interesting how we're seeing Audrey Kell go for that Doomfist hack again. They die for it again. I can think of already 5 different examples of them hacking the tank and dying for it. It is a huge change they need to make if they want to work well, but if you want to counter the Doomfist, swap to a Mei, swap to a Reaper, but please, for the love of all that is holy, please stop hacking him.
They think, oh hey, I give rid of the most health.
Oh, and they hacked him, and they almost died.
The Matrix goes up and online again. Trying to be able to put a lot of damage as they enter into the train station, and now with the deflection, they're just going to send Panther Creek away. 2.5 minutes. This is a full minute more than what Audrey Kell had a little bit ago when they were able to get that second checkpoint, and now a huge wave of damage as Doom continues to just run it down.
Yeah, Doomfist continuing to run it down here, and it looks like that Sombra is going to be able to get a hack, but it does nothing. Again, because the Mercy is there to heal. We're now has the Meteor Strike available up and running, and it goes to grab the blade in the back. The Nano Blade will find purchase, maybe! Mercy runs away, and it's a beautiful performance from that Doomfist to take Fearless out of the equation. The Nano Boost and the Blade have been wasted with already 2 minutes left on the clock. Is there going to be a large enough performance from Panther Creek to win this? It seems to be the answer very well, maybe yes, as this Doomfist is on a rampage, makes it a 5K to boot.
100 seconds to go. No one's touching the sights except for Panther Creek that have now turned this into a 2-0 series lead. They have one more before they move on to the second round. And Audrey Kell A, maybe they won't be worried about having to face off against their brethren of Audrey Kell B, because they got
this right.
They have a reverse sweep to make.
Yeah, they've got to go full reverse sweep here. They've got to run it down in this entire series. And right now, Cureless had a really strong start on the attack, but it was the defense that really fell apart for them. And I'm hoping to see maybe a little bit less of Farah, especially on Flashpoint, because none of those maps can lend themselves great. She works, but if you want to go for aerials, go for Echo. Don't swap to Farah. Farah is so niche and specific.
Echo feels like she can just fly so much further. She can get that glide, and she'll be able to just, she has that burst damage. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't exist with the Farah, but the Farahs just seems like they're kind of more stuck in the air. And then they go further to the ground much more quickly. So this is going to be a fun one for Audrey Kell to have to win if they want to go and take a fight to their program friends. But otherwise, Panther Creek in a great position to be able to get themselves into the top 8 position. At this point in time, it just comes down to winning your ones. And it was actually much more back and forth, but I think Midtown really kind of lends itself to that, especially with fights underneath the main bridge.
Well, that's what we said, right? Is Midtown is that type of map where it's like if you get the momentum, it's really easy to keep. But when you lose, you do get stalled out a little bit. The rug gets ripped out from underneath you a bit, and it's really difficult to work with. But as we see a substitution coming back in, Tower will be returning into this matchup. So Lucifer, well, I'm surprised. I think Lucifer was the best player on the team up to this point. So Lucifer being swapped out is surprising.
Yeah, that's actually kind of neat. But
okay, to be fair, Bethesda could be swapped out as well.
I think they swapped with the other one.
Oh yeah, Lucifer is still in.
Okay.
So Bethesda is out. We're bringing in Tower. So I don't know. It's all hit scan at this point. They really haven't played much else.
Maybe I'll just play Bastion. Just more hits.
Everyone plays Bastion. Just 5 Bastions.
Just 5 Bastions. Or everyone Torbjorn.
Oh.
Wait, create tower defense.
Torbjorn.
Remember when old tank style and you'd have a Reinhardt on one side, a Riss on the other side.
Yeah.
Put your shields and you.
That's the pirate ship, baby.
Yes.
That's the pirate ship.
Oh, I remember that. Those were the days.
Remember what I said earlier? A good captain goes down with his ship. That was me. I was at Reinhardt, front of the ship, bro, like this. Whole game. That's it. That's how you play. That's how you used to play Ryan. That's how you don't play.
No.
I miss him. I miss him every day. I miss him like I lost a real life friend.
I feel like you should be able to turn the hammer around and it turns into like just a big gun. Just put a gun.
A flamethrower.
Yeah.
That would be so cool.
That would be so cool. I'm tired of this. Throws the shield away.
Flips it. It's a flamethrower.
Okay. Blizzard, if you're listening.
Blizzard, we know you're listening.
Your remaining shield amount becomes how much ammo you have for a flamethrower. You convert all of that. Come on. That's an idea.
Come on. At least tell me no if you don't like it, because that is such a cool idea.
Go full offensive Reinhardt.
Reinhardt needs help.
Or maybe give him the helicopter spin. Just goes over
like a Tasmanian devil,
yes.
like the full.
It becomes Mario with a down A.
Dude, come on now. We've got a great idea. Microsoft, hire me. Hire him. It was mostly his idea, but hire me too.
You can take credit.
All right. Microsoft, hire me.
The Grandmaster would know how to effectively implement it. And I'm excited you got it.
We should be jumping into game number 3 here in just a minute here. It's going to be Suravasa. I'm after we're quite familiar with. We watched that last series come to a close on Suravasa just a couple of minutes ago. Maybe 20, 30 minutes ago, give or take. So we're eager to see what these teams are going to be bringing out. On Suravasa, I'm leaning... never mind. Not going to say because now I look dumb. But we do see Azaria. It's not a bingo, but we're down to 3 characters we have not seen. Oh, I'm sorry. Now we're down to 4. I missed one last time.
Oh, what we got? Winston.
I don't want to say because then the players will pick them.
They'll just do it and it will be
exactly.
Okay,
it's a falsified bingo.
Okay, I really like Azaria on this kind of position because you can have those survival shields.
Yeah.
Give you so much longevity to be able to get back to site. So it really is good for scrapping and create so much of that burst damage.
Zarya can be pretty good about Doomfist as well, just due to the fact that she can bubble somebody who gets punched. She can bubble herself as well, but the problem is one of the biggest Zarya counters in the game. That's Symmetra, man. And Lucifer is in. She's on that Symmetra. She's able to do a great job so far. Panther Creek taking that tank out of the way. Audrey, it's dire. Get out time, baby. You got to get the heck out of there because Panther Creek is already 1/5 done with this first point.
The golden gun onto the Ana.
Archika, I don't know if you can hear me. That's the best Ana skin in the game.
That's so cool. Also, Symmetra does extra damage to shields.
Correct.
Right? So that's why Zarya.
Additional damage, she does damage faster, and she gains shields in her HP if she depletes shields.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Symmetra's incredibly strong. Incredibly underrated.
Revive of Fewer picking up their Salty Spittoon. It's already we're at 60% on this first of this flashpoint, which could be the final map here for Audrey. Again, we have gone no further than map 3 for every single one of our Overwatch matches. Audrey has to be able to rewrite history that's been made, at least for right now, current history.
Yeah.
85% going forward. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to re-engage directly onto the site, so they're just trying to be able to take this team fight and see what they can do with it. And otherwise, it's kind of split down the middle. Audrey doesn't get there in time. First point goes over to Panther Creek.
Panther Creek winning that first point is not exactly a good sign for our friends over on the side of Audrey. They lose Rothschild. There's not even a fight happening right now. That is devastating to lose that Zarya off rip. Mercy gets staggered into oblivion by Panther Creek, and now they're going to have first possession on this next point.
Force him to go to sleep and then immediately wake up from your nap and slap you around. That's so rude.
That is honestly the audacity.
No, I don't want to lay down. Don't even tell me to.
I want to lay down.
I know, same.
Meanies. Oh, Rothschild now on the Maga. I'm really fascinated to see if this can be beneficial.
Is that desperation? Is this just experimentation?
It's like wild card. It's experimentation.
So But you know what? It actually could pay off. Just don't run off the edge of the map. They take a step shorter than that. But now they're facing off against a Doomfist, and I think they're just desperate for extra damage.
Well, they're also going to keep the tank alive longer. Maga has a lot of ways that heal him. He's got an ability that heals him. He's got an ability that does a lot of damage very quickly. They're trying to burst down this Doomfist when in reality, I think Audrey will completely rewrite their approach. They need to go for the supports first because look, supports were dead. Doomfist finally dies. But it's the way that we're not targeting the supports that allow the Symmetra to stay alive longer, that allows the Doomfist to stay alive longer. You've got to get rid of the healers well before you're trying to get rid of the tank or DPS.
Oh, great deflection. They do get the bio grenade on to at least that one Genji as Cureless is trying to be able to fight him off, but Audrey does at least flip the second point. We've not seen Flashpoint go to even a fourth point. It's only been 3 O's in Flashpoint itself. So we're in a best of 5, in our best of 5, right in the middle of it here in map number 3. Cureless trying to be able to get that deflection. And again, you have the golden gun over on the tower who's on the Policeman 76.
Yeah, the Soldier 76 is going to try to make an appearance here, but Cureless into the back line has that blade, but has no nano to boot, and golly, did they need that damage reduction. Tower knocks over Cureless, and now Fisted is going to be able to pick up Salty Splatoon as well. The Mercy falls, and all of a sudden, Panther Creek has claimed this second point with, I dare say, relative ease. Audrey Kell is going to have one more opportunity to try and strike, where Panther Creek walks away with another 3-0 today.
Immediately use the Matrix from the Baptiste to try and do something, but I think they did that without their team there.
No one else was there.
Why in the world did they just decide, you know what, I don't need this for right now, I won't even need it for later because we're not going to be able to get this point? Yeah.
Desperation.
Can I get a pick against 5?
And now they're swapping, and maybe it's like, oh, well, I was going to swap anyway, but now it kind of feels a little more like I should swap, so it looks like I did that on purpose. That is going to be that Zenyatta swap coming in with Zenyatta going to get bodied by a Sim, a Soldier, or a Doomfist, so it's a confusing choice if I've ever seen one.
I don't hate the idea of sticking with this manga because they actually do have Ultimate coming up here.
You got domain expansion.
Yes. What the giant 2?
I don't know what it's actually called. I just call it domain
Cage Fight.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
I like it.
At least I think that the
Domain expansion.
Chain
Cage. Something cool. I don't think it's
super neat. But what is not super neat for Audrey Kell is that they are down to their final chance. They have to win every single point here on the Flashpoint 3rd map of this series. Otherwise, they will be going bye-bye. And Panther Creek wants to be able to take them down in earnest as that Doomfist is just finding massive value, but so is Tower and Lucifer.
Tower standing above a tower of bodies beneath them as they drop a 5K against Audrey Kell, and Panther Creek has now capped that first point, which means their odds of winning have skyrocketed. This team has come in large and in charge. This is the first time we've had the opportunity to see them on stream, and holy cow, have they shown that it's worth it. I've never seen that Reaper skin, and that is really cool.
Is that like a gas mask?
Yeah, and I love a gas mask. Shout out Lethal Company. I'll tell you what, Panther Creek, they are some lethal company.
Great asset. Great asset is this player, but trying to be able to get some damage from over the top. Cureless has the pharmacy, so they have extra damage and extra health. And they're able to get a pick onto Lucifer, so them being gone is massive. Big stones. Audrey Kell fighting for their tournament life, trying to be able to get to the state championships. They will flip this point.
This is the Overwatch factor at its finest. That's a term that I made up. That basically means the team waits until the very last moment in a game to remember how to play the game. And I love the phrase, better late than never. So Audrey Kell, they come to life, they make some swaps. It looks like they're finally worthwhile, and they gain a bit of percentage. They gained 35, back on point number 2. Can they gain any more than that here on this 3rd and possibly final point of Suravasa?
Having to guard themselves, Doomfist is already down to about 60 HP, and that means there is no entry for free for Panther Creek. Tower will fall as well, and this is suddenly starting to look like a very effective Audrey Kell. Hey, it could be the Overwatch moment. It can simply say, hey, oh, wow, we actually are a pretty good team. We can keep up with these guys. So much damage by Cureless to send Panther Creek packing up to nearly 70%.
Audrey Kell, I mean, the fight or flight has activated, and these are some flightless birds, except for the Farah and the You guys get the metaphor. These are a team that are fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end. They do not want that swan song to yet be sung, and they are trying to make those fans proud. 10% remaining here on this first point, and already Salty Splatoon has fallen. Could this be the beginning of the end? Could this be a lost moment in the history books here at VESL this weekend?
99%. Use the barrage. You at least get rid of Tower. Tower was put into this map They brought them in over Vikesta, but Juvia is able to get a revive onto them, so it's as if it didn't even happen. Oh no, it goes the wrong way for Audrey Kell as Panther Creek brings the fight right back. The meteor strike comes down, and you don't want anyone surviving for too much longer. Gonna die fast, but with 80%, they now have to go sprinting back to site or else it's all over.
They've got to get to that site now or never, and unfortunately, Hail Monkey Man, it may be never. They've got one ultimate to work with, and I don't know why you're going in right now. You should have waited 2 more seconds. Your team was right behind you, but unfortunately, Salty Spittoon goes down, and that Sombra just never really scratched that itch for me. I think it was a reckless play. Cureless gets a little careless in these final moments. The rest of the team falls beneath them. That is unfortunately going to be a 3-0 loss against Audrey Kell. Panther Creek will continue moving forward into the round of 8.
Panther Creek, they take down one Audrey Kell, and in
One
just
to go.
a little bit, they go against another. They take down the A team. The B team is to come. And Tower, the rearrangement and the sub-ins of these DPS, it was such a good strategic call between each. They always felt like they were in control, but every single map, hey, if that's your pocket position that you want to do for each of your players, it was done to full effect.
Yeah, and honestly, a great game from all 10 of the players, or 11, excuse me, that we saw in the battlefield there in that game. But all things considered, you got to give it to Panther Creek.
Yes.
That was lethal. That was a dominant performance. And now, as we get ready to jump into our next matchup, which, let me make sure I tell you the right schools, JT versus Green Hope coming up next. So we are super excited. Oh, we got some fans in the crowd tonight. All right, we'll address that a little bit more on the other side of this break. Use this time, get a snack, use the restroom, do something, but don't go anywhere because VESL is just getting started, baby. We'll see you right back here in just a few.
Booger, Finite, Nerf Chamber, Oaks Enemy, and Hausa also looked really good on Myers Park. So this is going to be a very entertaining matchup. I could easily see this one going more than 13-7 like the other two matches have, Jamako.
Well, what makes you feel this way? I mean, do you know the players themselves, or?
Yeah, I casted both of these two
gotcha,
teams
gotcha.
during the qualifiers. Yeah, that's why. So it's like both of these teams looked really good. They were solid, like all around. So I think this is going to be a really good matchup between these two teams. But I'll look in between rounds the information on how they qualified and who they had to go through. But they both look pretty solid for the most part. So we'll see once we get into this.
If you can get me up to speed, Cypher, what was the role of the Cypher here on the?
Cypher, I mean, we usually get to see them put down like the tripwires. They put the cameras up, and then they can kind of get more vision on everything else around the map itself. So we'll see what happens with that specifically. But now we get to see how things go down between these two teams, and I'm very curious on what the performance for these squads is going to be. But nonetheless, we do have Myers Park and Research Triangle between these two squads. And Research Triangle on the left, Myers Park on the right, and we'll see how they are going to perform against each other. Nonetheless, though, this is just the bye phase. Still got some time until we get into the first round itself. But Oaks Enemy, I remember, was actually mainly an Astra player that time around too. So curious to see how they perform in this matchup.
Let's go. Let's see. Okay, obviously, fine phase. Nothing much to see here. Just the guys. Well, they can't do anything, right? At this stage, can they buy anything other than a suppressor?
They can buy pistols. That's about it.
Okay.
I mean, maybe some armor if they want to use that instead, but that's about it at this stage. So really just going with their gunplay and going from there, using their utility and their abilities to see if they can take out the competition that way. We do have a breach, so they're going to be the infiltrator for Nerf Chamber. As you can see there, Boger taken down though, and Null down as well. So two kills already. Bonsai taken down by Hausa, and this matchup already is just a lightning speed with these kills that are coming through. Null with 3 themselves, only the Cypher remaining on the side of, Myers Park.
It's going to be a tough one here. Yeah, Research Triangle looking really solid on this first one. However, I mean, this one, we have seen it over and over. Not gonna take much from that one. It seems like the Cypher is just wasting time to avoid getting killed and avoid getting more money to the other team, more resources for the next phase. Actually, trying to avoid the shots up there. He noticed that everyone was waiting for him on that spot, so going with a little bit of a dance back and forth and see if he can actually get one headshot or something. His life is pretty depleted. I don't know. I mean, with this amount of time on the clock, just run away and don't risk anything else. I mean, why?
They wanted to see if they could get a kill. I think that's what the strategy was there. They wanted to see if they could get anything on the board, and if they could, they'd at least get some more economy for themselves. So they were in a bad spot there too, Tramaco. If you didn't notice, the spike was down behind all 3 of the defenders. So they had to go in to get the spike if they wanted to try and do anything with it. Now, down by that first round. Unfortunate for Myers Park, but Research Triangle here locally in Greensboro, feeling pretty confident about that win.
They got to do. I mean, I'm rooting for them. I told you. Yeah. They're the homeboys. I don't really know exactly where's the school, but still, they're closer to us than we are to Myers Park at the moment. It will be interesting if we could get some of the like an audio of their comms a little bit, that way. We'll see.
I mean, we can kind of hear it here ourselves, but if you're in person, you'll be able to hear what's going on. But we got a flawless now from Research Triangle. They are feeling good and popping off, and what a way to do it, following back and forth between each other towards that A site. The defending end is working out well for them on Lotus, and if I remember for Research Triangle, I think they mainly played Lotus during the majority of their qualifying matches, so Lotus is their strong suit, and Myers Park probably did not want to take Research Triangle here.
Regardless, I mean, that was the second round, round where you expect Research Triangle to do very, very well, especially because Myers Park, we're not gonna get any big weapons. They were not gonna have any firepower to actually do something against. I mean, that was still really quick, flawless, if you ask me. But regardless, I mean, not a big trouble for Myers Park still at the game.
Well, we'll see what the side of Myers Park can do in the situation. Time ticking down, looking like they might potentially go towards that C site, but Hausa does have some shots themselves, waiting for an angle, seeing if anyone's coming towards them. But yeah, maybe the B site that they are pushing onto. Everyone on B currently, and using the Breach's ability, and Nerf Chamber will be able to take out Rich Star, the other Breach, with their ability themselves. Finite and Nerf Chamber yet again. This is a good comeback by Myers Park, and we saw this happen in the last Valorant matchup as well, Chimako. The first 2 rounds go to one team that's defending, and as soon as the eco is back in the favor of Myers Park, or the attacking side, they're able to do something. But Griffin Dragon, that was a nice slow roll, but now it's all up to Null, and they get taken down. So the attackers, 3 alive, were able to get their first win in that round.
I've been trying to tell you that, that's basically what happens here. First 2 rounds, important because you can lose by 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, by 2 rounds, not by 1. But still, not the rounds that will actually tell you the full picture of the next round. So still, this one, it could go either way, but I wouldn't be surprised if Myers Park is able to do something similar to what they did before. So now we see the attackers moving closer to A. That doesn't mean that they're going to be attacking towards A. They might just be there for the time being.
Get some information, then maybe rotate back around depending on if they feel confident or not about it. But you can see that everyone is just rallied around by the A side. Jack Gerard and Nerf Chamber each getting a kill themselves, and not really trading necessarily in that sense, but they are trading like with the amount of players that were remaining on the team, the maps. Yeah. But we do see a bit more of a rotation. You see that Research Triangle are focusing more on just rallying behind each other, waiting for the different angles, not pushing as much as they were in those first 2 rounds, because you can do that a bit more freely in the pistol rounds. But Finite able to use that Trailblazer so that they can get some vision. They know exactly where the other team is, and where they're going to be pushing from too.
Yeah, they got a lot of information on that one, and they probably will rush to plant. Yes, they're planting on C as quick as they can. They got to do it before the defenders are able to get there to C. And now they have they have the advantage there because they know where the defenders are coming from. And the double kill. I mean,
wow,
that was great. By Finite.
Round 3, they had 3 players left. Round 4, they had 4 players left in that matchup. Crazy to see the difference between Myers Park and Research Triangle in that specific instance. But 2 rounds back-to-back for Myers Park. We are now at an even stance between these 2 squads. Curious to see what Research Triangle are going to do to change the game on the defensive end. But usually the attacking side a bit more favored, it feels like, on Lotus from what we've witnessed in that last map.
Yeah, it feels that way to me. Because whenever you have 3 places to plant, then you can bait so much more. I mean, whereas it is only A and B, then, I mean, it's obvious that if you're not here, you're going to be on the other one.
Exactly.
But in this case, you can space out so much, and you got to have, as a defender, I mean, even though people are probably going towards A or C, you still need someone on B to make sure that nothing happens over there. And we see now Nerf Chamber getting the other breach of the teammate away. So that's good. I mean, taking some information away from the defenders.
Astro just trying to see if they can place down any of their smokes to get in a better spot for their teammates to maybe try and take back this position. But Jack Durov finally gets one. Nerf Chamber with 3 kills to their name. Nerf Chamber really doing the majority of the work. And I always remembered seeing that name in the kill feed last time when they were qualifying to make it here to the regionals. So Nerf Chamber putting the work for the most part for Myers Park, but now we do see Null try to get a shot. Hausa looking solid too. There's Griffin Dragon taking down Oak's enemy, and we still have the Viper remaining. Griffin Dragon, 1v3 situation. They are spraying, but no, they missed as well. We did have, unfortunately, them getting blinded at the end there, and that'll be 3 rounds in a row now for Myers Park.
Yeah, we couldn't see it. I mean, we couldn't appreciate the blindness on our screen, but it was there. It was there. That's why they were shooting. Just trying to figure it out. Just praying to actually spray a few shots on the opponent, but that wasn't the case. So we got 3 in a row now for Myers Park, and Research Triangle. They're not looking bad at all. I mean, they're just being outpaced and a little bit outmatched in the gun department because we saw Null that only had a pistol in their hands.
Yeah.
Not much that you can do with that.
It's been crazy too because Nerf Chamber has been the one that's been doing the majority of the work so far for this team in the last 2 rounds at least for Myers Park. But we do see Finite getting a trade a little bit. Nerf Chamber, speaking of them, taking down Bonsai. And Bonsai I was mentioning before, someone who stuck out to me on the Research Triangle side, but we haven't really seen too much from them so far. Hausa looking for the spike plant, and they are going to easily put this one down. And I'm really liking the coordination from Myers Park in comparison to those first 2 rounds, because at a minimum, they have only dropped 2 players. They've had at least 3 alive every single time that they've won a round.
That's impressive. That's really impressive. In this game, right? I mean, you said
Ooh,
that.
Jack 2 Raw with 4 kills. Okay.
Wow. I mean, that's a name that we haven't heard before. He
Wow.
actually got all of them. Wow, and they're celebrating big here in Greensboro.
I would as well. That's an ace from Jack 2 Raw, taking down the entire enemy team. That's a good way to bounce back, tie it up 3-3, and stem the bleeding.
And they allow him to get the defuse as well.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You deserve it.
You deserve it, yeah.
Just take it,
Also, it makes it so they get their ultimate, too, so they wanted to get those points and also just feel confident. The economy being that much better, you know that player's playing well, so send them forward and see if they can take on the world, which it's exactly what they did in that round.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to tell the observers what to do, but I want to see Jack's point of view right now. That's what I want to see, you know, a little bit here in the next one. So.
Oh, man. Yeah, Jack 2 Raw really just stepped up to the plate to get that victory for their team, the ace. And we saw a flawless earlier from the side of Research Triangle, now an ace here. That seems to be the way that Research Triangle likes to roll when they get their wins, but we'll see if that continues through the remainder of the rounds. We have Finite pushing through a little bit with Breach initiating themselves, and unfortunately we will not have any real vision gained by this Trailblazer. Everyone's in an odd spot. Tried to go for it, knows that somebody is in that odd position, so Finite trying to push onto the site as best as they can towards A, but they do get taken down by Bonsai, and that's a big win for Research Triangle.
That's one that you've been mentioning, Bonsai being able to do so, but we never had the opportunity to see actually Bonsai attacking. Now Jack 2 Raw again in the action, but this time he was nerfed by Nerf Chamber, and Griffin Dragon taking Nerf Chamber as well. So only Cypher, Hausa alive, and this is a situation that he had seen before, and it wasn't very favorable for him. So hopefully this time maybe just wait around and don't risk anything. But no, he wants to blob. You know, he's looking for something. He knows he's gonna be surrounded by enemies, but just try to be very patient about it. He got it. He got it.
Oh,
he got
got
it.
one.
He got one. He knows that. Oh, he wasn't expecting that
so
one.
Close.
He knew there was someone on the stairs, but not on that corridor, so couldn't get that kill. That wasn't a bad play, actually. I'm impressed by Hausa a little bit more now.
Yeah, nice positioning from them. They knew that there were so many angles their opponents could come from, so they were just caught in between a rock and a hard place, and they got one kill at least, so helps them out economy-wise a little bit, but even then, it was a 1v3 situation. They would have had to clutch in a crazy fashion, but the perfect timing for Research Triangle on that attack towards that last player, I think, is what won them that round, so they didn't even have to worry about a potential clutch by Hausa. So 4-3 now. Good comeback in these last 2 rounds from the side of Research Triangle. They got to keep that up, though.
Got to keep it up. Let's see, everyone going towards the C this time around. The attackers to get there, and they're going to be met by the defenders. They're still trying to, well, not planting yet. It's, they get the spike, but they traded a few kills, and Jack 2 Raw getting back into the action now, getting a double kill. I want to see Jack 2 Raw. I'm telling you, I want to see that guy. I want to see what's that raw about him. Seems to be doing really good. Oh my God!
Hausa with
wow,
a 2-piece too, taken out by Bonsai though. Finite. Nobody knows that they are there either. You mentioned it, a 1v1 situation that gives away the positioning of Hausa. At least if I'm Bonsai, I know that they're there, but no, you're looking in the wrong direction. And what a finish by Finite to clutch things up and tie things up 4-4.
Well, you said it. Bonsai knew where Finite was, so I was expecting Bonsai to actually have the opportunity there, but just zooming in a little bit toward the ledge, and it was a Finite waiting for Bonsai. Actually, you know, Bonsai saw the shots coming from that direction as well. So yes, definitely Finite had the right information. Even when they destroyed Finite's utility, Finite was able to get the information they needed.
Truly, and that's what was a great positioning from Finite. They had the upper hand because they didn't. Bonsai didn't really have the angle on them and didn't know exactly where they were coming from. So curious to see what Jack 2 Raw is going to be able to do with that judge. We also see a judge here for Boger and looking for something else, Nerf Chamber, maybe a different angle. It's a lot of just eco rounds from these players, but there's somebody behind them. They get the kill, turn around and just snipe them in the head with the judge there for a second for Boger. What a great way to pick up that kill. Unfortunate for Research Triangle, already down by 2 players.
The plant is right going in. Spark looking really strong right now. Okay, that's good. Jack, I mean, Jack is business. He is serious about this. You can let that guy, wow, getting fighted as well. Man,
there we go.
Hard, but getting the kills on the Astra here alive for Spark. But the
1v2.
The spike is planted. Oh,
there we go.
Was it a showstopper? No, it wasn't. No.
It was nice, whatever it was. Owen able to take the final kill there and get the defenders win again. Wow. You can hear Research Triangle just having all the energy in the building here, making themselves known throughout these different rounds. But Myers Parks, no slouches whatsoever. I'm sure when they get their own round wins that they are popping off in Charlotte. It's just interesting to see like the dichotomy between both these two regions that are facing off against each other, and only one of their representatives can move on to those state finals.
Round number 9, and we're still, I mean, three rounds away from switching lanes, switching sides. But this has been very even. Like we were talking about, you know, maybe one team is better in attacking and defending. Right now, we don't know. I mean, we don't know anything from these two teams because they are so dead even so far. Well, the only thing I can say is that, you know, Jack Raw is doing its job. It's going at it very strongly, which is a name that you didn't mention before when you were looking at the names. I don't know if this is popping off today or...
Doing really well today for sure. Yeah, Finite though as well. 2 kills back-to-back, taking out Jack 2 Raw, and well, Bonsai will take them down this time, unlike the 1v1 we saw before. Griffin Dragon onto Bulger, making sure that they can't really do anything. We do see the ultimate coming out from Breach 2. Rich Star, 1 kill. There's the second kill for Rich Star. There's the defuse coming out too, and that's 2 rounds back-to-back for Research Triangle, and they are on a roll.
And Rick Star, he has been, or they have been really surviving.
Boo! Just kidding. It's us. What's going on, everybody? We're back. Not to interrupt the middle of that game for you, but we're ready to jump into our game. The break has come to a close, and we are excited to jump into some Valorant. I did misspeak at the end of that last break. So we got some cheering that happened last time, and I want to clear up who exactly it was for. So we've got Green Hope versus JT. Okay, that answers that. So we've got some huge JT fans in-house, which does make a lot of sense because they're the team playing out of this venue. I am Septulence, joined by Hail Monkey Man, and this will be our penultimate game this evening.
We have 2 matches of esports left for the evening. 1 Valorant, 1 Overwatch. JT Williams is in the house, and they're going to be going up against Green Hope, a new kid on the block. Both these teams with only 1 match in front of them to be able to make it into the top 4, the state championships. And it's just so crazy to see these programs continue to come to it. And you know this JT crowd is going to get loud.
We know the JT crowd is going to get JT loud, baby. They are super excited to be here. They're feeling good. And if we have enough time, a rumor has it, never mind, got canceled. No more rumors. GG, no more rumors. We're jumping into the JT Green Hope matchup in just a minute here. And something interesting that I'm going to bring up right away so I don't forget. So if you watched Rocket League yesterday, there's a player on the JT squad named Grassy. That was a very talented player. I believe had 17 goals across the entire day. We are about to see that same Grassy be a double threat player for the JT Valorant program. I think that is incredible to do that, let alone as a high schooler. I think that is amazing.
The triple threat, if they want to really be, because they also have great academics. It'd be great.
Great academics counts as a triple threat. Yeah. That qualifies.
I want to see what these players can do. Obviously, you get 1 map, and last time around, we talked about what would happen and what map it would be. Split, and it'll be the split decision, a kind of neutral map. It really lended itself to the attack that was brought to it. But this one is going to be the granddaddy that really is known by every single Valorant player across the game. It is Ascent. The ascension to greatness and glory is 1 map. Whoever gets the 13 first, a best of 25, if you will, be able to get there now to be able to get to the top 4. Ascent has been dissected, it has been analyzed, and really is trying to be reinvented from the agent level, not the surgical.
You have to be surgical with this. And I believe the winner of this is a top 4 qualifier. Yes. So this is for a shot in the top 4. You were looking for an opportunity to strike. This will be an ascension to the top 4 here on Ascent, just like you said there. And JT Williams, already a team after my own heart. The triple Yoru goes crazy in the agent select.
Man, you know, not quite leaving it up to chance, but just a little bit of fun memes. And of course, there's the quintuple Yoru.
You won't. You won't do
Will
it.
they stick with it? On the other side, a little bit more meta, and we'll be telling you all about it when they actually lock in at the other end of this, but they do have full lock-ins as well. Now, I've been very interested about how you'll be changing up Sentinels, especially with Killjoys being a bit, well, at least nerfed. They had their sentry turrets narrowed down at least from 180 degrees to 100, and now we go, it's nearly as meta as you can be. The only difference, we don't have a Sova on the side of JT Williams. It's going to be a KO and a Sky. We're getting that jet on both sides, but the Sova comes out to play for the side of Green Hope.
And this is important to note early on that Sova is usually considered a mandatory pick for this map, but if you're not going to have a Sova, you better have a KO.
Yes.
And they do have that KO, so it's going to be a little unconventional. It's going to be a little weird. But like we said, this map has been reconstructed and deconstructed thousands of times. So being a little weird is not a bad thing.
Can you play just a little bit odd, but not in a bad way? You want to be able to get people in all chat saying, "You're weird. Why are you there? Rat." I want to hear that word.
I love the rat.
I love being called out for just sneaking around and being a weird lurker, but that also can happen from your omens. You will have the same controller, same sentinel on both sides. KO is a very scrappy style, and it works really well around skies because of the way their flashes, the pop flashes can happen. And of course, you also have the fragment that can come out of KO. But this is going to go all down to this. JT Williams will be starting off on attack, and Green Hope is set to receive.
That 0-point knife, not going to be able to find much early, but it does catch Piggy, giving the intel away that somebody is going to be on that A site. Now they have to make a decision with that intel. Do we choose to push the A site? Do we gut up through market, or do we hard rush the B? We hear the hawk down B. It doesn't pick up KJ, so they're going to think that's open. Ooh. Lemon gets timing gift by Tracker. A quick slip in, takes that Sky down, and JT Williams already has a one-player advantage.
First blood going over to Tracker, but it's going to be a German versus a German, and Mass is going to cause mass destruction onto Mr. Swigglebottom.
Tracker, you bought the knives!
Personal player, and Top is able to win it from distance. They get at least one good shot, but the Grassy is able to get rid of Top just a moment ago. So now in a 4-2 personnel difference, it's all of a pistol round, and that's where the Sky comes into effect, using the guiding lights to see where you're coming from.
And the guiding lights, sometimes they're more beneficial outside of the flash, simply because Sky yells, "Blinded!" every time she sees somebody, so you know somebody's there. You know you've hit the blind on somebody, and that can be super powerful and incredibly beneficial in moments like this. But as Tamarines turns around, takes Ouroboros out of the equation, it's going to be a 3v2 in favor of JT Williams with this jet. 48 HP, has to reload wide. One goes down. Indigo bites the brass bullet, and it's up to Piggy to try and save this 2v1. The flash is out. The wide swing is there, and JT Williams walks away with round number 1. Gotta say, I love the excitement. The team is looking excited.
JT Williams, they have numbers, not just in the depth of their program, but also with the friends and family that are here to cheer them on. We have Green Hope and a co-location of the 3 that are currently going on for this LAN weekend for VESL to be able to try and qualify 2 states. JT Williams looked unperturbed with how they had to navigate around Green Hope. And you know, they knew that Omen was on one side. You either get to see them either from tree or maybe into mid. And that's because you can use that paranoia to really slow down those crash attacks, especially on the B.
Yeah, I think slowing down those crash attacks is going to be the name of the game for a little while, assuming you get to plan, right? That's kind of the hard part of the matchup. But as JT Williams chooses to bring out the Bulldog here in round 2, I'm a Bulldog hater personally, but if you can make it work, more power to you.
I've started to become a Bulldog advocator.
No.
Only because there's maybe the extra well of the mag well that comes with it, but also I'm starting to get really good with the ADS bullet spray. So kind of weird, but you get 3 bullets, and as long as you can be able to land them on target, you get it. But otherwise, Bulldog is kind of a rough button, but it's also the buy-up round for JT Williams after they got that first victory. A minute to go here in round number 2.
Oh, the guiding light doesn't provide much at all, but Piggy goes for the line swing into the corner, 56 HP. Will take Gratsky out of the equation. Tap picks up Indigo as well, and it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Green Hope. Oh, Tracker takes that Guardian down. Mass picks up top, and all of a sudden we're tied up 2-2. It's the Jets versus the KJs here.
Oh, but there's one better Killjoy than a Jet, and maybe this Jet will be able to get
another Mass!
But Mass goes crazy. Critical mass as they find a 3K, and gotta give it to Piggy Lover that was hanging out. That they were finding a lot of extra bacon with a classic.
Yeah, Piggy is doing a really good job. We saw it back in the previous round as well. Round number 1 dropped 2. Round number 2, I believe, dropped 1. So we're seeing quite a few eliminations popping out here, and I think Piggy may be a tight player to walk into or watch on.
There's only gonna be 2 guns left to go, and so as we go into this one, we're gonna be going into round number 3, and it's gonna be a buy-up round. now for Green Hope as they had the save just a moment before. JT Williams acting on a bonus with only a couple of extra guns, so they're not going to be very rich. Vandals in the hands of Green Hope. And also, this is one of their two teams. The other team fell earlier to green level. They were the lesser of the green.
Yeah, Green Hope right now. Speaking of Piggy, going to be able to find a double kill off rip here. Top takes down Ouroboros as well, and Mass only able to pick up one in the chaos. 2v4, Mass going to get caught out as that smoke comes to a close, and Green Hope is just the round statistically expected to win. Can Tracker rewrite statistics here? Let's see if they're a mathematician. They try to keep that tracking on the heads, but unfortunately the Guardian does not fire fast enough, and Green Hope will win that pistol round.
They do force the rebuy for at least 3 players of Green Hope, though, and that's a great look, especially if you're trying to be able to force this kind of eco to go along. But JT Williams now, they didn't exactly get a strong bonus to begin with, but now they are able to find it, and we will have a rifle round, maybe save one, as again, we're looking for the dual threat to be able to come into some of their own footing. And, you know, it's not exactly different because you play video games all the time if you're in high school. You do your academics, and if your parents say you did them all, cool, you play some more video games. So you can be good at a lot of different games.
Yeah, you can be good at lots of things, honestly, as Grassy's a good example, right? Our double dynamic whammy here, but this is the round where it's going to be important not only that you win, but you win losing as few members of your team as possible, because whichever team loses this, their economy is not going to be happy about that. So you want to win this, you want to bonus those rifles, and you want to make sure that this is a dominant round for your team. I think that's why we're seeing JT Williams really slow it down a bit. They do not want to be the first team to make that mistake.
If this goes into a 2-2 round split, I've seen teams do one of two things. Either a force up into that next buy, or they just automatically save. It's Sheriffs. Now, we've seen the Save Slayer now be that outlaw.
Dude,
and if we get any of that activated, it could be something special. But they've been trying to stagger out here in mid. Top is going to retreat, and they put out a warning shot. They're going to have that recon dart just to see if they're going to be scanned out and from Pizza. And they do get the 0-point knife, but they know they're starting to put that pressure from mid onward.
Ooh, the blinding light goes out there. Grassy might have a shot to fire, but Squigglebottom was not caught out, and that Sky bites the bullet early on. 4v4 now, Mass gets the trade, but Squigglebottom is going to get trade D'd. It's 3 players alive on both sides. A lockdown on one side, it looks like a From the Shadows on the other. Will JT Williams utilize this ultimate to guarantee a round win?
JT Williams will be able to establish sight, playing for corner. Now Tracker just kind of receive anyone that wants to come in through that near side corridor. But they don't exactly know where they are, and they have to be able to clear all the corners. Very good to be able to use that Pathfinder to look down to main. They know that no one is there. The guiding light goes forward. They kind of half flash into one. So now Tracker set to receive. They see at least one. They're good for a second one, but that's actually Mass that picks it up. As Tracker goes down. Oh, becomes a 1v1. Piggy Lover. They got the bacon. Be able to go straight into the pit. They know they can put out that swarm grenade right on top of it. They get rid of the next one, so they force them to have to pop out.
The timing diff could be crazy. They still haven't seen each other.
Oh, Blake, and it missed. Oh, they couldn't get it over to half. The timer's coming down. They're going to walk straight into it. There's just enough time. They're trying to retract and get out of it, but they don't have enough down and distance. JT Williams wins round 4.
Remember when I said, you want to win with as many people alive as possible? And that is the first round with 0 survivors. But on the bright side, everybody's econ is doomed now.
Yes.
Well, except JT Williams a little bit because they won the round. So they've got a little bit more to work with.
Be surprised if this ends up being like a light buy on both sides. This could be kind of strange to end up finding for both these, but you actually will have rifles in the hands of JT Williams. Not too surprised.
Right.
It's as close to a force of a full buy as you will have, but.
And I like what Green Hope is doing a lot. They're just buying almost nothing. You know, if they can win the round, if they can go for a bonus, that's great. They're not buying Spectres or Bulldogs. I think we saw a Sheriff and a Marshal. That hardly costs anything in terms of the economy. So I like what we're seeing from the team here. Tracker able to find one onto Squigglebottom early. Goes for a wide swing, gets the read into the back line. I can't believe you're still standing, even with the Sheriff in their hand. You got one shot, one opportunity, and it looks like Tepper is going to go ahead and let that slip. Ouroboros finding a double kill now. This could be a near flawless round for JT Williams, so they can find just 2 more eliminations.
And they're going to have that regrowth on the Sky to be able to keep them on tip-top shape. You do have the Marshal from Lemon as she's trying to be able to get one. Oh, what a pop shot as Tracker does fall. Now they're trying to get a bit quick with it, but you don't have a powerful weapon. You do have Lemon that's been able to take a lot of these extra angles. They do it from stairs. They see the scan for the recon dart. You do have the Ghost that's online, but you can't get anything else. 3 for Ouroboros. And that is a 4 out of 5, 80% for JT Williams.
Yeah, we are definitely seeing a strong opening for JT Williams here. They're going to go up 4-1. Now remember, the ideal number in the first half is 7. Because that is a guaranteed lead going into the second half. Now, if this turns into an 11-1, I'm sure JT Williams certainly isn't complaining. But your goal line, the base goal line, is going to be 7 round wins in your favor. And JT Williams has already found 4 of those. But the worst case scenario you want is 6-6.
Now, there's also a reason why you were talking about Sova being more of a mandatory agent, and it's because of the ultimate that's also online opposite them, and that's JT Williams with the lockdown. You want to be able to have that not just for damage, post-plan hold, but also to clear out lockdowns that are just so pesky.
Well, now it's cat and mouse.
Yeah, now it's about, all right, where do I plant it? Where am I going to go? And then when is it going to be used? They may end up having those on those back pocket for a long time. Blaze Storm gets used. They tag out Tracker, who's out in mid, just kind of looking around, see if they can get a pick.
And I think it's such a good example of, okay, well, I'm not going to use my ult until you do. Okay, then I'm just not going to ult. Because that way both teams are down 1 ultimate. So it's going to be interesting to see how they choose to utilize this lockdown, if they choose to utilize it at all. Because sometimes holding it is more powerful than letting it rip at all. Lemon finds an early pick on the Ouroboros there in line. But it's a 2-1 trade as Tracker finds a blade to the brain there on top and sends them straight to the bottom. 4v3 now, turned into a 3v3. Indigo dismissed by Piggy, who's 15 HP in the heavens.
Did get away with their 1. Even though they may be a little bit less on the HP side, they can still check it back out into this 2v3. Oh, but they put a knife to a gunfight. Tracker from right around the corner. They know they're at the double box. They're trying to be able to put down that door, but it's a 1v2, and Mr. Bomb will drop. Tracker has been very affluent. It becomes Jet diff in favor of the Green Hope.
That's called the Phantom Diff, ladies and gentlemen. If that was a Vandal, that was an elimination, but unfortunately, wrong weapon, wrong time. We've all been there, and it's going to be a JT Williams round loss. They are still up by 2. Let's paint a clear picture here. They are still up by 2 rounds. They've got to be feeling okay, and that's a round that statistically, they're kind of supposed to lose. After they won 2, they're supposed to lose maybe 1 round, and they're going to be coming back loud. They got so many supporters here in the arena that 1 round is not going to shake the power of this team.
You know, one thing I actually could see being able to weaponize the lockdown very well is the null command. You do it at the same time. Yes, so they put the null command out, but you can actually entry alone with that. You don't need to use the lockdown because everyone's going to have to run away from that anyway.
Yep.
But if you really were afraid of your lockdown being just put aside by a Hunter's Fury, you can use that in combination. And now you have that for later as well. And a lot of these are being re-engaged as Lemon has been very good defensively for Green Hope.
That is a Hunter's Fury with no lockdown used against it. So now JT Williams will have a lockdown to use for free. And there it is. It comes in immediately after. It's going to be both those recon bolts, or both those shock darts finding the Nano Swarm on spikes. It's going to be a lot easier for the defuse if they really get that far. Deverines is going to find a 2K of their own, approaching quickly into Boathouse. 4v2, and I think JT Williams may have to kiss this round goodbye without a bit of luck on their side and kiss that round goodbye. They certainly will. The 3rd round win now on the board for Green Hope.
Good looks for Green Hope. It was starting to look a little bit messy, but they will get the defuse off, and JT Williams will fall. And they did kind of have forced buy into that round, which means that we'll be seeing a save from them in just a minute, as it's been a weird eco and wallet situation for them. But Green Hope has found some great hope to be able to move into round number 8. And didn't I hear? Yes, I did. A larger weapon making the field.
I don't know what weapon that is. I just sang randomly.
Yeah, you know.
So, but I think it's going to be interesting here is we know JT Williams has to go into this round with light shields, maybe a couple of sheriffs in hand. And honestly, when I do this, I don't even buy the light shield.
No.
Because with the weapons in hand, vandals, maybe snipers, you're 1 shot from death either way.
Yes.
So you might as well save a couple extra, what is it, 400 credits for light shields or something like that? 500? I don't know.
It's 400.
400, okay.
600 credit diff. I remember being 50 credits short every time.
I'm painfully related.
Aldrome gets suspended. So they get this pressure from up and mid, and then back to that.
Oh my god, they all have the knife. Guys, you all bought the new knife?
Why not?
It was $50.
Yeah, who cares? It's good.
Okay, if you're about to win, what is the price? Like $9 grand or whatever?
It's for the investment.
Yeah, it's for all part of the plan.
Also, it was just after Christmas.
That's
that
true.
money from grandma.
That's true.
Yeah.
The gift card my grandma got me was spent on V-Bucks, and I'm not lying. So that is something that happened.
Clearly for Rocket Racing, right?
Oh, definitely for Rocket Racing, not for Fortnite.
Oh, crashes straight into the dark cover, and that's going to be Lemon that's taken down as Grassy has done the same, but Tom is just trying to be able to respond.
Ooh.
Iggy Lover has been owning A site, but sadly they'll be cut down at the kneecaps on the top of server, right-clicking them. Tarverines goes full submarine onto Indigo with a lesser weapon, and Green Hope is set to equalize as we go through the first 8. Will be 4-4.
Like I said, the best worst case scenario is 6-6 on the board, but now we've watched Green Hope, I believe, lose 3 rounds in a row, if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to be an opportunity for JT Williams to try and turn things around, and it's going to come off the back of players like Mass and Tracker, I think, who are sitting at the top of that leaderboard, 11 and 10 eliminations respectively. We see Mass has still held on to that lockdown, so maybe this is going to be an opening round to try and use it.
It did go down to, I think, like 2 or 3 players in that round, and JT Williams was on a save. So we do have a rifle round. They're setting the right rhythm as we go through 8. This is 9. To be able to find themselves with the right weapons, even to the very last round. Use the guiding light and the 0-point knife. If you didn't know they were coming, well, now that's basically ringing the doorbell, as Lemon is going to have to retreat. But they are at least putting themselves in a good position. It does look like the lockdown is going to be used to open up side A.
Lockdown opens up side A with no Hunter's Fury from the side of JT Williams to answer it. Oh, an easy one to use. Indigo walks out. The Tarverines overstays their welcome. This could be a pick against them. Oh, the low slow onto the low ground here. Ouroboros will be able to take down Piggy Lover. Tracker. Oh, the spray transfer! It's flawless! Tracker is tracking those heads with a beautiful spray transfer, but will it be enough? We're down to a 1v1 now. Lemon versus Tracker. The tension in the room is palpable.
A golf clap is just enough to be heard. Tracker trying to re-navigate.
This crowd better go crazy if Tracker clutches this.
Then flexing those knives and that wallet. Grandma's money spent very well. We're going to end up finding one another. It's up to where.
Oh, the 5th round win now on the board. It's going to be a 5-4 advantage in favor of JT Williams, and the crowd does in fact go crazy. A well-deserved cheer for Tracker, who carries that round.
Oh my lord.
Okay, my heart is like beating so fast. I was so nervous.
They were up in heaven, and they knew the dark cover was going to go down. They had their target just near sight, but they went from right to left in the re-engage. They took them down. Buried that defense out of Green Hope, got them at door, and they knew they were just having to be nervy enough. Where would they not expect them to be? The plant wasn't going down. That didn't give away where they were. And Tracker, they're able to get JT Williams back into this lead.
Oh, this poor Killjoy. This poor KJ's about to get obliterated. Only a sheriff in hand, caught in sight already, and the team is rushing in. And yeah, Mr. Swigglebottom is the first one to bite that bullet. Taking into a secondary attempt, Tracker lives to tell the tale, but barely. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade here. Excuse me, 3-for-2 trade in favor of JT Williams. Still with their Omen is critical condition. They've got to win this one low and slow. As they go for the approach onto the A side, it looks like it could be
one enemy remaining.
A fake. Mouse finds Lemon in the mix-up here. Is the fake fake?
No, it's not a fake. This is real. They're going straight over.
I think they were going to fake with the TP until Lemon went down. And then it was a 3v1. They said, screw it, get in there.
The temperamental from the shadows. See if you really want to use it. See if you want to cancel it. Top trying to be able to hit. Top side. Oh, I see one, but Indigo just kept flanking over. JT Williams accrues a 6th round, which means this would be no worse than tied up after the first half.
And you know, if you're playing like 6D chess, you knew exactly where Top was going to be. His name gave him away. He was going to be up top. That's exactly where they found him. But like you said, worst case scenario, now it's 6-6 going into the second half. The economy for JT Williams, it's a wee bit rough, but we know what they're doing. They're not buying a weapon because a Blade Storm is imminent.
They'll be good to go going to the next round.
Yes.
It's really Green Hope that's caught in a bad cycle. Because if they were to lose this one, they're investing into a massive weapon again. Depending on what angle they end up going for, they could be taken down. That's exactly what I was curious about. Indigo facing off from distance, and Tarverines has been unafraid for going for contact.
Yeah, and Tarverines going with what I love to call the plastic cannon. It's not quite glass because you bought those light shields, but you did not buy full, so you are still going to be easy to take down.
Swinging out with the Owl drone, they're going to send at least Ouroboros packing. That Blade Storm was as well. But a new belly button is formed in the torso of Tracker. JT Williams suffering one player loss after another, both at the hands of Tarverines. Now where do you go? What do you do? You've seen so much of this pressure coming from mid and from screens originally, or rather from tiles. JT Williams has to pick a spot.
You go B site and you die for the cause. You go to site, you stay on site, and you try to avoid every long angle possible. You force them into close scenarios so this op gets no valuables. But look at how fast the rotation to this site was. Wow, Targarines chokes the shot, and Mass certainly doesn't. Mass don't miss. Mass another one.
Oh,
Grassy, watch out. Piggy Lover is going to be able to find that elimination there. In center field, the shock dart onto Ouroboros just barely misses. Guiding light goes in. Recon Bolt gives you away. The wide swing happens. Mass just can't clutch it alone. The 3K would have needed to be an ace, and that will be the 5th round win for Green Hope. JT Williams, just like Taylor Swift, they can shake it off. It's not the end of the world because worst case scenario, it's 6-6. They will never be in a losing scenario in this first half.
Not a bad idea to die for the cause either, because Mass was able to go massive with getting 3 kills. And that really, in this current economy that Green Hope did not save into, could force them to at least have lesser weapons. JT Williams had plenty to be able to go into this final round of the first half before this swap was going to occur. And so you do have some decisions to be made. Lemon kind of deciding on whether they want to go. I think they bought for each other at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Make sure the majority of rifles will be online. They're probably going to be looking at maybe a submachine gun, maybe even just a sheriff if they really want to have that precision. But also, let's look at the ult economy. You have a lockdown as well as the null command online for JT Williams. You have the Hunter's Fury and the Seekers if when you want to re-engage. And they use it immediately as they want to be able to take all this, and they do get a kill onto Grassy.
And I mean, we see Ouroboros peeking mid here on this round as well. And at this point, you know they have an operator. Never go mid again. No. Unfortunately, mid is completely off limits from here on out until you get that operator out of their hands. But I guess you don't have to worry about it much longer because this is the last round and a half after all. So it is winner take all here in round number 12 of Ascent.
Lockdown creating space. There's no command. All the way to the back line. Suddenly, Tracker is called out. Use the cloud. Good shot to be able to get through to him. Not going to let him jump through the window with the door closed. They're finally down to a 3v3. Blazestorm is online for Green Hope as the Jets are able to draft away.
Squiggle Bottom violating the Geneva Convention, shooting a fleeing opponent in the back there. JT Williams is going to be down one here, but not for long as nobody looks at Indigo. It's going to be Top able to get that trade out. Mass is trying to spray. They pray for the bullets to land, but unfortunately, just not going to be in the cards this time. That is A-okay. We're just playing Valorant Light now. We're tied up 6-6. It's going to be 1-7 here in the second half. It'll be 13 points on the board.
Oh boy. Top from the top rope, RKO out of nowhere as they are able to get a 3K swing when they needed it the most. Now we flip around. Is there
Do a little dance.
Is there even like down tonight? But
Scratch
is there
that reverse
Is there ever maybe from this difference you have what the initiator did? And without Sova there, you have a free reign to use lockdowns to be able to get back or to get into sight to be able to make use of that space. And a null command doesn't really shut that down either. So JT Williams, I would say, is playing at a disadvantage just from that byproduct.
I agree. I think playing offense without a Sova is tough because that Sova dart is one of very few abilities in the game that doesn't tell you there's someone there. It tells you exactly where they are. And there's not a lot of abilities in this game that do that. So JT Williams are going to have to blind swing a lot of corners, and it's going to be really difficult to get into these more claustrophobic sites and locations. Ouroboros trying to peek mid. It's just not going to be the value they're looking for. Luckily enough, the overgrowth is there. Folks, don't be afraid. Let's cheer for JT Williams. Let's make some noise. Let's get this team some inspiration.
Be as biased as you like, because Green Hope ain't here. There is someone else. Oh, swinging on him as the paranoia goes out. First blood drawn by Ouroboros. They were tagged first, but now they've been bagging some bodies. Grassy's going to have to retreat, and they're going to be trying to push this one in from tree, but they face a door that is down, and if anyone ever knows, when the door is closed, you don't open it. But where will they navigate to? Do they crash back into A? Depends on where that rotation may end up. They are playing a player down. They alert the alarm bots, and it seems that mid and pizza is where they want to rotate to.
I always think that's called pizza, and Tracker seems to forget that those people have families, because my goodness, Targarines just obliterated and eliminated. 4v2 now in favor of JT Williams. Now, folks, remember, winning this pistol round gives them an initial advantage going into the second half. They will have a better economy going into the next round, which could make this a hypothetical 8-6. And as one player's left standing with 15 HP, there's no point in saving. You go to be the hero or you go out with a bang.
Top has very little HP.
Oh!
They're going to go out with a howl as the first pistol, again, is obtained by JT Williams. They have won both pistol rounds. And in case no one knew, for the new knife, the inspect is the swing. If you spam the inspect, it goes like a helicopter as fast as possible.
Really?
It's so great.
Guys, if you can hear us, somebody prove that.
Spam that new knife, please.
Spam your new knife. We want to see what it looks like.
Swing it.
Oh. We've been talking about the Outlaw all day today, and this is the first time we're going to get the chance to see it if Tracker chooses to bring it out. But it's going to be a difficult thing to do in a moment like this.
It's a save slayer.
It's also no shields, which I'm a little nervous about.
Just land your shot.
Land your shot.
Yeah,
Don't miss. No one can do damage to you.
Forehead. But they also are going to get some intel off of this guiding light.
That's a cool gun.
Off of the squat. That's a nice gun. I don't mind it. Guiding light's
job.
going to be able to flash him out.
Nice. One down. Show me another. Oh. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. It looks like Ouroboros there on the high ground uses the paranoia to get right back into the mix of things. Top finds Tracker. And it's 3-3 on the board. A healer alive on the side of Green Hopes. The overgrowth should be pretty darn beneficial. But the weapons advantage belongs to JT Williams right now. Top got the Outlaw. Oh no.
We did buy into this round, so they should at least have shields. JT Williams. Oh, can't quite land the shot. Indigo and Ouroboros as they entry. Able to make this into a 3v1.
They got him. Ladies
Stuck
and
in
gentlemen,
L.
we can.
Oh, do they got him? Do they got him?
Oh my goodness, close as close could be. Mr. Squigglebottom said, I am not going out alone. Took 2 players down on the enemy side, and it looks like they do, in fact, have the defusal there. 8-6 now in favor of JT Williams. Now, folks, statistically speaking, JT Williams should lose this upcoming round. If they do, that's not the end of the world. The snowball has not begun against them. If it falls into an 8-7, it'll be close. That's how the game should play out. If JT Williams wins this round, their odds of winning the game skyrocket.
Mr. Squigglebottom is proving that the bricks on this site are made of volcanic rock with how porous they are.
For real,
We're gonna stray them. But you know what? JT Williams, I'm here for them to prove us wrong as well.
I know this lineup.
It's crazy.
I know this one.
Where does this go?
It goes right into the window.
We'll never get to see.
Bounces off the wall. That's so funny. That is so funny.
Got it late. We'll go out. They've been hiding, though, from this util dump. They don't want to get
Most guys have... Oh, you're dead. GG, Grassy. Nah, dog. You'll spam. Yeah, you're cooked. That's a firing squad waiting for you on the other side. So this is a round they're supposed to lose, so taking risks like that really isn't the end of the world. But I'd love to see them make it a little bit expensive for the side of Green Hope. Just even 1 or 2 eliminations. Really? 1 sheriff and they're going to rotate?
They poke and prod. But they don't know how many are here. Maybe this is all of a decoy, a fake rotation.
Oh, fake the fake.
They're going to re-hit. Just continue to mount through. They do put the dark cover down. And with that, they don't want to blind. But they do also have the sky blind, so they'll be able to entry off of that as well. And they can be able to get the dash from that wind from their jet. 45 seconds to go. They got to pick position where they want to go to, and it seems like they're still going to go for A.
Yeah, Recon Bolt doesn't get any information, but space has been made now for Green Hope here on the A site. With a huge weapons disadvantage, JT Williams has a large task ahead of them. The spray and pray to the heavens. The 0-point knife should find a little bit of information. Cancels that ability for, I believe, 6 seconds? Yeah, 4. 4 seconds. Oh, wow. I thought it was... Feels longer. When you
Wait, no, it is 6 because it's 4 for the ultimate.
Oh, yes, that's right. Green Hope has all 5 members left standing here. JT Williams down to 4, but Indigo gone. Squigglebottom has fallen. It's a 2-for-2 trade right now, so at the end of the day, JT Williams still down by 1, but those weapons just make the difference, and Green Hope is going to be able to survive with 3 weapons left in hand.
Only walking in with 1 bonus weapon on JT Williams, and now we're going to have our rifle round coming in. Green Hope, they were unable to grab the 4th round at the very beginning of this map. And so 3-1s you can take a massive advantage of because suddenly you're staggered in your wallets. Green Hope want to be able to match up to this. Ultimate's online. We have at least the Hunter's Fury for Green Hope. You don't have that lockdown to really have to worry about from JT Williams on a re-entry. You have that from the shadows. That may get played for later if they have to really hard exit and go somewhere else. It looks like Grassy is at least going to be looking out. They're not going to early use their guiding lights, which is something that they've been very timid about. They don't want to get at least all that extra intel, but they get caught running back to the server.
Basically, please stop going there. Please stop going there. You don't get value out of there. They know you're there every time, and it's just not working the way that it should. Green Hope pretty likely to turn this into an 8-8 on the board, so it's going to be a pretty close game, all things considered. Ouroboros boxed out of their own site, goes for the wide swing, and Piggy just puts him down. Blink and you miss it. Not even a squeal from Ouroboros as they've been deleted.
2-5, Green Hope looking for a flawless, and that would really reset their economy in a big way. And JT Williams might be worrying. Of course they are, because they don't have a lot of credits to have to save for later, and it looks like they will be saving at least. That's a very smart idea. This is something you see at high level Valorant instead of just committing up and like when you like, oh, we have 2 versus 5, but
Yeah.
it's decidedly we're just gonna keep this one. We're gonna be playing for next.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad idea necessarily, just to go for the save. And something like you said, we see it higher play a lot. We don't see this very often at high school or even collegiate sometimes. Yeah. Because people think it's, you know, oh, I want to be the hero, I want the clip, I want the. It's we talked about Overwatch earlier. But I like what we're seeing. You have to bonus those rifles, especially now that you're tied up and your economy's not great.
No. In fact, I've seen even higher level Valorant, they save even with 3.
Yep.
If they know they're playing at a massive disadvantage, there's no reason to have to run into it and just do it at this.
Especially if you know your econ is just crushed.
Yeah.
Like, you're like, these are the only rifles we're getting for the next 3 rounds. We might as well keep them.
And now you have a hero rifle. They can pair up, be able to play around if you want to be able to pick it up once they go down. But Tracker and Mass, both surviving, and they're both in the top of the kill feed for JT Williams with 19 and 12, 18 and 10. Other side, it's a much more even venture for Green Hope. For the first 16 rounds, though, all tied at 8.
So what JT Williams should do here is something called the buddy system, where one person without a rifle goes with the 2 people that do have a rifle. That person gets an elimination, and then you pick up the enemy rifle. But unfortunately, that's not the buddy system. No. Just real quick, so everyone knows, that is not the thing I was just explaining. That was Tarverines finding 2 eliminations there, and this is really starting to get scary for the side of JT Williams. They had a great start, but the round they do buy up a couple of rifles. All the rifles they bonused are immediately off the table. Grassley is going to be able to pick up 1, but unfortunately, they've got to find 4 more. Mass has been given away. They do take out theirs on the way out. It's 3v2. A rifle at hand for Ouroboros. They sprayed too early. The wide swing should take them down. They stand strong, and they will be taken out by the Piggy Lover right click. Grassley, it's your time to be the hero.
Todd hopping with the right click on the classic. Classic move here in Valorant. Plant will come through. Grassy able to get at least 1 flash, but they can't get anything more, and they will take the horns of the bull, tracking them down. Now Green Hope. This is their first lead, I believe, because the last time they tied it up at 4-4, and JT Williams still
8-8.
Yes. So now this is the first time Green Hope is playing ahead.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time in a long time that we're seeing JT Williams play from a back foot like this. Green Hope is going to be able to take the lead here. JT Williams has to go for what I love to call a Franken-buy, which is where their weapons are okay, but their utility and their shields are punished. And I want to say, Tarverines, that's the first time I've ever seen somebody else use that skin. I thought I was the only person in the entire world. So I'm glad to see somebody else owns that. Also, left-handed player.
All of them.
Are they?
Well, maybe not all of them.
Oh, I have not been paying
People have
attention.
just been crazy with it.
The gun buddy was backwards, so I was like, wait a minute.
They just turned around. I actually do love that comic skin, especially when they get that final kill.
Wait, everybody is left-handed.
Oh,
no, okay, not everybody.
It's just, there's a lot of people, I think they just like the opposite. Mass trying to deal with that Skyblind.
Nice.
All the way around, they get rid of Tarverines, a great trade. 4-4. And in 10 as they
How did you get back here?
You got all the way down. Wait.
Oh,
okay. There with the Phantom. I mean the person. Squiggle bottom buried deep.
Dude, Squiggle loves to hide on lurk like this. They're so good at it too, and it's going to be taken down by Mass though. 3v2, the first advantage in a long time for JT Williams. They're looking for an opportunity to strike.
Mass feeling it right now. They got a 3K. They're hiding out with that plant.
No!
Oh boy, they did not clear the corner. Why would you think to do it? Because you'd think
they should never be hiding them.
Yeah, there's no way. Why are they behind the door? And it's because they are protecting themselves with the Hunter's Fury. They're hopping on top of the box with it though, and that's Ouroboros to get the first one, and they're able to block the second.
Ouroboros able to carry Grassley there into the defuse. A very close scenario, but a win is a win regardless. And now we are staring a 9-9 in the face with 9.99 seconds on the clock during the defuse. That was incredible. I've never seen something like that. And I've got to say, Ouroboros, you've never chosen a better time to come back to life, my friend.
9-9 and 9-9. Oh my God. 18 rounds in. We are no closer to figuring out who in the world is going to qualify for the state championships here for VESL. JT Williams, they've got a crowd behind them. Green Hope, they got to fight against y'all's voices as well as the choices made by the players in front of you. Ultimates Online, you have the no command. Opposite of that, the lockdown as well as a Blaze Storm. I don't think Blaze Storm is going to get popped, but the head that's getting popped is Ouroboros as Tarverines continues to be an influence, especially for this attack for Green Hope.
A lot of utility used here. A Heaven, 9 players still standing. JT Williams at a disadvantage, but the spike was planted a little while ago, so we're seeing a lot of utility come off the back of that. Playing a hard defense here is important. Oh, and Tracker ties us up 4-4. Lemon is gone, the guiding light has fallen, the healing is missing, but Top puts Mass right to the bottom of the lineup. Piggy finds Indigo, Tracker drops another, and it's up to Tracker to save the day. And they won't be able to do so. That's Green Hope taking the lead once more, 10-9.
Had a save into a rifle, and then a continuous rifle. I think JT Williams is going to have enough maybe to challenge into this because they don't want to allow Green Hope to get to 11. As they constantly challenge into them. You still have Green Hope acting from a position of advantage. They've stolen this away. JT Williams, they will have those Seekers online as well as Blazestorm if they really want to have an eco save for at least one player and be able to shuffle around some extra creds. And this is just, I mean, we reimagined Ascent over and over again. It just becomes how effectively can you actually hit a site?
How effectively can you hit a site is, you said it best, that is the most basic form of this map at this point. And JT Williams, they've just got to focus up a little bit. They've got to lock in because they're running out of time. As a reminder for those that may be a little less familiar, it is 13 points to win, but you must win by 2.
Oh boy, Indigo's stuck.
Indigo, more like, oh no. No, you're locked. You're locked.
Oh, they try to escape. Lockdown is able to at least make the robot drop.
There's another example of how important a Sova would have been.
Exactly. And honestly, they used their fragment too early. I thought they were going to use the fragment to get rid of the lockdown, but I think they stacked in the top of the box. Piggy Lover, just as they start to re-enter, they actually are staring at bricks. Carverines finishes them off. Now it's 11-9, but you might as well call it 9-1-1 because it could be an emergency if JT Williams does not get this next round. Tough times.
I'm slouched in my chair back here, man. This is a tough one. This is tough. Green Hope, they're really starting to show up, and JT Williams, this is another Franken buy. They've got to make the call here. Do we buy the rifles, or do we let them get to 12 before we buy up? And the answer, like you said, is so clearly no. You have to buy up in this round. You're at a deficit, but it's now or never. I think you pull Cabbages off rip here. I think you pop that Sky Ultimate immediately.
Run it back in against them. Create some pressure. They've not stolen space. The one time they did, they were punished by the Sova from distance. They weren't able to go over to tiles. They couldn't crash into mid and be able to get a pick. They've only done it one time though. Maybe they wouldn't be expecting it again. JT Williams is otherwise playing very conservative, very passive. The Seekers do get popped on the opposite side. They have a leniency for a lot of these ultimates, and you have a big trade. Mass will get rid of Swigglebottom, who's been sneakily really good, and they've been able to guide that team.
Top has no utility. Has both shock darts, has one shock dart, and nothing else. So the Sova will not be much of a contender here, other than the mechanical skill or prowess that comes from playing Sova. Shock dart goes out. That's the last utility. Ouroboros fakes the teleport, still on site. Gets one elimination onto Lemon. One more would really seal the deal, but they do fall short. It's going to be a 3v2 in favor of JT Williams. Grassley takes down another. And JT Williams hit triple digits here. Triple digits. I meant double digits.
There'll be a whole lot of digits out there. They're going to actually use that from the shadows. Okay, the escape plan. They have the spike. It's a 1v3.
Omen Classic.
Hey, I've even clutched these up before, but they're facing against JT Williams, who they cannot let this one go to waste. Piggy Lover, they've been so effective, so clutch. They use the Seeker. They know they're just nearby, and so they have to rearrange themselves, go to a different position. But where are they at? They're able to at least get one. Grassy will fall. They recede deeper into their position. It's a 2v1. They have to take it from both sides. Indigo will help them survive, and they keep a couple of guns with them. It's 10-11. JT Williams still fighting back.
JT Williams fighting strong here, hitting double digits. We are once again separated by 1. And while between rounds, I want to say I think it's really cute that every time JT Williams loses somebody, I hear a lady in the audience go, "It's okay, it's okay," every time. And I think that is so cute, and I love that support.
Shout out moms. That's really what that is. Moms, aunts, uncles, dads, everyone out there. But 10-11. Both these teams at double digits. JT Williams, again, they don't have a lot in the pockets, and so every single time they buy, they have to make a decision, a light shield or a full shield. They kind of wish they could buy shields for each other. Well,
honestly, it's weird you can't. I had this discussion with people before. It's odd that you can't buy shields, but you can buy weapons. Whatever. Anyway, 11-10. One ultimate available on the side of JT Williams. The pressure has to be unimaginable in a moment like this. They hear the Tiger. They know it's going to be an A hit. They check Cubby, no one's there. The smoke goes out. Trees blocked out. Heaven now blacks out as well with the smoke. The plant almost given away for free here.
The paranoia and that dark cover. It was so scary. I thought this was a horror movie instead of just a 5v5. But this is going to be a 5v5 retake.
Look at all this util.
It's a lot dumped. They want to establish site control. That is their priority.
They've got it. Iggy Lover, location given away, has to rotate out. A lot of spraying and a lot of praying here from the heavens. The dash in is huge from Tracker. Oh, the wide swing is in. Mass drops down. That's one elimination. 5v4. Site is pretty much wide open. They can start the defusal process. Oh, but Top finds the no! Top 3K. Ouroboros tries to get the trade. They go for the fake defuse, but Squiggle Bottom is there. It's another one, and that is the penultimate round for Green Hope.
No one expected Top from that outside angle in tree. The door was wide open, and he was just down there waiting for everyone to re-aggress into main. Now with a 3K from Top, it is match point. It is qualification point in favor of Green Hope. JT Williams ain't got the cards, ain't got the creds, and they're going to have to really figure out who they're going to put the guns in the hands thereof. They've got at least some sheriffs. They've got at least a hope, and they at least got you guys behind them here. But Green Hope stands in front of them as they have to get 2 in a row, and they have to aim for overtime.
Overtime is the only way out of this now for JT Williams. It's a spot a team never wants to be in. It's a team they're in now. A spot they're in now, rather. Spike plant already down. Flashes out. Tracker tries to find something, but Tarverines finds that blind spray. 5v4 in favor of Green Hope. This is their last hope on the side of JT Williams. And they have no weapons to account for.
That tour ain't breaking.
Out of the sheriff. Takes forever.
Oh, they're going to try and reaggress Tarverines. Giving them a solemn farewell. Mass gets 1. Can they go super massive? They're going to need to. The bomb is planted, and they have to go right back into this fight. That's going to be a swarm grenade. The paranoia. Ouroboros will fall. Mass can't find them, and they will drop by Piggy. That is 13-10. Green Hope will be moving on to the state championships. JT Williams, you can see it in their hearts. It kind of is super rough for them.
That's a tough loss. I mean, that is difficult to have the lead for almost the entire game. And then unfortunately, they just click in the last couple of rounds. You've done nothing wrong. You can't go back and watch the VOD and say, oh, that's where we screwed up. Every round was 1 or 2 players of difference, and unfortunately the difference is just in favor of Green Hope. But JT Williams, they fought hard, they fought valiantly, and they fought until the very end, and that alone is something to be proud of.
It's something that you can say so easily. It's hard to feel it. You know that you'll be able to move on and try and do even better next season. Tarverines, shout out to the main killer on the side of Green Hope.
Deadlift.
Squiggle Bottom as well as Piggy Lover. They were so good. Those main 3 really guided Green Hope the right direction. And I love what I'm hearing from the fans out there. JT Williams might have lost, but you guys are supporting them. And that's the kind of love we love to hear, the support for your students. So another round of applause for a hard-fought game as they're going to be trying again next season. But we still have one more match to go here, Septolens.
We've got one more match coming up for you folks in just a couple of minutes here. We're jumping right back to Overwatch, and I hope you're not sick of Sun Valley, because I know the people here sure are, and we're getting the chance to see them just one more time. Don't go anywhere, folks. VESL will be right back.
Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Welcome back, everyone. VESL GG is setting themselves up for a heck of a finish. It's Charlotte, North Carolina, and of course, we've got Bank of America Stadium with all of you live and loud. You've been doing it all day long, and of course, we want to give you the results of all that hard effort and work. A lot of teams narrowed down to just a few.
Narrowed down to just a few because Super Smash Bros. Ultimate has not completely come to a close yet. We do not have the full update for them, and obviously not Overwatch because we're wrapping that up in just a minute. But we can start off maybe with Valorant and talk about our qualifying teams because it is the game we just finished. So we can take a look. Oh, there we go. We're back. You guys saw him. Our mic is not connected to that little scene, so hold on 1 second. We're going to get that figured out. I think you guys can probably also just read, but it's probably helpful if we're there to explain what's going on.
Yeah, we know for a fact that it's at least green level. There it is. Audrey Kell, green level, Green Hope A, and Myers Park. These will be your 4 teams going to the state championships, and you can see the prize pool below. That means one team is going to walk away with nothing but a great amount of just back pats. But otherwise, $15,000 on the line with $9K for first place. That's going to be happening on 17th and 18th of February over in Greensboro.
I was like, bro, for real?
Bro, I'm like way back in 2023 right now. Also, we have our top. We have our top 4 for Rocket League. So let's check out those who have been able to qualify: Lincolnton, Audrey Kell, Wake Leadership Academy, and Havelock. Oh my goodness. So a wild time. I believe there's actually one of those that kind of swept all the way around. So Audrey Kell, they have 2 top finishes in the top 4 between Valorant as well as Rocket League. And we're trying to be able to get the entire field completed, but we're still looking for Overwatch to come on up to you, as we do have an Overwatch match coming up here soon. It's going to be Sun Valley C team versus Central Cabarrus High. And that's still a round 1 matchup, and that's just to get to the top 8.
Yeah, that's just to make it to the top 8. And after that, you then have to go all the way through. But it's going to be a little bit fascinating to see how things kind of fall apart there in a way. It's going to be to make it to the top 8, and then you make it to the top 4, and then you qualify for state. So that journey is not one that has come to a close quite yet. But I do believe we're going to go ahead and continue this break for just a couple of more minutes. We've got to wait for a few players to get ready, and some players, I believe, are virtual as well. So we're trying to get that figured out. We'll be right back with you folks for our closing series here at VESL this weekend in just a couple of minutes.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Welcome back, everyone. We got to see the standings just a little bit of go, but now it's time for our final match of the evening here for VESL. I'm Hale Monkeyman in the booth alongside Septilence. That's the last time I get to say that as we get to the end of this LAN weekend. A lot of games, a lot of plays, and a lot of great players. We've had Super Smash Brothers, we've had Rocket League, Valorant, and now Overwatch is set to be the closing curtain, a best of 5. And in these opening rounds, we've not seen anyone go beyond map number 3.
Nobody's made it past map 3. We got mighty close somewhere in the middle, but it has been 3-0s all across the board. We are looking at our upcoming teams that are going to be Sun Valley C versus Central Cap. Wow, this mic is so sad. I turned my head even a little bit. But I face the mic and I'm just booming up here. No, but Sun Valley C up against Central. Maybe we say it wrong. Tabaris. I'm so sorry that I've been pronouncing that wrong all weekend. It's a tough word.
I most want to say if it has a separate pronunciation, they say like ciabatta bread, like something chabaris.
Is it? It's not Cabaris.
Is it cabar? I don't know,
guys. I don't know.
No one told us.
I've been calling him Cab High all day because I just don't know what to call him. But here we go. Jumping into the lineup here is going to be Lijiang Tower once again. Here comes another Life Weaver appearance. Definitely not something I was expecting, but let's see what Chef Caesar's cooking up.
So you are going to also see the Life Weaver, which really wants to establish some great, just extra health, especially off that ultimate. But it's a cheeky kind of play. But it's also not the opposite of what an Ana is, because an Ana can also be somewhat difficult if you're not aiming for your teammates. But a big first pick is that's going to be the triple missile that's landed from Daze Gamer as Kano goes down.
Again, as our overlay is getting ready to pop up, that's going to be Sun Valley C on the right side and Central Cab here on the left. Julio Pludio will be taking a bullet to the brain through Triple United's railgun shot. It looks like Sun Valley C will be able to emerge in a first fight victory. Now the real question is, will Sun Valley go positive on the day? Will 66% of them be able to qualify? It's time to find out.
That's true. Earlier team,
well, top 8 qualify.
They'll be at least up there.
Yeah.
Sun Valley does fall early on. I think they're facing against Palisades. And now that big nano swarm, oh my goodness, burning them down as they try to be able to get beyond the bridge, and then it's fist fighting them straight into the fray. And that's exactly how you respond when all that pressure is trying to go over that choke point.
And I think this is a good example of how meta can be beneficial, right? We're seeing Central Cabaris kind of choose what they're playing. They're playing a Roadhog and a Life Weaver, 2 characters that, while fun, aren't traditionally meta. If you look at the side of Sun Valley C, we're seeing McLovin on the Ramatra, we're seeing Hatsu on the Ana, we're seeing the Kiriko, Sojourn, and Soldier. Those are 5 very meta picks right now, and Sun Valley is definitely utilizing that ability to try and answer back as quickly as they can.
Already at 50%. These control maps have really gotten out of hand after a time or two. Only one of them has ever been split. Actually, no, we had 2 that got split 1-1 in the first 2 control points. Now as they try to re-enter, a big stun is going to be able to launch them backwards. They're trying to be able to guard for their lives. McLovin is being burned down, and Sun Valley is having to resist. They're just standing in front of them, putting their arms up, seeing if they can see the lights, but no pressure and no ground has been gained. They're getting up to 70%.
I think we've got a nano boost on the Julio Pludio here. He's going to be able to take down McLovin in that same breath. Sun Valley C are finally going to lose control of the point. With the cap online, I'm assuming somewhere around maybe the 80% marker, if not even 81 or 82. But the point stands that Sun Valley is going to find themselves 1 fight away. This is what we call last fight territory. They have to win 1 fight in this stage of Lijiang Tower is theirs.
Slowly picking up, and if they do win this next fight on the side of Central Cab, they'll at least stagger Sun Valley for a little bit longer, but there's been a lot of lessons learned. This is a very deep program. Have Sigma now also to be such a good visor.
It is Jover with that nano visor locked and loaded. That's going to be a 4K up and running from Sun Valley, and that should be the fight confirmed they've been looking for. Maybe Julio Pludio, if they choose to stay on the Symmetra, will be able to teleport up through that window, but instead of the late swap onto the Sombra, I'm not sure if she's really going to get much of an appearance at all. Ooh, a desperate rocket jump goes up. Kono should be able to touch here.
Running some extra healing over to him, but he's just on the back end. There's not much they can establish for a longevity. They do have the Sigma ult. They continue to try and get that sleep. They at least get 1 kill on the Triple United, but it's just going to be the McLovin, who's been so good on the Ramatra, but Velfate as well. Both tanks being influential, but they're burning down time, and it's just burning out time for the side of Central Cab, trying to be able to get rid of this Ramatra if they can so do. But no, Sun Valley is just kind of stuck there, and now as they're just scrappy battling, this is an elongated fight. They get hacked, and yet McLovin is just too strong to take down.
That's actually the third time we've seen almost that exact same thing take place here on Gardens of Lijiang Tower, where the team with actually less people somehow does move to clutch out that first point cap. So it looks like Lijiang Tower does tip in favor of Sun Valley C. We heard the crowd go a little bit of commotion for Sun Valley C's first victory there, and hopefully they're going to be able to find a second one because that's what the fans would love to see.
Talking about meta versus off meta.
Can't predict everything.
Are you really getting that massive value out of Life Weaver right now?
No, you're getting no value out of Life Weaver right now.
What would you switch it up to?
I mean, my answer is always going to be Ana, but because they have an Ana, I think my secondary choice would be possibly Brigitte, but more likely Baptiste. If you know how to heal, you can play Baptiste, and you know how to heal. He's very easy to work with. He's a great support, and he's great utilization. An alternative choice could be Lucio, but Lucio's just really not been finding his value that much. And I like that people just popped off for the basketball. That made me laugh.
It's very difficult to be able to hit that unless you know the sweet spot.
Yeah, you know the sweet spot.
I've tried.
If you know the sweet spot, you know you've played too much of this game.
Yeah. Or you've just spent more time in the lobby than you've ever been, doing anything else. If you're already getting, 5 holes, you might as well just get good at something. Guarding their way out. Cloven, very difficult to kill, like any Ramattra may be. Ooh. Able to fist Coolio in the face, and now it's Ana that's trying to do some damage.
With no boot from the side of Sun Valley, actually, the central cab, Ana had a really good position there. He's able to play off to the far side. It allows the tank to get a little bit aggressive, keeping the support out of the line of sight. McLovin runs deep into the back line here, takes down not one, but both supports. And now that Ramattra, he is just ripe for the picking, especially with that nano off him, or that Bionade, off of him. Oh, that's awkward.
Belfade, this is their third tank to rotate into at this point in time. They just weren't able to find much value. They switched over to Sigma, and they were able to get at least an ult kill, and they had more longevity for their team. Really stand on points. The late call. Sun Valley has been very aggressive, and they're doing this from right beyond the door. Belfade trying to be able to build up the meter if they can do so, but they're getting taken. That Sojourn AoE is so tough to be able to work around. Putting up the front shield, and now it looks like they're ready to crash on the site if they can do so. Trying to be able to push Sun Valley to the back end doors and have a lot of damage.
A lot of damage is going to be brought to the table here early on, and Belfade, it looks like they're trying to farm that Annihilation as fast as they can, and the purple hug comes out just as that Bionade starts to hit. The sleep dart lands, the damage is there to catch, and McLovin brings out the purple hug of his own and squeezes just a little bit tighter, and all of a sudden 2 players have fallen on one side, 2 on another, and it's going to be a duel of the Ramatras here, whose fate is going to tip in their favor, and it looks like it is going to be McLovin with a quadruple kill across that fight to give Sun Valley another advantage here on Lijiang Tower.
It was starting to feel like Central Cab was really turning things around, but no, Sun Valley was just unable to do, or Sun Valley was able to just retract and overcome. Now you have an ultimate online, a couple of them shared across both, and it's really the supports that had to come in big with Central Cab. They've not been able to really kind of stand the test of time, and honestly, that Life Weaver, this is where they have to be big, and to do it now behind the next big tank. This is Velvet trying to find what they want to be.
Yeah, the Tree of Life comes out pretty early on here, but that Riptire does not care about the Tree of Life because it is AoE instantaneous damage. Daisy Gamer will be taken away. Darth Platter goes in for an opening play of their own. With that Riptire up and running, Mayday, she will fall as well to Kano. It's a huge opportunity for Central Cab. This is the first time we've seen them really get the chance to cap point, but with McLovin still breathing, it is far from over.
Hiding behind those flower petals is only going to help you for a little bit longer. You have that big shield, the Annihilation coming through, annihilating the chances of Central Cab. Sun Valley, oh boy, crazy times. They take it in dominant fashion.
Crazy times in Lijiang High. Let me tell you, they are popping off here on the side of Sun Valley C, and they're going to be able to carry that advantage going into the second half. Now, this is most likely going to be the McLovin 4K I referenced earlier. Oh, and no, excuse me, this is a different play back on the first stage. Let's see, it's going to be 1 into 2 into 3 into 4. That's a 4K, I'm not wrong. Oh, it's 5! It's a team kill! That's the GOAT. Okay. Well, all things considered, that is a pretty aggressive play on the side of Sun Valley C, and they get to choose which side they start on going into our final hybrid map of the evening.
Yeah.
Will it be Midtown? Will it be Kings Row? Will it be Eichenwald? Will it be Hollywood?
Would love, not Hollywood.
No, I agree, not Hollywood.
I don't like Hollywood.
I agree, not Hollywood.
I used to love Hollywood.
The only thing I like about Hollywood is that the robot in the car is voiced by Travis Willingham, and I really like Travis Willingham.
Wait, what?
So, yeah, the guy in the car that's like, come on, get moving. That's Travis
Oh,
Willingham.
my God.
Yeah, fun
That's
fact.
great. And really that first map, I think, was defined by 2 tanks.
Yes.
It was one tank that never moved, and they were just the immovable
Rooted
object.
in the ground.
Yeah, and they were so good. McLovin just surviving everything that was thrown at him. On the other side, Velfate, looked uncomfortable. They went through 4 different tanks just to try and figure out what they want to do. And I feel like maybe not tanks are by default on IGL, but so much of what has to happen comes around. Are they by default?
I mean, if it's not your tank, it's your main support. It's
Okay.
kind of one of those two almost always. I feel like at a high school level, there is room for wiggle room, right?
Right.
It's whoever's going to be the loudest voice. It's whoever understands the game the best. But in reality, when you're playing a game like Overwatch, you're traditionally listening to your tank or to your main support, because your main support is either in the back watching the entire fight, or your tank is up front guiding the entire fight. So
True.
it tends to be one of those voices that pulls, and then if one were to fall, it would be the other.
Got to be able to know when the Leroy Jenkins is going.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep,
As soon as they start screaming
Exactly.
and getting loud, that you follow them and you follow the fight. So when we go to this next map, got to see if they can get Velfate to be more confident. And maybe if they're not the main IGL, if they can get their supports to be able to guide them the right way. There was a couple times, especially onto Sigma, that they had at least an elongated skirmish going on, especially on that first, but it just never existed for long enough for it to be worthwhile.
Yes.
And I don't think that we had any big change-ups, supports, or DPS.
Not really. No, not really. We didn't see a lot of change. We saw Junkrat swap at one point.
Yeah.
We saw a desperate swap off of Symmetra toward a Sombra, and it's like that was again toward the end. So it was Coolio just kind of working to touch point, which is the more important part than playing a character overall. So a lot of these teams kind of stuck to the roots they were sticking with, and you got to respect them for it. But I think it'd be really neat to see some changes. Maybe a Reinhardt, a Winston, an Echo, maybe a Tracer. Just like I think those characters would be really interesting to see for no reason in particular. I have no ulterior motive at all. I just think those characters would be really interesting to watch.
You guys should really do that.
I'm so close to having a full.
I feel like at this point you should be a fan of Velfate, since they're going to rotate through every single tank.
I'm so close to a full bingo. Listen, it started as a joke, but I'm taking it so seriously now. I like my bingo board a lot, but these players also like to win, so I don't expect them to throw for my full bingo.
I don't think that would be bad picks actually with a couple of those tanks, especially if you get a Reinhardt.
If you pick
in
King Throw, Ryan works.
Yeah.
I can wall, Ryan works.
Especially if an Echo to be able to get up and over and really kind of pull away that immediate choke point defense if it's on Eichenwald. An Echo can do that. So you'll be able to fly right over. Now, would you get too flighty? Do you make, I guess, the air raid? Could you have a Pharah, an Echo, and get the Mercy?
Yeah, Pharah, Echo, Mercy, and the Mercy is just having the worst day of her entire life. Healing both of them, having to keep the other 2 members of the team also up and running. It would be pretty scary. But I've seen a team actually run that before. They go double flyer Mercy, then they go Rhine Ana on the ground. So the Ana is just full pocketing the Rhine. He's in there swinging his hammer. That's not yet a flamethrower patent pending, but it is just a super powerful play if you know how to do it. But if you don't know how to do it, you're just floundering. You're panicking. Nobody's being healed. Everybody's being taken down. And also, just 2 hit scans rip that comp apart.
I just want to make a request to the players. If we end up in a bad situation where it's like 2-0 and it's on a flashpoint and you know you're not going to continue the series, just fill out all the
fill out
champs,
the bingo.
please. Just fill out the bingo card.
You won't qualify, but you'll qualify as my favorite.
You'll be a hero in our hearts.
Yeah, I think we're waiting to see kind of what map we're going into next.
Our
We know that
ETA
it's
went
going to
higher.
be- That's an old ETA. The ETAs are back to back. But it is going to be Midtown. Guys, there's other maps in the game, and
You
they're
sure?
good maps.
I mean, Eichenwald is pretty cool.
Eichenwald is very cool.
Actually,
Hollywood is stinky.
Didn't they make like a Halloween version of that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Halloween Eichenwald and Halloween Hollywood.
Which is so cool. We will be going over to Midtown. Sun Valley C.
Oh, Sun Valley on defense first as well, so they're going to be able to set their own win condition here. If they're going to be looking for full hope here on this first point, it'll be really effective. They'll only have to have 33% of the point if they full hope in these 4 minutes, but there are almost all 4 minutes remaining, so this is truly still anybody's map.
Velfate has chosen Sigma to really be able to gain at least a little bit of distance, and they don't have that precision damage on his toes as of yet. Maybe that gets implemented later on, but they're going to try and use that shield. They are taken away from around this fire truck by that AoE from Sojourn. And Okano already drops down as 1 DPS, now trying to do the same thing. You actually have McLovin on the Sigma, so this is about who can do it better, who's on that dip.
And it's funny they both choose the Sigma as well, because this is such a Sigma-heavy map. Super United high five Chef Caesar right back into the spawn room there on Lexington Central. Losing that Mercy still lands at a huge stagger.
Right back on to the taxis.
Central might go for a teleport play here.
That's why they kind of have that one back. But Days Gamer, with all of Sun Valley, talking about just being able to win and just have this choke out, not allow them to even get a single
And there it
point. They're going to be able to teleport, but it's not too far. It's just under a bridge, but it actually makes a difference because they have this fire truck now as this good, hard defensive point.
You can use the fire truck as a pretty aggressive cover here, and his Velfate is going to go ahead and eat that Bionade. They're not going to be able to be healed for about 4 seconds. Kano loses that tank configuration as well, and all of a sudden Central, they've used a lot of utility and gained actually no space for it, or no credit for it. They've gained some space, but the Dark Splitter has gone down. Because Caesar isn't able to find this resurrection, this should be the beginning of the end of this fight.
McLovin able to take down the tank and as well as clear out Chef Caesar, and they were making use of that Sigma ultimate to be able to really lock down that room. And Kano just was caught not being able to do much. They were just being boiled down, and Sun Valley C, it seems like they're giving up a lot of space, but they're actually playing very tactfully around point, seeing what Central Cab is going to do, and they just boil them down to nothing.
Boiling them to nothing definitely feels like Sun Valley's kind of their MO. It feels like their MO in a way, and it feels like they're pretty consistently taking this team apart and looking for a full dismantle. But Central, they make a couple of swaps to try to pick some more characters that I'm going to assume they're a little more comfortable with. My boy, the Jay Silly, making an appearance, but Kano can barely even appear on this Sojourn before they are dismissed from this mortal coil by McLovin there on that Sigma. Over half the time that has come and gone. We're already down to 90 seconds.
Sun Valley C doing a great job of just full holding, trying to turn this long run into a speed run. Remember, this is just round number 1, as they have to go through round 2 to make it to the top 4 and qualify for states. $15,000 on the line for the top 3. They're just trying to be able to make it to that top 8 position. It looks like they're doing a good job so far. Central Cab, they don't want to let this entire campaign go to waste. They run it through 2. They're in that train, and they're now trying to be able to take it to a fist fight. They got 1 minute to go here.
60 seconds. This fight is going to be a now or never moment. There's plenty of ultimates to be used, and oh!
No way.
You get accretion out of it, that is going to be an ultimate down the drain. The nano boost finding all but nothing, and Julio Pluto is going to lose their life to the cause here. The overclock comes through. Daisy Gamer finds an opportunity of their own. Darth Vader and Kano just aren't going to be here, and there may be one more attempt from Central, but they have almost no ultimates to use. Oh, Mayday, she's feeling confident. She's bringing out that Kitsune, and the fight's already over.
Oh my goodness, that Kitsune rush was used to full effect. As soon as they got that sleep dart onto the Sigma ultimate, it was just night-night. They may, in fact, only have enough time for one single fight, and even if they get it, what do you get, like 2.5 minutes?
Yeah,
they have 2.5 minutes. Begin rushing it down, and they just really won't have enough time, especially if they get choked out underneath bridge.
They might be able to touch, but surviving is going to be the hard part.
Yeah.
There's one ultimate that should make an appearance in just a moment here. I assume it's going to be spawned in as soon as they're able, and it looks like they're going to hold on to it actually a little bit longer. Is anyone going to touch the point?
No. Okay.
Okay.
All right. They were hanging out around fire truck.
I think they forgot to touch. I think that is a mistake.
It's everyone on a volleyball team and no one going for the ball.
No one yelled mine.
Yeah.
No one yelled mine.
It was you. It was me.
Yep.
You're supposed to go for at least the OT.
I thought Chef Caesar was going to go ahead and pop that Tree of Life pretty early on there at the ultimate. I said, oh, I think we're going to see it as soon as it's up. And then they just never used it. And then they used it after the round had already ended. So now to paint you guys a picture, the win condition now for the side of Sun Valley C, they have to keep 33% of the first point. They have to keep 1/3 of the first point in this map is theirs, and they're on series point.
I have seen teams of mine, as well as other teams, choke this.
I've seen crazier.
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen crazier things happen.
Does this become a draw if they don't get that?
Yes.
So
this is a draw if Sun Valley does not cap. Because Central caps 0%, there's no win condition. So if they don't hit 33, this map is a draw. We have to go to at least map 4.
So the best outcome for this second map is a draw for Central Cab.
Correct. Central cannot win this map from here on out. Wow. They can draw this map, and then Sun Valley, they want to win it by that 33%. And with the team composition they're running, I think they're... Oh, that's Tracer! I think they're going to try to do it quickly.
Try to be able to run it down as best as they can. This defense is going to be shocked and on. And in fact, you will see you're going to see McLovin trying out a new fit. They were able to go into Sigma earlier on, but as we go into this next fight, this is going to be very, very fast. They have sprinters. The only one that might be missing is the support, Lucio, but...
Yeah. I'm actually a little surprised Lucio's not here.
Especially with how fast everyone else is.
Yeah, but I think Mayday, she's so lethal on that Kiriko that it's not worth swapping to Lucio. She's been so talented with this utility and with these ultimates that Sun Valley is definitely relying on kind of a secret linchpin. A lot of damage built to McLovin, but there's those adaptive shields. Oh, please somebody remember. Okay, they do remember. They rotate back into the point, and they're not going to be able to win quite yet on the side of Sun Valley, but McLovin falling, that's going to be a free 30 seconds off the clock for Central. Oh, nap time.
Go to sleep, take a nap.
Me as soon as the broadcast is over.
Hey, we're getting ready for dinner.
We are getting ready for dinner.
We're going to get food, then we nap.
Yeah, we get food, then we nap.
It's more just regular sleep instead of just a nap. Sun Valley C. They can pick their poison and pick their time, pick their moment of when they really want to end this. And if they are able to get this win, they'll be on match point. If they end up in a draw, they won't, because that's going to be a split decision between both of these. be able to use that heal off of the 76 and seeing when they want to use those triple rockets. But the Helix rockets, but now they're just burning them down. Oh, the Reaper will find those. Kano gets rid of Daze.
Kano getting up close and personal there, taking Daisy Gamer out of the equation. You know, I'll be honest, the first time we started talking about a draw, I was like, I don't know, Central hasn't really been able to pull that kind of weight, but right now, they're pulling that weight like you would not believe. They've already got almost half the time bank gone against Sun Valley.
Just for content for Sun Valley. That's what you keep saying to yourself, but you also got to know when you're going to be able to make that final punch. I think they're just waiting.
I think they're charging ultimates. I think that's the secret. I mean, they're just getting their ultimates, but even something Love and swap on Azaria pretty late, so they've got to try to farm up that Graviton Surge as fast as possible. Because they've got a lethal combo if that's that. Hold on. If that grab goes on.
You also have now ultimate online for Triple United, and this is going to be the big pick. This is going to be what they play off of. Oh, they missed the stick.
Joked.
Unfortunate.
That is
very tough to toss that.
Yeah, it's honestly quite tough to land that pulse bomb. That's actually what I was thinking they were going to combine with the grab, is grabbing a pulse bomb. That's a really easy way to farm at least 2 eliminations. And like I talked about earlier, you only need 1 to really put that weight down. With Kitsune and Nano coming out, it's going to force the beat and the annihilation out. Just a huge grab. The pulse bomb would have been a 4K, but right now they have to try and clean him up another way. They go for the grab off location. It's not going to be able to land with both supports falling. I think that is going to go ahead and be the end, unless Kano has something to say. The Death Blossom turns into a full death garden, planting seeds of destruction and chaos against Sun Valley.
Just enough players remaining. Kano trying to be the hero that they need him, and they can't let him go down to 0. Oh, the visor, they can't.
Hello?
They go to race form, and the laser beams are trying to be able to take them down. They use the Helix rockets to be able to survive. Kano takes down Daze, and this is trying to be a hero moment. 80 seconds to go. They are still holding.
That visor was the most out-of-pocket thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm going to be honest. The Reaper wasn't even that low. The Symmetra was there, and the turrets were not being shot. So, I mean, that was a bit of a waste of an ultimate, I'm going to be honest. But they've got 60 seconds. We're down to 60 seconds on the clock here. A draw is unbelievably likely.
Central Cab praying for a draw. But prayers won't be answered. They have to be able to go at that fight themselves. They bust out the Bastion. Why not have a full turret and a bunch of bullets and a Gatling gun to be able to mow them down? No one is falling, though. Good defense by Central Cab. They're trying to put the fist fight out of this Ramatra, and they're slowly bending down. Then they lose Kano. The DPS will fall, and now they're trying to be able to act with advantage, but so does Triple United.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1-1 trade here. The Bastion traded out for the Reapers. The top damage dealer on either side has gone down with 30 seconds left. Chef Caesar biting a bullet in a critical moment here is going to be lethal against the odds of Central. Sun Valley finally kind of putting their hats back on, saying, hey, the joke is over. Let's try to walk away with a win. McLovin able to drop a 2K here early in the combat in Sun Valley. 4 players still left standing. It's going to be an elimination on a Coolio as well, and this has to be the beginning of the end against Central, as Sun Valley has decided to lock up Midtown, and to emerge victorious in the final 10 seconds. That is Sun Valley going up 2-0.
Oh my lord, that was so good. Sun Valley C, little bit of sweat, but at the very end, able to clutch it up just like any good team can. But now they set themselves up into a 2-0 series point, going over to Sun Valley. Gonna set themselves up for the right way.
And I'll be honest, I think there maybe was a little bit of hubris on the side of Sun Valley. Yes. I think they were feeling a little confident. They were feeling a little eager. They made a couple of weird character swaps, but when it came down to it, when that team locked in, it was a guaranteed victory. Those final 20 seconds really made the difference. And I think that that Nemesis form from McLovin at the end, that double kill with the punchy angry fists really did separate that team into a form of victory. But Flashpoint, our third and final map, just around the corner. And it's a 50-50. It's New Junk City or it's Surabasa.
Oh boy.
We've seen both today, which is cool.
Yeah, so it's a split decision on where we're going to go.
Flip a coin.
Yeah, do it. Okay.
All right. So heads is Surabasa.
Okay.
Tails is New Junk City.
And on its side?
If it lands on its side, I quit my job and I go home.
Okay, all right.
All right, ready?
Career on the line.
All right, that was a really bad flick.
Oh, that's a though.
Tails.
Okay.
That is
Surabasa?
I don't remember. I think it was New Junk City. I don't think we were actually going to do the bit. I'm pretty sure Tails was New Junk City.
You had a quarter. Who has coins on them anymore?
I've actually been sitting with it in my pocket. So I shop. So I shop at like a northern grocery store. I'm from Ohio, for context. And to get a cart from that grocery store, you got to put the quarter in. So I carry a quarter in my coat pocket because sometimes I just go grocery shopping.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, listen, esports casters do normal things too. I go grocery shopping.
Imagine we aren't just like personas put into a virtual box.
We're not just in like people think I'm in like a cryo chamber until the event starts. No, I like go grocery shopping and then I go in the cryo chamber.
Is this the same concept as like students don't know their teachers are real
yep.
people? They're just
it's
robots?
like if you ever see me at the store, it's exactly like seeing a teacher at the store.
Oh my
and
God.
I don't remember if the coin flip was right. New Junk City, I'm pretty sure the coin flip was correct, and I'm pretty sure New Junk City was tails.
Check the
If
bot.
it wasn't, it is now. So it is New Junk City as our next map, and actually possibly our final map, not even of just the day or just of Overwatch, of the weekend.
Yeah, the land will be over if this ends up being for Sun Valley C. And we know we have Sun Valley fans out there, so make sure to cheer them on. But if you're much the same way for Central Cab, you got to encourage those kids. Make sure that you give all these students the support you can, because this could be their final fight of this entire season. They want to be able to make it to the top 8. Sun Valley trying to be able to join Sun Valley A, and you'd have 2 out of 3 teams in a program to be able to make it to the top 8. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, this is also a $15,000 prize pool in total across the board. So there is a lot of green on the line here. So these teams, they've got to be feeling okay. They've got to be feeling excited. And I'll be honest, if I'm on the side of, Central Cab, that's what it is. If I'm on the side of Central Cab, you're not feeling too bad. No. You're down 2-0, but you lost in the last 10 seconds of map 2. The problem, Control was a 2-0. And Flashpoint is a heck of a lot more similar to Control than it is to Hybrid.
It is Control in a speed run.
Yep.
Much speedier run.
Yep.
Yeah, like 1.25 at least.
Yeah, at least. I mean, this could be very quick. This could be all 3 points. And going into New Junk City, probably Orisa or Diva as our opening tanks. Maybe they'll continue to stick to Ramatra, though. That's really worked pretty efficiently. You know, maybe they'll play... Hold on. Maybe they'll play Reinhardt or Winston or Echo for no reason in particular. But like, just maybe they'll play those 3 characters.
There is one guy asking, "How did I die to that?"
I did hear
just
that.
right behind.
I did hear that. Somebody.
I don't know how you died to that. I don't know, man.
I wasn't
It's
watching.
crazy.
I missed it. I didn't see what happened. I heard him. He's upset.
He's very mad. Oh goodness. Heads.
My coin flip was heads for Suravasis. Right. The coin flip was right. Oh, what a cool moment. What a cool moment. Yeah, the coin never lies.
Thank you, producer, by the way.
Yeah, shout out our production team who has been feeding us all the information we have needed all weekend long. And we are a lot to put up with. So thank you so much to the entire production team.
Half of the budget went over to my beard.
True. That's not even real.
Yeah, no, this is real, by the way. This is not a carpet, and I did grow it myself, and red is actually a natural color.
Yes, and for everybody wondering, I grew my beard by myself, too. I worked really hard on this. Thank you so much.
It's grown in by the day.
It is. It is. Except never mind. I don't want a beard. I don't want a beard. But right now, I mean, I'll tell you what teams do want, what players do want, and that is a win on the side of Cab High here. This is going to be a difficult scenario to be in. They're going in 0-2, but it's Flashpoint, and you got to treat each point. We lost it. Whatever. Yeah. Hindsight is 2020. The past is history, the future is a mystery, and the present is a gift. That's why it's called the present.
I do not want to see wasteful team fights.
Absolutely.
Because we've seen so many team fights on Flashpoint where it was for no reason. You never even got to the site. You never even contested it.
Yep.
I know it's ticking faster, and I know util falls in the way, but often we just see them fighting adjacent, and that's not the point of Flashpoint. It's to get to the point and be able to fight. Territories on Halo 2. I've been doing this for like 20 years, and they just said, "Oh, this is new." No, it's not. I have seen this since Halo.
I've heard this song before, and I did not like the ending. Thank you very much.
Go over there, win that point, fight on it, see who's the last man standing.
When I was definitely also playing Halo 20 years ago, because I was definitely old enough to be playing Halo 20 years ago, I remember, what'd you call it, territories?
Yes.
Territories. I remember territories from Halo 2, and it is just like that for sure, definitely.
I also think it was what's it, man? King of the Hill.
Oh, I do like King of the Hill. I do like King of the Hill. That's very fun team comp. And I will say a fun fact about Halo 2, it has one of the statistically hardest legendary campaigns in the history of video games.
And I beat it on legendary.
Did you really? That's crazy.
Yes.
I've never beaten that game on
I've beaten every single campaign for Halo on legendary. So
I will say I used to be a world record holder, but it was not Halo. It was super hot. It used to be a super hot speedrunner. I used to be a super hot speedrunner.
Isn't that all about slowing down?
Yeah, right? That's the fun part. We can talk about that later. Okay. Anyway, Sun Valley coming in here 2-0 on the series so far. In Central, they are desperate for a win here. They want to walk away with a victory, and it's going to be a tough scenario to do so. But they've got the team comp going. They've got one that I actually really like. It's going to be about how they play the cards they have in their hand.
The only thing we need is maybe a team to be able to fill out the bingo card. You know what? We also want to be able to see a dub. They want to go for a shield breaker, Rexodon on that bastion. They can do that from that turret.
Rexodon was subbed in.
Oh, okay, yeah. In fact, Rexodon was brought in as a sub to be able to come and help
So let's see what they can be able to do. And also, Daze switched over to being a support.
Yeah, so check that out. Daze switches over. I believe it's Mayday that has been taken out of the equation here. So Sun Valley, they're going to remove Mayday, which means they're going to put Daze out of the Kiriko here. That makes me wonder if they want Daze to do a little more damage on the Kiriko. Maybe Mayday was focusing a bit too much on healing, and they wanted to rotate for Alpha. Rexodon does go down on the side of Sun Valley Central. They win that fight in fruition here. I think only losing, not even losing a player.
No. And already you see the switch over. I believe that they were playing they playing with Zarya just a little bit forward? No, 21%. That's not enough. So,
yeah, I know they
another tank switch.
It was from Audrey because McLovin almost died immediately. It was down to like 14 HP. And already that bubble is going to be eliminated and obliterated. I believe the solo bubble for Zarya has 200 HP. And sometimes it is better to just shoot through it and destroy it than it is to let her kind of fester in that additional damage. Kono goes up close and personal, takes Triple United out of the way here in Sun Valley. Find themselves in a 5v3 disadvantaged state. Central has noticed they are on their last breath. And they do not want to go down quiet.
70% already, and they're aiming to be able to get that first point. We have not seen a fourth point from any of these flash points. It's been 3 O's. We've seen 3 O's and 3 O's, and I'm tired of seeing 3 as a caster. I want to see a blemish. I want to see a fight, and I want to see a fourth. And it looks like, at minimum, Central Cab is going to be able to grab this first point here in map 3.
Now, this is big because of the way Central Cab is playing. We're getting, as of now, we're getting one of two things. A fourth point or a fourth map. Because Central has taken the lead. They're feeling good. If you win one flashpoint, it's pretty easy to kind of carry that momentum to domino over. You feel good about the chances overall. Central has a lot of ultimates to work with. Sun Valley's got a couple of their own. Site doesn't open for 20 more seconds, so everybody should be able to make it before that site unlocks.
Ult economy is actually very loud for
yes.
Cap. They're going to be able to really fight for this second point in a big way. Kano is trying to be able to sneak all the way to the back line, but they're going to get found out at least a little bit, and a lot of pressure coming over as Velfate wants to be able to establish site control. Now they go for the Nemesis form, fist fighting them straight out of contention, and put up the big arms and start playing for some defense.
This is going to be a big moment for Central here. It's going to be a 2-2 trade, but with the Kitsune missing on one side and the Beat missing on the other, this team is going to have to work really hard to make this magic happen. Nick Levin on the Zarya does remove Chef Caesar from the equation. A fight that started so strong in favor of Central has really begun to tip against them. Nick Levin pops that annihilation, but isn't going to be able to find much with it. Or Velfate, excuse me, as they're taken down by McLovin.
McLovin was actually in a weird position because they had receded all the way off site, and I think there was just way too much pressure. They were trying to be able to go and confirm the kill, but instead they just kind of went right into the right clicks. That splash damage really just ruined them because they were down to what, 70 HP across all of them. So Central Cab really committed just like a sin. They did get at least the initial point opened up for them, but Sun Valley is able to find McLovin as just a massive playmaker.
Yeah, and the difference here is Central didn't really use that many ultimates, where Sun Valley, they lost 3 in that last engagement, so they won the fight, but at what cost? With this photon barrier going up, it allows Central to get really up close and personal with their plays. They flip point cap in their favor, and Kano comes in deep, is going to be able to find one, so the sacrifice is worth it at the end of the day. The peak drop from Darth Butter is not going to come in time, but there's nobody to save Hatsu from one angry robot. Vespe punches them into oblivion, and the annihilation is charging like lightning here in a moment like this. Central has started to take the lead. I hear the Central fans really starting to get excited. Rexodon has gone down, and Sun Valley really falling onto a back foot in New Junk City.
Rallying behind them is Central Cab, as you did Velfate, lasting for so much longer, and I think they finally got their footing with this Ramatra. It's a very scrappy tank and can survive for so long. 13 seconds on annihilation form. That Nemesis though, but McLovin has been able to find massive points. They have the extra shield, and now they're being healed up as they're being hard focused by Daze, who switched over in that role, and now the retake by Sun Valley. They want this point.
Central has been sitting on an ultimate for a very long time, one that I've been keeping a close eye on, and I wonder if they're saving it for the Graviton Surge on the side of Sun Valley, but I'm not sure that's really going to get the utilization that they're looking for. If Sun Valley wins one more fight here, they guarantee we go at least to a 4th point, but Central has one more try to try and snipe back this 2nd point.
Seems so reminiscent of when we were in Midtown. Oh my goodness, trying to go for immediately one. Everyone's stuck at top, and McLovin has ruined them. You get Velvet able to get rid of Rexodon, so they at least get one off the big old punch, but McLovin is basically a DPS. He is tearing them down.
Oh, that's disgusting. Over 90 charge, McLovin just cleans house on that 2nd point. So we're at the very least getting a 4th point of New Junk City, and Central now, they popped that rally, and Chef Caesar was still the first player to go down, so that ultimate was essentially null and void.
Wow. This is the first 4th point flashpoint.
All weekend.
All weekend. Now, I know we only started playing today, but it's still all weekend. That's still.
But it sounds cooler if you say all weekend.
We have seen a lot of 3-0 sweeps today. The last 3 are sweeps yesterday. This one looks like though we're getting a fight to the very finish. That's what matters the most. The crowds are divided between Central Cab and Sun Valley C. And now we're going up to the top rope as we go into our 3rd point. This will be either for series points or at least for map 3 points, depending on who you are. Annihilation on lock. They get slept and Anna is able to survive. Hatsu gets out with their life.
Hatsu making it up with the skin of their teeth here. It's going to be a triple kill in favor of Sun Valley. They will still somehow sneak out that 1st point. Cab just when you think it's time to wrap them up. Sun Valley comes through and McLovin is feeling the love. Able to drop a default emote mid-game. You love to see it, Sun Valley. They're taking 20% and counting.
You know, with my Zarya, I at least pump iron. I at least, you know, get my big grab cannon. I'm able to curl it. We're gonna go over now with 33%. Remember, Sun Valley C, they succeeded that 1st point over to Central Cab. Central Cab, a lot of great fight left in them. They're feeling like this is Midtown. They're able to bring it down to that last moment. You see the beat getting dropped. But Darth Butter, they use up that ultimate, and now they're trying to be able to gain so much ground. They, in fact, are taking them down bit by bit, brick by brick. This house will fall. Now Central Cab takes over.
I'm gonna say it right now, I kind of hope we get a map 4 because this is the first time all weekend that we have heard vocal people for both sides of a combat. This entire weekend, I love what we're seeing, this push and pull, this tug of war happening as everybody wants their team to succeed, and Central is fighting for their last breath with every breath until this series comes to a close.
Grandma's losing breaths out there, but they're still trying to be able to just breathe for you, see what they can do. We have so much of that central pressure, and now you have ultimates online. They have to teleport and now use the gigantic wall, and then the graviton surge, and a lot of damage. Oh, McLovin is chasing them down. They're gonna get rid of them as Daze is able to get the final kill confirmed onto Chef Caesar, and with 60% apiece on both sides, now with the Wraith form just to be able to escape.
A lot of ultimates used on the side of Sun Valley, but Central not exactly innocent of using their own. I couldn't even tell you Akana would be there, but they get the point flip. So I guess that's what, 15, 20 more percent? True. Maybe that sacrifice will be worthwhile at the end of the day, because if Central can win one more fight, they can take that 2nd point. But Sun Valley, they should have to stand there for 18 more seconds, and it's theirs either way.
Cab is going to try and dive onto site. Do they have much to do with it? They have one ultimate. There's a couple that'll be online as well for Sun Valley. They're just jumping around. You have to be able to touch this point. They're just dancing. Are they setting up for next?
Hit that.
No reason. You're going to rush onto it. And now they bring the fight. They're able to use a giant. Ooh, take him down. Balfade and grabs Rexodon.
This is devastating. The win condition for Sun Valley has been eliminated, but 2 eliminations is going to be a 3v2 in favor of Central. Kano may go down in just a moment here, but they're able to make it up by the skin of their teeth. The virus takes down McLovin, and this should be a point flip in favor of Central by the skin of their absolute teeth. They eliminated Rexodon. They got the Death Blossom, and they have secured themselves a 2nd point win. They are 1 flashpoint away from a map 4.
Central Cab, are you believing? 1 point away, and we keep this series going. It could be the first time this weekend we go to a map 4. Overwatch is crazy.
What a way to close. What a way to close. I mean, for us to maybe go to a map 4 would be incredible. A perfect gift on a perfect weekend here, but Coolio Plutio, I mean, what is that, 1 HP right now? It has to get healed up by the rest of the team to get back into this combat. I think Triple United and Coolio went a little head-to-head, but they both ran off before somebody got that elimination. This 4th flashpoint about to open, and if Central can snake this one away, I'll be so honest, I don't even know what map type we go to.
No, I don't at all. You know what? We're going to be told.
We'll be told if it comes to it.
If we get there, get rid of the teleporter, and as well as all those extra turrets. Big fist fight to be able to open things up. McLovin has switched over to the Ramatra. They're tired of having to deal with one, so they can become the beast, become your opponent. Oh, if you fight fire with fire, now Annihilation is online.
Oh, the Suzu is going to keep that Ana alive, but Death Blossom from Rexodon, it makes the magic happen. It's going to be able to drop 4 before Darth Butter will go down, and Kono, the only player left standing on the side of Central. Sun Valley will be able to cap that and get themselves, let's say, 30% guaranteed before Central can even get back into the combat.
If you're a Sombra and all the rest of your team drops, you shouldn't be dying. You should be turning invisible.
Correct. Yeah. Chupa's like one of the few examples of like, you better not. You better not die
Don't
quick.
die fast.
Yeah, you better not die fast. You better get out of there.
You're off this team if you die.
Ooh, Velpate takes a lot of damage in off the rip here, and it's going to be difficult to see Central moving in. Ooh, a lot of damage dealt. These Ramatra's going head-to-head, and it's going to be which one of them can pull an Annihilation earlier. A lot of utility in the back pocket of Central, but Sun Valley, they're just 1 or 2 eliminations. Oh, that was the scariest beat I've ever seen. Ajax was almost imminent, but they do survive. They get the team up and running, and 2 players have now fallen on the side of Sun Valley. Central's going to be able to find a double elimination. The hack comes through on Triple United, but No, it is going to be an elimination with the help of the team. Triple United will go down. Rexodon in the pocket as well, and 80% in favor of Sun Valley. Central cannot lose a fight on this point, or they will have to go to the 5th and final flashpoint.
That's a great stagger with the current ult economy because we still have to try to be able to go. And also, Kano has been so effective, really giving a showcase of what you actually do on a Sombra.
Kano's the best Sombra we've seen. Kano's the best Sombra we've seen this weekend.
But they're trying to be able to bring it back down. At that point, get ready for the TP, get rid of the teleporter, and now fight beyond the point. Duck Butter, they're going to be able to finish off Rexodon, and then you get hacked again, and you just take it from all sides.
Rex, what you doing, Pookie? What are you doing? Overextend gets taken. The purple hug comes out. The visor to boot. Nick Levin going to be able to find it. That's a complete in total 5K, 4K. Kono's alive. But Central, they are most likely going to have to give that up unless Kono chooses to die for the cause. And I don't think they should.
I feel like they may pop themselves visible for a second and then teleport out.
It won't stall long enough. It won't stall long enough.
That's not the same kind of overtime?
No.
Nope, they're playing for next.
They're playing for next. Point 5 here on Flashpoint. This is Central playing for their tournament lives. And it all comes down to this 5th and final Flashpoint here on New Junk City.
Sun Valley, they may be the C team, but they're playing like the top varsity team on their program, Central Cab. They are playing for survival, to continue to play on, to have the reverse sweep against this program in its entirety. Getting hacked, getting laid low, but McLovin lives on like a titan with fists drawn.
Ono goes in, overextends, opens the opportunity for the Bionade to find 3, and Rexodon and McLovin are able to overextend. I love Darth Butter going there. Didn't want to stagger, didn't want to wait, just took the bullet to the brain, went back to the spawn room, and now Sun Valley has the first point cap on the 5th and final point of New Junk City, possibly our final point of the weekend.
Depending on how quick or how slow they engage into this, there may be only 1 or 2 fights left, especially with how quickly this is accrued. I'm feeling like it's going to be one elongated fight to be able to get onto site, and it will determine everything. Sun Valley playing where they're going to be entering from. Central Cab trying to be able to turn it more vertical so they're going to be able to drop down. They're going to be able to bring it with their ultimate economy. Bellfate is pushing them out, and they're going to find them out. They get the helix, but no, Kano will jump eventually, as that will be a big trade. They've got that point. Now they turn it around.
They have flipped it, they've scratched that and reversed it. Central trying to get in the mix here, but Kano gave their life to remove Hatsu. The benefit is Hatsu will get back notably slower than Kano, so maybe that sacrifice was worthwhile at the end of the day. Plenty of ultimates available on both sides. Central already halfway to what Sun Valley was able to cap, and we are truly going to come all the way down to the wire. Folks, if you want to see your team win, this is the time to make some noise. They need some motivation. They need some encouragement, because it all comes down to this right here, right now. Nick Levin brings down an annihilation, already able to find 3. They'll win with an annihilation of their own, so it's only 2. The Reaper falls. 1-minute battle of the Robotics here. Central, by the skin of their teeth, might be able to stay alive.
I don't know if that was the right call. The survivability as you bring the annihilation, that's fantastic. Kano's trying to be able to get the hack. They get rid of Triple United. They're going to go for the teleport. They're going to be on to the top shelf, and that's actually going to be now you need the hack into the tank. They're trying to be able to get out of harm's way, but at 78%, they need the rest of the team. 55% Central Cab needs a hero. They need a miracle, and they need to get rid of this tank and McLovin, who has been so good.
Without a miracle, this could be the beginning of the end for Sun Valley, but Central has flipped it back. They lost their Kiriko. The Kitsune is offline. The healing is gone. With so many ultimates in their pocket, this is Sun Valley's stage to lose right now. They have so many ultimates. This should be a 3-fight win, but Central, they're fighting tooth and nail. Can Sun Valley even make it back?
You're going to have just enough time. You're able to dive onto site.
It's now or never. Final fight.
Fight. You're going to kitchen rush. You're able to get them straight into it. They're going to commit to it, and here we go!
Here we go. There's no annihilation in pocket. There's going to be 2 support ultimates. They come out immediately. Coolio has been deleted from the equation. Chef Caesar's going to be joining there. Darth Butter is going to be in the lineup as well. Velvet has fallen. Kano has fallen. Darth Butter has fallen. And with that, I hate to say it, but Central has fallen. Sun Valley C will be your qualifying team into the top 8 here tonight. Central fought tooth and nail, but Sun Valley emerges victorious, and the sun will not set in the 16. They're going to the top 8.
Sun Valley. Oh, man. What a rapper your man has become. Septilence, that was hot on the mic for you, and these guys were hot for you. Sun Valley's moving on to the top 8, and it's at the helm of McLovin owning the Graviton Surge. This tank just never died.
McLovin was unstoppable and a huge cause for the reason that Sun Valley C is able to emerge victorious in the close in our final game of the evening. And what a series it turned out to be. Folks, that's all we've got for you here at VESL tonight. But before we wrap things up, this was my first VESL event ever, and I want to give a big thank you to everybody that brought me out here, made it possible. Monkey Man for joining me, the incredible community out here that was super excited and super welcoming of me and Monkey Man all weekend. We love you guys so much. Thank you to the entire production team that made this possible. Thank you to the Panthers for hosting and the hosts of our other locations, and of course, all the teams for coming out, and most importantly, all of you for watching and supporting. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you guys in the finals.